Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Gao Wu. I incarnate as Yama in the Underworld to judge life and death. Chapter 41. Sudden. Zhang Tianming frowned. Is this a special weapon? It looks quite clever. I didn't expect Chen Yi to hold back in yesterday's hunting competition. A good main battle weapon is very important for the warrior's bonus. Chen Yi's shui knife was about to be chopped into pieces yesterday. It definitely has a huge impact on offensive power. The sharp sword skills combined with the weapons full of gaps made the instructors feel very uncomfortable. However, after getting 500 points, Chen Yi was able to replace it with a good weapon, otherwise Zhang Tianming might have to give one away directly. But this weapon that can reshape the body should not be in the training camp's treasure house. Who knows, this kid doesn't play his cards according to the routine. Yan Wenji smiled bitterly. Yesterday, when all the students were so concerned about their rankings and wanted to get off to a good start, Chen Yi didn't bring up the projection until the last moment to take a look. It's as if these precious points don't matter at all. It's not surprising that such an abnormal student behaves like this. This sword technique. Zhang Tianming's eyes changed and his pupils trembled slightly. Borrowing the power of rotation to increase the impact of power. This seems to be a bit of a struggle. How to stabilize one's body and continue to pursue the enemy after avoiding it are both problems. No, this way of exerting force, it seems that the whole person is not simply spinning, but like dancing. For warriors, the same movement, used with different martial arts methods, is completely different. Compared to ordinary people in Chen Yi's previous life, warriors in this world can make various muscle parts of the body exert force in different directions due to the greatly enhanced strength of their qi and blood. The warrior with higher qi and blood can control the body in more detail. This is why others were so shocked when Chen Yi, as a first-grade warrior, was able to control peak bronze sword skills. Because according to common sense, a low-level warrior like you has very limited control over your body. If you forcefully perform such force-generating movements, you may easily cause internal injuries if you are not careful during the change of moves. Unless you really reach the point where you have an extremely smooth understanding of knife skills. This is why, even if your talent for the art of swords is not that strong, it is easy for any 5th-grade warrior to comprehend the peak bronze technique. The powerful control of the physical body by high-level warriors greatly increases your methods when withdrawing your strength, and the error tolerance is greatly improved. But Chen Yi's way of exerting force gave people a strange and erratic feeling, which puzzled Zhang Tianming. After all, the method comes from hell. It is still very different from the current cultivation system on Blue Star. Yes, I feel the same way. Yan Wenji nodded in agreement. I can't imagine what Chen Yi's next move will be like. But, what is certain is that the sword skills Chen Yi is currently performing must be at a silver level in terms of the degree of mysticism alone. I even feel, at least above the middle grade of silver. After saying this, even Yan Wenji stuttered a bit. Even if it is true as Chen Yi said, his blood strength has reached the level of a 2nd-grade warrior. But being able to use silver-level sword skills is terrifying. That is a realm that only 3rd and 4th-grade warriors can touch under normal circumstances. On the screen, Chen Yi swiveled down with a sharp knife. Using the full power of the netherworld and the blessing of Shira's whirling sword technique, even though the golden ape was protected by the slightest bit of solid metallic aura energy. He was also killed easily by the sword. Gulu. In the silent air. Zhang Tianming swallowed. Why do I feel that Chen Yi's use of this sword technique still gives people a natural feeling? Is this guy's talent for swordsmanship really so terrifying? Outrageous, really outrageous. If you have just started to learn this weird sword technique, then the two of them can accept it. But there's no weird feeling at all. It is obvious that he has practiced this martial arts method to an extremely deep level. Monster. Zhang Tianming has also been a talent that has attracted much attention since he was a child. But in front of Chen Yi, he felt that his talent could no longer be mediocre. No, I can't take it anymore. Starfire, turn off the monitoring screen. Zhang Tianming directly chose to close the monitoring screen. There is the ability to be hit. It's better to deal with some official matters at hand. Well, Yan Wenji also sighed. It seems that we are indeed nosy. Chen Yi has his own way to go. To put it bluntly, maybe we are not qualified to interfere at all. While everyone else was taking open classes for guidance, Chen Yi spent the whole day fighting in the wilderness area. The demonic martial spirit knife cooperates with its newly obtained skills, greatly improving the hunting efficiency. And in this process, Chen Yi's power of the underworld is gradually becoming more and more powerful, including the progress of 6 layers of Shira body, is also steadily increasing. Evening. Shu Zi and the others were walking and talking on the forest path. It's so shocking. Instructor Shen's explanations from basic to advanced almost opened up a new world for me. That's right, high-level warriors analyze the art of swordsmanship, just like looking at the problem from a high position. The things that we were obsessed with and confused about in the past now seem to be very simple truths. Yes, one class has allowed me to break through to a small level in my main battle method, and I have gained so much. After the class, everyone also competed and experimented in the martial arts hall, and their insights quickly settled. It can be said, today is not as physically exhausting as yesterday's hunting competition. The mental drain is huge. But their expressions were all full of excitement. Hey, look, isn't that Chen Yi? Suddenly, one of the middle-parted teenagers pointed forward. Several people looked up and found Chen Yi walking towards the recycling building carrying a large backpack. That backpack, it's so good. Isn't he going to the wilderness area to hunt? It should be. Judging from the dirty appearance with dust attached to it, it seems that it has experienced a lot of battles. Brother Shu, I remember you said that Chen Yi also used a knife. He didn't come to Instructor Shen's class today. Humph, Shu Zi snorted coldly. He's just a arrogant guy. So what if I have a good foundation? It's only a matter of time before we catch up. This. Others were a little stunned when they heard this. Shu Zi seems to have a lot of resentment towards Chen Yi. But it sounds normal. As a member of number 1 middle school, everyone knows that Shu Zi is very competitive. They all use knives as well. Chen Yi's points ranking in the hunting competition surpassed Shu Zi's, and he must be a little unhappy. However, where there is resentment, there is resentment. What Shu Zi said is quite reasonable. Really. If you use points to exchange for Instructor Shen's individual coaching lessons, it will cost 100 points per session. And as far as what I'm talking about today is concerned, there is no difference between individual guidance and public guidance. Hey, even if you want to go to the wilderness area to fight, can't you choose a time when there are no open classes? Several people expressed their incomprehension. The next time Instructor Shen will hold a public instruction class will be in 5 days. Whatever, he may regret it when he falls significantly behind in the next hunting competition. Shu Zi said coldly. Ignore this guy, let's go and learn 2 more moves. I seem to have gained a little more understanding of the way of the sword. Material recycling department. Chen Yi strode in. Or go to the nearest counter. I want to recycle materials. Okay, please put the materials on the conveyor belt. Chen Yi placed the storage bag on the conveyor belt and sent it in. After a minute, okay, classmate, the total value of your materials is 55 points. Do you want to recycle them? Recycle. Didi. Soon. The points on the spark bracelet are credited to your account. Looking at these points, Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the points for this hunting operation are nearly twice as high as yesterday. This is also normal, after the strength has undergone transformation. As you enter deeper wilderness areas and kill more powerful monsters, the materials on them will naturally become more valuable. The dining hall of Xingwo building. At this moment, many instructors are here, eating a big meal. The delicious food on the table exudes an attractive atmosphere. Even these delicacies that are rich in the energy of heaven and earth, if some unqualified warriors just smell them, the blood bottleneck may be loosened. Everyone was talking about today's teaching experience. Alas, that Zhang Yan is too straight-tempered. It's not suitable for learning some of the more subtle body movements at all. So I recommended him a kind of martial arts that allows him to build up his momentum and then make a big move. Oh, he actually went to attend your public class on Shenfa. Hey, what's so strange about this? His weakest point is his physical skills. It's normal to want to make up for your shortcomings. Brother Shen, why don't you speak? Shen Hao on the side picked up a wine glass on the table and drank it in one gulp. Then he couldn't help but complain. The man named Chen Yi doesn't know what's going on. You didn't even come to my swordsmanship class. HMPH, I guess I think my swordsmanship is already superb enough, so I feel a little arrogant. Oh, is there such a thing? A colleague expressed confusion. Brother Shen, you are here to guide these young boys. It is a great blessing for them. They don't know how to cherish it. That's right, Chen Yi will regret it sooner or later. Although his talent is indeed amazing, it only applies to Nanzhong. Originally, Chen Yi should have the opportunity to compete with the geniuses of the entire Daxia kingdom, but if he continues to be so arrogant, he may miss it. You know, although these instructors are warriors who have controlled the power of heaven and earth. But there are also differences in strength. Only Zhang Tianming and Shen Hao are 6th grade warriors, and the rest of the instructors are 5th grade. And it just so happened that Shen Hao also used a knife. It would be no exaggeration to say that this is great luck for Chen Yi or this class of knife-wielding students. But this guy didn't appreciate it at all. Then why did he go to the public instruction class today? Isn't it because you were too tired from hunting yesterday that you have been resting? Not really. Logically speaking, a warrior's energy recovery speed should be very fast. In addition, Chen Yi was not injured at all. Every time he killed a monster, he recited scriptures and rested for a minute. Shen Hao denied and shook his head. Let me tell Chen Yi where that kid went. A familiar voice came. Da da da. Heavy footsteps sounded. Zhang Tianming walked slowly from the door. Brother Zhang, you are here. Have you finished processing the official documents from the military department? Thank you for your hard work, Brother Zhang. Everyone greeted and responded quickly. But Shen Hao raised his eyebrows. Oh, what do you mean? Does that kid have some hidden agenda for not coming to my public instruction class? Zhang Tianming sat down with a smile. Old Shen still understands me. I won't let you off the hook. This Chen Yi went to the wilderness area to fight all day. Ah, another day of fighting in the wilderness area. Doesn't he need to reflect on the gains and losses in the battle? It seems that it is not necessary. Chen Yi's battle basically made no mistakes and was perfect. Then the question is, since it's already so perfect, what else do you need to go to the wilderness area to hone? Not sure. It's a bit of a waste of time. Want to earn points. Shen Hao touched his bald head. Strange, I have never seen a high school student so eager to fight. But Lao Zhang, Chen Yi is a good young man. I think we should find an opportunity to persuade him. If he were an ordinary person, Shen Hao might not have the heart to love talents. If you waste your time, you will be wasting your time. It is normal for young people to suffer some losses. But Chen Yi's words and decisive temper he admired so much. Another sword monster. It was really unbearable to see him wasting such a long time. I've already persuaded you today, what do you think? Zhang Tianming picked up a Lingyun grape from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, then shook his head and said. Have you persuaded me? And a day in the wilderness area? Before anyone could think about it, Zhang Tianming continued. Hey, let's not worry about this kid. He is different from other students in this batch. He has his own path to follow. I'll tell you directly, he was in the wilderness area today, and finally even went deep into the area with a risk factor of 2.6. What's even more exaggerated is that the sword skills performed by this kid have reached the mysterious level of silver level, and the sword skills have also reached the level of nature. What? Impossible. Oh my god. As soon as these words came out, all the instructors present widened their eyes. Some people were even so shocked that they couldn't hold the food in their hands firmly and dropped it to the ground. The news that he was able to use silver-grade sword skills and reach a state of natural perfection was really too shocking. Even if you are a third-grade warrior, only a very few people can do this, right? That's it. Shen Hao smiled bitterly. He doesn't come to my class because of feelings. It's not because I look down on him, but because he really can't learn anything. Now it seems that in terms of martial arts talent alone, Chen Yi is the top genius in the entire Daxia kingdom. Such geniuses and monsters. I'm afraid even the brain circuit is different from other people's, so naturally I won't be able to learn anything in the open class. Zhang Tianming patted Shen Hao on the shoulder. Ha 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 ha, Lao Shen, you don't have to be too sad. This is a good thing for us. Chen Yi's future is limitless. When he becomes famous in the future, we can brag to others that Chen Yi has been mentored by us. Shen Hao rolled his eyes. How the hell can you be any more shameless? What did you instruct? Shen Hao rubbed his chin. But, looking at it this way, there is no suspense about being number one this time. Others are simply not on the same level as Chen Yi. Now it's up to them to see who can compete for second place. Night. Villa number 17 in the student area. Chen Yi is in the bathroom. Soaked in the pure black medicinal soup, his face looked ferocious. Yeah, this medicinal bath is really a bit strong. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. This is because he now has the power of the netherworld around him, and coupled with the effect of the 6-layer Shira body, his body is much tighter than that of warriors of the same realm. Only then can I barely bear it. If it were Shu Zi, I am afraid that the moment he entered the medicinal soup, his entire body would be corroded and injured. If time passes a little longer, it would be normal for him to die in this medicinal soup and turn into a pile of withered bones. About an hour or so passed. Finally, all the essence of the medicinal soup was absorbed by Chen Yi. Stand up. Chen Yi let out a long breath. It's over. Although this medicinal bath is painful, the effect is extremely amazing. If it weren't for this method, there would be an upper limit for daily absorption. Chen Yi is willing to stay immersed in it. Then exchange all the ghost points obtained today into green long-term signatures, so you have 2. Extract. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 320 points of pure life force. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 310 points of pure life force. Sizzling. Chen Yi was enveloped in colorful brilliance. The extremely pure energy was integrated into Chen Yi's limbs and bones, transforming the flesh and blood cells. After a few breaths passed, Chen Yi opened his eyes. It is indeed a green-grade long-term lottery, and the pure life force drawn is also massive, which is more than 10 times higher than the life power points drawn from the white grade before. Afterwards, Chen Yi replaced some of the weaker monsters in the suppressed state with stronger ones. The number of ghost points per hour has also been increased from 3 to 3.5. Name: Chen Yi. Position: Official Ghost Officer 1322 60,000ths. Current number of demons suppressed, 10 out of 10. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 3.5 points. Number of ghost points, 511. Acquisition methods: 6 layers of Shira body, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1, Manganiu Fist. Evaluation: the underworld ghost agent who has first glimpsed a way to suppress darkness. The improvement of the panel is still very immediate. Sudden. A feeling of fatigue came over me. So tired. A day of fighting, coupled with soaking in powerful decoctions, is very fulfilling, and the speed of improvement in strength is also very obvious. But it also made Chen Yi almost reach his load. Finally, order the late-night snack set to reward yourself and replenish your energy, then go to sleep. Immediately, Chen Yi opened the training camp treasure house projection. Started picking out meal packages. The following few days, Chen Yi kept repeating this route. During the day, go to the wilderness area to fight and grind. Obtain ghost points, death energy, experience, and monster materials. In the evening, take a medicinal bath. Polish your body again. It's like being blind to what's going on outside the window. What kind of battles and discussions between students, what kind of open classes for guidance. Everything in the training camp seemed to have nothing to do with Chen Yi. Even if Chen Yi hadn't accidentally been seen going to the material recycling department. Many people have forgotten that there is such a person among the top 10. But this kind of crazy practice is almost ascetic. Chen Yi's strength is also rapidly improving. Late at night 10 days later, Chen Yi pricked his finger with a blood needle in front of the qi and blood tester in the practice room of his residence. Blood dripped. Buzz buzz. After the tester made a slight sound, a line of text is displayed. Qi and blood value, 73.6. That's right, in these 10 days, Chen Yi's health value has reached the threshold of 50 from the beginning. Reached more than 70. You must know that as the flesh and blood tissue becomes tighter and stronger, the difficulty of improving each unit will gradually increase. If this speed of improvement were revealed, it would definitely shock all the students who thought Chen Yi was wasting his time. However, Chen Yi's strength improvement is far more than that. Over the past few days, under the polishing of the death energy and the nourishment of the medicinal bath, the strength of my physical body has been improved to a completely new level. Extend your right hand. Sizzle. The power of the netherworld within the body began to mobilize. Chen Yi's right hand was gradually covered by light black. At this moment, the strength of his right hand has reached a level comparable to that of a top-grade weapon. If in a battle, in the same realm, Chen Yi Guang could use this hand to dominate his body and exchange injuries for injuries, which would be enough to crush his opponent. In addition, there are some secret techniques obtained by extracting ghost points. For example, Dark Eyes is to pour the power of the netherworld into the eyes, allowing oneself to gain the power to detect illusions. It can make some ghosts with the power of invisibility appear. Anyway, Chen Yi's current strength is completely different from what it was at the beginning of the camp. If you were playing against yourself at that time, I'm afraid that within one move, I could instantly kill myself at that time. Turn on the spark bracelet projection. In the points balance in the upper right corner, there are still 730 points stored there. Due to the improvement in strength, the daily hunting efficiency is also constantly improving. Now the day is over. The number of points Chen Yi could exchange for the materials he brought back was already around 80 or 90. In other words, not only is it completely affordable to purchase medicinal bath materials, there can still be a lot of profit. After all, they are different from other students who need to purchase separate instructional courses, martial arts training methods, including main battle weapons. In terms of martial arts, Chen Yi had already mastered it the moment he picked it up. There is no shortage of methods and no need for guidance. In terms of weapons, there are extremely useful and versatile magic weapons such as the magic spirit ball. There are too few places to spend points. That means spending some money on food and medicinal materials. But no warrior would mind having too much money. After leaving the training camp, the speed of making money will not be so fast for the time being. Save some in advance to take precautions. That's great too. Didi. Suddenly, a message came from Chen Yi's mobile phone. Open it. It was Shu Zi who sent it. Chen Yi, there will be Instructor Shen's public instruction class tomorrow morning. Do you want to come? Public instruction class. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. To be honest, this has absolutely zero effect on me. The past is a waste of time. However, Shu Zi also had good intentions, so his reply couldn't be too direct. After pondering for a while, Chen Yi edited a message and sent it. Thank you for reminding me, but I have a very important move in my mind that I want to verify tomorrow, and I need to go to the wilderness area. After replying, Chen Yi put down his phone. I went to prepare a medicinal bath. Inside Villa number 65, Shu Zi, who had already changed into a bathrobe, looked at the messages on his phone and sighed. Chen Yi, you are too conceited. Even a genius can't be too complacent. Perhaps you will only wake up when you see your ranking in the hunting competition again. Shu Zi's eyes revealed regret. For so many days, there are rumors among the students that Chen Yi has gone crazy. In this extremely precious opportunity in the Spark training camp, I don't know how to seize it. I only know how to earn points in the wilderness area. Many people think that he has fallen into the eyes of money, including Shu Zi. Actually, he thinks so in his heart. In fact, there was a feeling in his heart that Chen Yi was so angry that he didn't know how to be blessed despite being blessed. If he, Shu Zi, had such talent, I will definitely give my best and try my best to rank among the top 5 or 3 in the training camp. Hey, when can I kill that beast? Shu Zi's deep voice echoed in the room. The nails of his fists were dug into the flesh. 2 days later, at sunset, inside the materials recycling department, many people were queuing up to submit monster materials for recycling. A blue-haired boy was waiting for the points worth of statistical materials in the background. Suddenly asked, "Hey, little sister, isn't there a student named Chen Yi who comes here every day to submit materials? Approximately how many points can he gain each time?" The receptionist smiled politely. "Sorry, classmate, this is about other people's privacy and is confidential." "That's right." The blue-haired boy nodded. After hearing this, several people behind him immediately cheered. "I said Xiaohu, why are you asking about this? Then even if Chen Yi is immersed in the wilderness area all day long, he can get up to 40 points, which is almost as high as the sky. This can be figured out with a simple calculation. What does it mean that if a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools? Chen Yi doesn't seem to understand this. If you don't think about improving your own strength, you only focus on points. This is because you are obsessed with money. Yes, he just relies on his good foundation. I heard that he often orders the top-notch late-night set meals in the middle of the night. I think a meal costs several points. Hi, so extravagant, this must be a rumor. No, this is when my friend saw with his own eyes that the cart with luxuriously packaged dishes was delivered to Chen Yi's residence. Shu Zi, who was standing behind the team, had a sneer on his lips. HMPH, it's like I've never seen martial arts resources before. That's right, a poor boy suddenly saw the colorful world and couldn't walk. With this kind of money, it's better to buy martial arts techniques. For Chen Yi, Shu Zi was still a little in awe at first, but now his depraved appearance made him look down upon him even more. I feel even more ashamed that I once regarded Chen Yi as my opponent and target in the training camp. However, when talking about how Chen Yi surrendered, Wan Ning always defended him. This guy, isn't he just a little bit more handsome? Ridiculous. Before you mock Chen Yi, you should first surpass him in the hunting competition. Sudden, a sarcastic voice sounded. It was Xiao Zuian who was handling recycling business at the counter next to him. Originally, Chen Yi went back and forth between the wilderness area and the student accommodation area at 2 o'clock in one line all day long. Most people in the Spark training camp have almost forgotten about this top 10 talent. After all, everyone is here to improve and sprint, and their own strength is the key. But Xiao Zuian had heard several times that a small group headed by Shu Zi ridiculed Chen Yi. When I saw it today, it was indeed the case. Of course he couldn't help but speak. You're so brave, boy. We're talking, what's the matter with you? Ha, I recognize him. This kid is also a student of Nanjong No. 5 Middle School. Shu Zi looked gloomy and stepped forward. Boy, what do you mean? We are discussing that Chen Yi, what are you doing? Beyond him. Don't worry, it's just about this hunting competition. If you have any objections to my words, don't accept them. Let's make a fight. Xiao Zuian's face looked ugly when he was attacked. Fighting is a way to resolve conflicts among students in the Spark training camp. Both parties take out a certain amount of points for betting. Those who lose will have their bet points taken away. Not to mention the opponent's overwhelming numbers. Even if Shu Zi is the only one, he is no match. His combat strength is placed in the Spark training camp, which is only 40 or 50 at most. And Shu Zi, a few days ago, the Qi and Blood realm has exceeded the 50 mark, and he has become a second-grade warrior. Almost firmly in the top 15. Shu Zi, why do you always target Chen Yi? Suddenly, at this moment, a clear and angry female voice sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a girl with a delicate face wearing a light blue sportswear standing at the door. The person who came was none other than Su Wanning. She walked quickly to Xiao Zuian's side and said to Shu Zi with anger still on her face. You keep slandering Chen Yi, aren't you just jealous of his martial arts talent? Others have no grudges against you. Your behavior is simply a naked villain. I think even if it takes another month or two, you will not be Chen Yi's opponent. Su Wanning always knew that Shu Zi liked her. Girls have always been very sensitive to this kind of emotion. Not to mention Shu Zi, who is addicted to martial arts and is not good at hiding his emotions. Before, although she had no feelings for Shu Zi, she still thought that he was a very hard-working student and worthy of her study. But after meeting Chen Yi at Muchuan Martial Arts School that day, it's like this guy took the wrong medicine. Everything he does is the behavior of a villain. I encountered this scene today. It made her even more nauseous. What Su Wanning doesn't know is that teenagers of 18 or 19, especially those who are just starting to fall in love, can be so naive. Shu Zi tested it. Sensing that Su Wanning's attitude towards Chen Yi was different, she became increasingly unhappy. Naked villain. These words kept echoing in Shu Zi's mind, causing his brain to almost shut down. The whole person froze on the spot as if struck by thunder. When the students in the hall saw this scene, they also looked over with interest. After all, It's hard to have some fun and relax during the boring days of crazy sprinting and self-improvement. Shu Zi was in a daze for a short time. This emotion turned into anger, the kind of extremely shameful anger. Bitch, bitch. At this moment, even Shu Zi didn't notice that his face turned completely ferocious. Okay, didn't you say that I am not Chen Yi's opponent? Tomorrow noon, I will meet Chen Yi at the martial arts gym number A. The bet is the student's points limit, 200 points. Hasn't he been earning points? So many points should be worth his while, right? If Chen Yi doesn't dare to come, he will take a detour whenever he sees me in the future. 200 points. Hiss. In the hall, many students took a breath of cold air. This is already the upper limit of points that can be raised in the battle. For any student, it is a huge amount of money. This is also almost all of Shu Zi's current wealth. Let's go. After saying this, Shu Zi left the hall without looking back. The few followers behind him looked at each other and followed him. Only the blue-haired boy was a little dizzy. Hey, wait, my storage backpack hasn't come out yet. Toot. Fortunately, at this moment, the backpack was transported out. This eased the awkward situation. The blue-haired boy quickly picked it up and ran out quickly. Xiao Zuian looked solemn. A battle for 200 points. To be honest, this is a huge amount. Now, even if he stays in the wilderness area and fights all day long, he still can't earn 30 points. And besides Chen Yi, who stays in the wilderness area every day. To fight against the most diligent students, it only takes 2 days to go out and 1 day to reach the top. After all, everyone still has to attend public instruction classes and polish their understanding of martial arts. Therefore, it is normal for everyone to earn points before they spend them fast enough to make ends meet. This is also part of the significance of the semi-monthly hunting competition. Let everyone have a sense of competition and at the same time find some martial arts resources. Because of this, generally speaking, people only win a few prizes when gambling, and not a lot of points. After all, the period of sprinting for the martial arts college entrance examination at Spark Training Camp can be regarded as a relationship between classmates. The students here are all geniuses. It will be a good thing to have a wider network in the future. There is no need to make you blush, right? But 200 points, including the words just now, showed that Shu Zi was really going to break up with Chen Yi. Classmate Xiao. You should be very familiar with Chen Yi. They are both from number 5 middle school. After Su Wan Ning exhaled a breath, he turned around and asked. We're very familiar, but we can't talk about it. We only contact him occasionally. Xiao Zuian answered honestly. He can see it now. The reason why those people targeted Chen Yi was to please Shu Zi, and the reason why Shu Zi was so hostile. It was obvious that he had something to do with the innocent and lovely girl in front of him. Beauty is a disaster. Xiao Zuian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Su Wanning nodded. Then please help me tell Chen Yi that Shu Zi has not only reached the level of a second-grade warrior in the past few days, but he has also practiced a peak bronze sword technique to the point of minor success. If he is not sure, he can choose not to fight for the time being. Also, continuing to fight in the wilderness area is not a good thing. Everyone will become numb in the killing. Xiao Zuian's mouth twitched. What the hell? Backhand, you reported all the details of Shu Zi's cards, right? Good guy, this is obviously interesting to Chen Yi. Is it too late for me to escape from this complicated relationship vortex? However, a small achievement in bronze peak swordsmanship. Xiao Zuian was shocked. Is this Shu Zi so powerful? That is a level of sword technique that many second-level warriors with broken chi and blood cannot get started with. Of course, he didn't know that Chen Yi had been able to use the peak bronze sword technique so well at the beginning of the camp, otherwise he would have been even more surprised. Okay, got it, I'll pass it on. Su Wanning's expression seemed to be relieved. Back when they were at Muchuan Martial Arts School, they could see that although Chen Yi's sword skills were extremely mysterious, but chi and blood are relatively weak. The reason why Shu Zi dared to challenge such a big bet. It's not all crazy. With the strength of chi and blood of a second-grade warrior coupled with the sword skills of a peak bronze master, he thought he had a chance to win. Night. Villa number 17 in the student area. At this moment, Chen Yi has finished a day of fighting in the wilderness. Returned to the residence. In the hall, gurgling. Chen Yi poured a cup of spiritual tea. Passed it over. Thank you. Xiao Zuian took the spirit tea and took a sip. In an instant, the fragrance bursts out on the tip of the tongue. The cold energy made him shudder, and he blurted out, "Good tea." Chen Yi smiled. It's okay. This is also the iced tea exchanged in the training camp treasury. It can barely be considered a silver grade. 12 points and 1 tael are very precious. 12 points, 1 or 2. Xiao Zuian was shocked. If converted into purchasing power, these 2 spirit teas are worth almost 60,000 Daxia coins. It seems that some of the rumors about Chen Yi are not entirely groundless. Indeed, this lifestyle is a bit extravagant. Yes, these foods have the effect of nourishing blood and flesh and allowing the body to absorb nutrients. It can be compared to other improvement methods such as purchasing martial arts techniques and individual instruction classes from instructors. The price-performance ratio is too low. No one dares to spend their points like this. But what Xiao Zuian didn't know was that the methods, instructional classes, and even those pills were of no use to Chen Yi. With the Underworld system, there are too few places where Chen Yi can spend points. Moreover, the practice of 6 layers of Shira body is too hard and difficult. In addition to nourishing, these foods can also relieve mental stress. This is also a way to improve efficiency. For Chen Yi, it was quite worthwhile. By the way, you said you came to me if you have something urgent. What happened? Chen Yi himself took a sip of the spiritual tea, and then asked directly. It's about Shu Zi asking you for a fight. Xiao Zuian also looked serious when it came to business matters. About 5 minutes later, the whole story was finally told. So that's it. Chen Yi nodded. I was still surprised just now when a fight application was suddenly sent to my spark bracelet. Before I could check it, Xiao Zuian came. This Shu Zi is really looking for death. Chen Yi sneered and said lightly. Back at Muchuan Martial Arts School, this guy looked like he wanted to challenge me. But because Chen Yi understood in his heart, the difference in strength between the two was too great. This battle was a complete waste of time, so they ignored it. I didn't expect this guy to enter the training camp and still keep calm. In addition to constantly slandering yourself, you also want to ask for a fight. Fortunately, Chen Yi has been turned off recently and has never heard of this guy's remarks. Otherwise, Shu Zi wouldn't have to look for him, and he would have to teach him a lesson first. Chen Yi, if you are not sure, you can choose to retreat. After all, this fight is not mandatory. There is nothing he can do if you don't go. According to reliable information, Shu Zi has mastered a peak bronze sword technique to a minor level, and his blood value has exceeded 50, reaching the realm of a second-grade warrior. Xiao Zuian reminded him. However, the words came out. Chen Yi's expression didn't even change at all. Will the blood value exceed 50? My own energy and blood have reached over 70. Bronze peak swordsmanship level. Now Chen Yi has all kinds of martial arts techniques that are as mysterious as silver at his fingertips. This does not count the powerful defense power of 6-layer Shira body, and the blessing of the power of the Netherworld. In Chen Yi's eyes, Shu Zi's combat prowess was no different than that of an ant. Naturally, he wouldn't care at all. 200 points, it's barely worth my while. Murderous intent flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. I usually don't want to argue with these ants, but if they really step on my head, there's no need to be polite. Xiao Zuian only felt that Chen Yi's momentum suddenly changed at this moment. Like a Shira god of killing. His legs couldn't stop shaking. This kind of aura, in addition to the effect of the power of the Netherworld, is also related to Chen Yi's crazy killings in recent days. A thought flashed through Xiao Zuian's mind. I'm afraid Chen Yi hasn't been wasting his time these days as everyone guessed. The next day, on the main road inside Alloy Base, some students chatted excitedly. Have you heard that Shu Zi, known as the Sword Madman, challenged Chen Yi with a bet of 200 points? 200 points. Oh my god, this is too much. I can't get 50 points from my whole body right now. Ahem, I have a question, who is Chen Yi? Have you forgotten this? He ranked 8th in the first hunting competition. Well, I'm a little impressed when you say that. The main reason is that there is so little information about him. In this way, this battle is a competition between the needle and the wheat. I must go and see it. Where did it come from? Budoka number A. Several people immediately decided to go to Martial Arts Hall A to witness this duel. Having fun is the main thing. No, it's the second thing. Maybe you can learn something from the competition between the masters, which is the most important thing. At this moment, a bald man wearing an instructor's uniform walked towards him. It was Shen Hao. Hey, where are you rushing to in such a hurry? Instructor, there is a top-notch battle at the number. A martial arts hall, Shu Zi versus Chen Yi. Do you want to go see it? By the way, Chen Yi is the one who ranked 8th in the first hunting competition. At the end of the sentence, one student gave a special reminder. There is no way, there is too little news about Chen Yi recently. Among the other top 10 geniuses, which one is not said to have learned some martial arts today and gained a lot of energy and blood tomorrow? As for Chen Yi, he just stayed in the wilderness area all day long. I hardly communicate with other students, so the sense of existence is actually not strong. Shen Hao was stunned. Shu Zi versus Chen Yi. Then he shook his head. Forget it, it's not interesting. I won't waste my time on this one-sided duel. After saying that, he continued walking forward. These students don't know. The instructors all know how terrifying Chen Yi is. The ultimate swordsmanship, terrifying explosive power, and extremely calm timing of combat. It can be said that Chen Yi has completely surpassed the level of all other students. Isn't this kind of fight just a waste of time? This. Seeing Shen Hao's reaction, several people also looked at each other. Is the gap that big? Although Shu Zi's recent progress has been like a miracle and he has been praised several times by instructor Chen, Chen Yi is not an ordinary person. He ranked 8th in the competition last time. Hard to say. We don't know Chen Yi's strength, but instructor Shen should have more information. In the past 10 days or so of the training camp, we all know how much we have transformed, but Chen Yi has been soaking in the wilderness area all day long. Maybe it's really stretched a lot. After listening to Shen Hao's words, they thought the instructor was saying that Shu Zi was too far ahead in combat power and there was nothing to watch. After such a small episode, on the way to number a martial arts hall, the group's interest also waned. At the same time, many students in the training camp also heard the news. They rushed over to watch the battle. After all, even apart from the fact that both of them are top students, such a high amount of points alone makes this duel very interesting. Inside the number a martial arts hall, many people have gathered here at this moment. In the middle of the venue, Shu Zi was on the ring, waiting with his eyes closed and a long knife on his back. Among the people watching the game were some of the top talent from the training camp. Among them was Ao Hai, who ranked 1st in the last hunting competition. I didn't expect that even Brother Ao would come to watch the battle. Brother Ao, how do you comment on today's battle? After Ao Hai pondered for a while, he slowly said, I think Chen Yi might be slightly better. He still couldn't forget that he caught a glimpse of the dark power in Chen Yi's body under the city tower on the opening day of the camp. The darkness is heart-stopping. So even now Chen Yi has been obsessed with earning points in the wilderness area for so many days. He still had a hunch in his heart that Chen Yi would win. What? The students on the side were a little surprised. Most of the current trends still think that Shu Zi will win. After all, as a newly promoted second-level warrior. In addition, I heard that Shen Hao had praised him several times for his very domineering sword skills. He has been in the limelight recently. Many people even think that Shu Zi has a chance to break into the top 10 in the upcoming hunting competition. But now Ao Hai actually thinks Chen Yi will win. This is really a bit unexpected. HMPH. Zhang Yan snorted coldly. I think you like to be unique and attract attention. Although Shu Zi's strength is not yet at the top. But I think it's no problem to break into the top 10 in this hunting competition. This Chen Yi is too arrogant and addicted to earning points. The strength of the two is no longer what it used to be. In the last hunting competition, Zhang Yan's points were slightly behind Ao Hai, ranking 2nd. This made him very unconvinced. So subconsciously, Zhang Yan was still used to going against Ao Hai. Ao Hai rolled his eyes. This rough guy is a bit too straightforward. You are always competing with yourself, right? Time flies. It's almost the agreed 12 o'clock. Chen Yi didn't show up for a long time. Shu Zi on the stage was already impatient with the waiting and frowned slightly. Even the referee instructor on the side yawned. The patience of the students below is also slowly being worn away. Will Chen Yi not come? Escape? No, that's not the case. I heard that he has already accepted the challenge email. If he chooses to give up directly, 20% of the bet points will be deducted. That's 40 o'clock. Isn't this free money? It's hard to say, but he should be able to tell which one is more important, 40 points or 200 points. Maybe my brain got hot yesterday and I decided to stop. I regret it if I feel like I can't beat you today. No, Xiao Zuian said confidently in the crowd. He thought of Chen Yi's murderous eyes and the intimidating momentum last night. There is no way he will run away from the battlefield. The guys looked at Xiao Zuian, and someone immediately recognized that he was also a student of Nanzhong No. 5 Middle School. So I felt relieved a little bit. Although Chen Yi has always been mysterious since the opening of the camp. But since we are both in middle school, we should know a little more about each other. Sudden, there were rapid footsteps at the door. Chen Yi's figure appeared. It looks extremely dazzling in the sun. It was so dangerous, I almost missed it. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Yi jumped directly onto the ring. Chen Yi, I thought you were going to be a coward. Shu Zi opened his eyes and said sarcastically. Are you mentally ill? The time is set at noon, why can't I go to practice in the morning? Are you just waiting here for this showdown that has no suspense? It's extremely stupid to close your eyes and pretend to be a master. Chen Yi responded directly. Chen Yi has nothing to be polite about this kind of idiot who has nothing to do but imagines an imaginary enemy. Even if he weren't in the training camp, he would be in big trouble if he killed other students. Chen Yi would really kill him directly. But even if he can't kill, today's battle will break his heart. These words were so offensive that Shu Zi was stunned, his mouth slightly open as he didn't know how to answer. The students watching the battle in the audience were even more stunned. What did Chen Yi say? In other words, even at this time in the morning, Chen Yi ran to the wilderness area. Oh my god, how much do you like to collect points? No wonder we're almost late. That's outrageous. Su Wanning also moved her beautiful eyes slightly. He glanced at Xiao Zuian resentfully. Xiao Zuian was startled by the stare, and then smiled bitterly. My aunt, it's not that I didn't convey your words to Chen Yi. But he simply has his own plans. Chen Yi's murderous intent last night made him dare not continue to persuade him to go to the wilderness less often. Xiao Zuian had a vague feeling in his heart that he and Chen Yi were not on the same level at all. Sharp. After holding back for a long time, Shu Zi only said these 4 words. No need to say much, instructor, let's get started directly. Chen Yi turned to the referee instructor and said to the referee without talking nonsense. Although the medical resources in the training camp are in place. But if he died on the spot, he still couldn't be saved. So in order to avoid deaths in gambling battles, in every game, there will be a 5th grade instructor who controls the power of heaven and earth as the referee. No problem, classmate Chen Yi. The referee instructor wearing a beret smiled warmly at Chen Yi. For this kind of top genius who is destined to achieve great achievements if he does not fall. His attitude was still very polite. This scene also left the students in the audience dumbfounded. What's the situation? The instructor's tone and expression when he spoke to Chen Yi were too kind. Could it be that Chen Yi and this referee instructor are related to each other? Hiss. With so many people watching, it shouldn't be a shady story, right? By the way, please be gentler later and don't kill anyone. The referee instructor added. Don't worry, instructor, I'm measured. Chen Yi nodded and responded naturally. ? What does it mean? Listening to this, why do you feel that Chen Yi has won this battle? Not that much. In a 200-point battle, you must go all out. Why did the referee instructor tell Chen Yi to be gentle? There is only one possibility. He thinks Chen Yi is far stronger than Shu Zi. The students speculated for a while. Zhang Yan and Ao Hai frowned. To be honest, even if Shu Zi's strength is not as good as theirs, it is still at the same level. If they were gambling and fighting, the referee instructor wouldn't say such a thing, right? Up until now, they had all watched this battle with a superior mentality. But now, when Shu Zi heard this, the veins on his forehead popped out. The instructor also looks down on me. You also told Chen Yi to be gentle and not beat me to death. What a joke. But he didn't dare to get angry with the instructor. He could only look at Chen Yi angrily. Chen Yi, don't think that because your sword skills are great, you can be arrogant. Wait, where is your knife? Shu Zi suddenly noticed something and asked doubtfully. Only then did everyone realize that Chen Yi was now bare-handed. No, I don't need a weapon at all to fight a clown like you. Chen Yi said calmly. What the hell? Shu Zi's face turned red instantly. He pulled out the long knife, and his whole body trembled slightly with anger. The students were also shocked. What does this mean? No weapons. Isn't Chen Yi a swordsman? 80% of his strength lies in the sword. How can he fight without a weapon? I don't know, it's a bit pretentious to tell the truth. Shu Zi is not a rotten fish or shrimp. Chen Yi's nonsense is too outrageous. Even for the sake of the 200-point bet, I should go all out. Could it be that Chen Yi wants to be a money-giving boy? Ao Hai also twitched the corner of his mouth. What a joke. No weapons, just the body. Unless there is a whole level difference between the two, in that case, with the tightness of flesh and blood of a high-level warrior, perhaps he can be less constrained. It can be said that if he didn't use weapons, he wouldn't be Shu Zi's opponent. Su Wanning clenched her fists anxiously. Why is such a crucial gambling battle so important? Shu Zi calmed down at this moment and said quickly, okay, in that case, don't use weapons. Let's see how capable you are. He also figured it out. Without weapons, Chen Yi is the only one who suffers. Winning this battle and defeating Chen Yi in front of Su Wanning will not only wash away the shame of the recycling place just now, but also get a huge 200 points. All benefit and no harm. Chen Yi lost because he was arrogant, and no one would say that he could not win with force. On the contrary, everyone will think Chen Yi is stupid. Moreover, if they really fight with all their strength, Chen Yi's weird sword skills will make Shu Zi a little afraid, and he is not sure of victory. This is just right. Then, the combatants from both sides are ready. Seeing this, the referee instructor did not persuade him. After all, it is up to the students on both sides to choose how to fight. As a referee, he would never go astray. In fact, he still had a small expectation in his heart. Originally, there should be no suspense in this battle. All the instructors knew in their hearts that Chen Yi's combat power was superior to all other students. Without weapons, perhaps this battle would be worth watching. The referee instructor raised his hand. Prepare. Start. Boom. As the words fell, in the first moment, Shu Zi's legs exploded with all their strength, and he rose into the air. Hold the handle of the long knife tightly with both hands. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Peak bronze swordsmanship, empty cut. As soon as Shu Zi came up, he did not hesitate to use the latest secret technique he had learned. Not the slightest temptation. Not only did he want to win, he also wanted to win cleanly. Even if it can leave Chen Yi with hidden wounds, that would be great. With this belief, Shu Zi only felt that his sword seemed to be sharper than the previous ones. The muscles in his hands suddenly exerted force. This force was transmitted to the long knife, causing it to tremble slightly and make a buzzing sound. At this moment, this long knife resonated with the air. The essence of Kongju Slash is here, making the air tremble slightly and generating a powerful momentum. The moment he cuts the enemy's body, the rushing air explodes into the body, which can produce more powerful lethality. Chen Yi, suffer death. This scene made many students' expressions change. What a powerful swordsmanship. Is Shu Zi's strength so strong? Without a weapon, what is Chen Yi going to do? All I can say is it's a bit dangerous. Back off, Chen Yi. At this critical moment, Chen Yi still didn't move at all. Stand still. The moment the long knife slashed at him, Chen Yi finally moved. Raising the palm of his right hand, the power of the netherworld rapidly circulated in his body and gathered on his right palm. Kakaka, covered with light black keratin condensation. The body of Shira. Boom. The long knife slashed down, making the sound of metal colliding. On the ring, Chen Yi's light black palm was holding the tip of the knife, preventing it from moving forward. Everyone present was stunned. Oh my god, what is this? Chen Yi's superpower. This defense is too strong. The physical body took the blow. Incredible, this is Shu Zi, who has just stepped into the threshold of the second-level warrior and mastered the Bronze Peak martial arts method. The students couldn't help but marvel, mainly because Shu Zi violently attacked, but was caught with one hand. This scene was indeed a bit too shocking. Even the referee instructor was stunned. Good guy, this physical defense is stronger than those who specialize in body training. Never heard that Chen Yi has such a skill. Shu Zi, the person involved, was even more shaken. How can it be? How could he achieve this level, the promised swordsmanship genius? However, Chen Yi did not give Shu Zi much time to react. The left hand struck suddenly. Boom, he slapped Shu Zi hard on the chest. At the moment of contact, what no one noticed was that wisps of dark energy penetrated smoothly into Shu Zi's body. Withstood this terrifying blow, Shu Zi immediately flew backwards like a sandbag. It fell to the ground. Victor, Chen Yi. He ended the battle so cleanly without using any weapons. Even the referee instructor was stunned for a moment before announcing the result. Is this the end? Sure enough, Brother Ao's analysis is still accurate. Chen Yi's strength is too terrifying. Even Shu Zi was defeated in a flash of lightning. I'm afraid I won't even be able to break through Chen Yi's defense if I go up there. Hiss, who spread the word that he is a swordsman genius? He is clearly a body-refining master. This strength is so terrifying. The spectators were all shocked. Ao Hai also smiled awkwardly. Although he thought Chen Yi could win just now, his tone was clearly judging the battle between weaklings. Don't feel too condescending. In fact, the same is true for Zhang Yan. In the eyes of these top geniuses, although Chen Yi and Shu Zi are good in strength, they still cannot threaten their status. They are students who are on a lower level than them. But now, Chen Yi actually killed Shu Zi with a backhand without even using a weapon. Doesn't this mean that even if he and Zhang Yan go together, they can't do anything to get Chen Yi? The difference in combat power is too big. Zhang Yan also clenched his fists. How could this happen? How could this happen? Obviously, he is the most promising seed player to win the first place in the Spark training ranking. This Chen Yi is a little too perverted, right? Zhang Yan didn't expect that today. He just watched the battle with the attitude of a superior, but in the end, someone who could crush him appeared directly. This is unacceptable. Chen Yi looked indifferent. With a huge amount of energy and blood, coupled with the power of the Netherworld, the body of Shira and the blessing of fighting consciousness, it can be said that Shu Zi was beaten in all aspects. This battle was doomed from the beginning. And although Shu Zi couldn't be killed on the spot, at the moment of the collision, Chen Yi used the technique, Ghost Eclipse Palm, that he had won through the Underworld's long lot during this period. Corrosive Netherworld energy was injected into Shu Zi's body. Under the erosion of this energy, Shu Zi's flesh and blood will be corroded, and his chi and blood will drop significantly. This is extremely fatal for a candidate who is about to take the martial arts college entrance examination. Chen Yi is not a good gentleman for this fly that has been making noises and provoking him. Since you provoke me, be prepared to pay the price. Killing it will bring you a lot of trouble, so there is no need. But it's okay to teach him a hard lesson. The decline in strength will also have a snowball effect during the training camp, resulting in fewer resources. It can be said that Chen Yi's move almost changed Shu Zi's life trajectory. Under the ring, Shu Zi stood up slowly, looking dazed. The progress he has made these days has made his confidence in himself grow a lot. However, Shu Zi would never have imagined that he would lose this gambling battle with just one move. There is no resistance. That terrifying physical defense power can't be cut at all. Even the long sword has now been taken away by Chen Yi and crushed purely. On the Spark bracelet, the 200 points from the gambling battle have been received. Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction. Well, 0.200 points. It can be considered a good income. It's almost equal to Chen Yi's current hunting income in the wilderness area for 2 days. He casually dropped Shu Zi's long knife on the ground. Chen Yi jumped down from the ring. Gulu, Xiao Zuian swallowed. Chen Yi, your strength has transformed so amazingly. I'm afraid that winning the first place in the next hunting competition will be as easy as picking out the treasure for you, right? Chen Yi smiled. The hunting competition is no longer within the scope of my consideration. As soon as this statement came out, the surrounding students only had one feeling. Mad. Doesn't this mean that there are no opponents worthy of my attention in the Spark training camp? Of course, being able to kill Shu Zi in an instant does have the crazy capital. Even Ao Hai and Zhang Yan just looked ugly after hearing this and could not refute. Thank you very much, classmate Shu, for sending me the points. If you still want to have a fight in the future, you can come to me at any time. Of course, if you don't get the 200 points prize, forget it. Otherwise, it will somewhat delay my practice time. Chen Yi shouted loudly towards Shu Zi. Then he walked towards the outside of the martial arts hall. Shu Zi was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't say a word. Then, I felt a sweetness rising in my throat. Puff! A mouthful of blood spat out. The whole person could hardly stand still. Angry, so angry. Not only was he beaten violently in front of so many people, but he also lost 200 points. For him, these 200 points were almost all his remaining possessions. This time it can be said that the loss is to my grandma's house. The top floor of Xingwo building. Zhang Tianming's office. At this moment, the battle scene between Chen Yi and Shu Zi was showing on the big screen. What the hell is this? You can actually block it with your hands. When did this kid become so strong through physical training? Zhang Tianming couldn't help but let out 3 souls. Shen Hao's mouth also twitched. How many cards does this guy have that he hasn't shown yet? I thought Shu Zi could at least hold on for 1 or 2 moves. I didn't expect to lose so easily. This is the battle with the highest stakes since the start of the camp. Originally, neither of them had any desire to watch the battle. After all, he is different from those students. The instructors all know how terrifying Chen Yi is. There is no suspense, so there is no need to watch it. But later I heard that Chen Yi used his body to withstand Shu Zi's knife. Only then did he turn on the video from the martial arts hall. The results surprised them. Now it seems that with Chen Yi's strength, it is very likely that he can be admitted to the Supreme Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Tianming had a look of joy on his face. Indeed, with the strength that Chen Yi has shown now, even if we look at the Donghua City base, he is still the top genius. Shen Hao also said affirmatively. Daxia's survival base is divided into 3 levels according to its size. They are provincial base, city base and city base. Nanzhong City is the city base affiliated with Donghua City in Gaoyang Province. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianming suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I received a message recently. That is, the higher-ups seem to be discussing to reduce the number of training camps and streamline them. Our training camp in Nanzhong City may be cancelled. But you will get a spot in a higher-level training camp. Oh, is there any news? Shen Hao raised his eyebrows. In fact, some people have been making plans regarding proposals in this area. Cancel city-level or even city-level training camps. Its main purpose is to concentrate resources more and cultivate top talents. For example, after the Spark training camp was cancelled, the number of places given to Nanzhong City will definitely be much less than the current 232 people. I estimate there will be no more than 30 people. There is a benefit to this move. That is, occasionally a top genius like Chen Yi will appear in a small place, and he will be thousands of miles away from the others from the beginning of the camp. Not good for competitiveness. But if Chen Yi is placed in a provincial or municipal training camp, it may be more able to stimulate his fighting spirit. Yes, it is estimated that there is a high probability that it will be implemented in the next term. However, we should only cancel the training camps in city-level bases first for pilot testing. Zhang Tianming still had some connections in the military, so he received some rumors in advance. So vigorous and resolute. As far as I know, there are still relatively conservative strong people who do not support this proposal. Shen Hao was a little surprised. Canceling the qualifications for city-level survival-based training camps will result in fewer places. There are great benefits in this. If nothing else, many ordinary people do not agree, because this is equivalent to reducing their children's chances of transformation before the college entrance examination. For these ordinary families, it is very difficult to get a place in a city-level survival-based training camp. Municipal training camp, that is even more difficult. Even if this decision is made, there will be more resources for students who have obtained quotas, so what's the use? There's no way you can compete. In addition, some veteran strong men who have risen from humble beginnings also firmly believe that more opportunities should be given to young people, and there may not be no warriors who are late bloomers. Therefore, there should be considerable resistance to implementing this proposal. Yes, so it seems that the higher-ups are planning an exchange competition between training camps. I want to use this to test the gap between students at different levels of training camps. Maybe it will start in a while. Night. Number 83, Student Dormitory Area, Shu Zi's residence. At this moment, while breathing heavily, he stared at the numbers on the blood tester in front of him. Qi and blood value, 35.1. Too exaggerated. You must know that he has exceeded the limit of 50 health points for a second-grade warrior in the past few days. But now it has slipped to this point. Chen Yi, Chen Yi. Shu Zi let out an angry growl. After the gambling battle, the corrosive energy of Ghost Palm began to manifest, and it suddenly exploded and dissolved part of his flesh and blood. Wait until he rushed to the medical room tremblingly. The corrosive energy has been completely eliminated along with part of the energy and blood. The medical staff couldn't see anything at all. Then, he tested his qi and blood value, and sure enough, it dropped significantly. Weird, so weird. Logically speaking, martial arts techniques that can reduce a person's vitality and blood values cannot be mastered by low-level warriors. Therefore, the injury assessment given by the medical staff was that hidden injuries were caused during the fight, resulting in decreased qi and blood. But Shu Zi understood that this was clearly what Chen Yi had done intentionally. Originally, Shu Zi already had the potential to hit the top 10 in the upcoming second hunting competition. But at the same time as his blood value dropped, he couldn't even use the bronze peak sword technique. Now let alone the top 10, it is very difficult to even be in the top 50. Shu Zi thought of Chen Yi, the culprit of all this, and endless anger surged into his heart, and he said viciously in a low voice, "I must make you pay." Halfway through, Shu Zi stopped suddenly. Endless loneliness flashed through his eyes, and his whole person suddenly seemed to have aged 10 years. The difference between my current self and Chen Yi's combat power can be described as clouds and mud. Who is qualified to talk about revenge? Maybe I was wrong from the beginning, and I shouldn't have provoked an opponent far above my own level. Next, Chen Yi still maintained a regular killing pattern. The rewards of points, ghost points, and underworld carousel allow your own strength to continuously improve. Counting from the opening day of the camp, half a month passed quickly. On the eve of the second hunting competition, inside the residence of Villa Number 17, Chen Yi, who was soaked in the decoction, was surrounded by pure black air. Whirring. Suddenly, a huge vortex suddenly appeared centered on the body. On Chen Yi's body, black lines appeared. At first glance, he actually constructed a pattern of a cold-faced six-armed Shira. Boom! Chen Yi opened his eyes, and light flashed in his pupils. At the same time, the whirlpool in the center of the soup also calmed down. Black lines slowly disappear into the body. Disappear. The third level. Has it been reached? After these days of practice, I finally reached the third level of the 6 layers of Shira body. The body's defense power transformed again. Compared with when he fought against Shu Zi, it was at least twice as good. Not only that, over this period of time, the improvements in the panel have also been huge. Name: Chen Yi. Position: Official Ghost Officer 18,253 60,000. Current number of demons suppressed, 10 out of 10. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 6 points. Number of ghost points, 534. Acquisition methods: 6 layers of Shira body, Ghost Erosion Palm, Dark Eyes, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1. Evaluation: the underworld ghost agent who has first glimpsed a way to suppress darkness. In terms of panel attributes, job experience has increased significantly. And the number of ghost points gained every time has also increased to 6 points due to the replacement of suppressing monsters. The most important thing is, there are many more martial arts techniques in the acquisition techniques column. Among them was the Secret Eclipse Palm, which caused Shu Zi's energy and blood to drop significantly. This actually greatly improved Chen Yi's combat effectiveness and comprehensiveness. Tomorrow is the day of the second hunting competition since the camp opened. For other students, most of them are gearing up at this moment, waiting for the arrival of this competition. Because this is equivalent to a test of their results for half a month. Just like the candidates in Chen Yi's previous life who were waiting for the test scores, for the students here, how to hunt monsters more efficiently and effectively is the only factor in getting high scores. What's more, achieving a higher ranking in the hunting competition isn't just about showing off. There are also tons of point rewards. This is a real resource, and there is absolutely no room for humility. Therefore, the atmosphere among the students in the past 2 days has become very delicate. Of course, this does not include Chen Yi. The upcoming competition tomorrow did not make any waves in his heart. It's very simple. I just hunt in the wilderness every day. Just repeat the process again. As for ranking, Chen Yi is no longer worried. Considering that I have already penetrated into the wilderness area with a difficulty factor of 2.8, even if I get Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 2 inches now, I need to recite salvation after killing it. But relying on the strength of killing monsters, he can get higher points, and he can still get the first place without any suspense. Zhang Yan, Ao Hai, Li Feng. Chen Yi never regarded them as opponents. Well, then simply get the extra money from the highest points reward. The next day, Alloy Base Plaza. Zhang Tianming, who was on the main podium, was looking at the students below the stage. The same face as half a month ago. The difference is that the students who were still young before seemed to have suddenly transformed. There was a faint aura of murder all over his body. This half-month of polishing and fighting has made them mature a lot. In terms of combat effectiveness, earth-shaking changes have taken place. Of course, all this is not entirely smooth sailing. In the past half-month, 3 more students have died in the wilderness area. These are all talented martial arts talents. If you continue to grow up normally, if you don't say anything else, it will be very easy to live a life of wealth in a city-level survival base. But there is no way. The path of a warrior is like this, dangers and opportunities coexist. These complicated thoughts flashed through Zhang Tianming's mind. Immediately, he said in a low voice, "Dear classmates, in the past half-month, I have watched your growth. I can already predict how shocking improvements everyone will make during this wilderness hunt. However, in the journey of being a warrior, in addition to competing with your past self, you also have to compete with the people around you. Only by having an upward and enterprising spirit can we continuously break through ourselves. I won't say anything unnecessary. Points are the best gift for you. No matter how much encouragement you say, it can't be as practical as martial arts resources." Kakaka. As soon as Zhang Tianming finished speaking, the folding alloy baffle under the main podium slowly opened. A huge electronic screen rose. Sizzling. Lines of text appear. What is shown above is exactly the points that can be obtained by different rankings this time. Points first reward 1000 points. Second reward in points 850 points. The 10th point reward 500 points. The corresponding points value comes out. The whole place was in an uproar. This time, it turns out that for each ranking, the points reward will be changed. And the rewards are huge. Specifically for each ranking, this will lead to a points gap for every change in ranking. Competition will be fiercer. Like the last hunting competition, when you get to the end, for example, if you are in the 20s or 30s, there is no need to continue fighting desperately. Because no matter how hard you try, you can't reach the top 10. It's also hard to fall outside of 50. But it's different now. Specifically, each ranking means 4 hours of hunting time, and you must go all out. Zhang Tianming was also very pleased to see the students gearing up. In his philosophy, a warrior should not be afraid of competition, but should be more motivated to fight. Of course, the points reward this time has been increased a lot due to some special reasons, which is also one of the factors that makes these students highly motivated. Then, let the hunting competition begin. The words fell. The countdown numbers on the electronic screen began to change. All the students also rushed out towards the gate of the alloy base. And among them, Chen Yi's explosive power allowed him to take the lead. Sprint to the forefront. 2 hours passed during the hunting time. Chen Yi has already arrived at the area with a risk factor of 2.8. Boom. At this moment, in front of Chen Yi, a rhinoceros with 2 blue sharp horns on its forehead fell to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-monster water wave rhino and gaining 58 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon water wave rhinoceros and gaining 28 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the water rhinoceros. A trace of death energy began to escape from the body of Shuibo Rhino. It quickly integrates into the body and strengthens the power of the netherworld. Chen Yi picked up the demonic spirit blade, raised the knife in his hand, and when he brought it down, the valuable parts of the water rhinoceros were broken apart. The next second, Chen Yi touched an exquisite ring that looked like a ghost face on his index finger. Aha! The material in front of him disappeared instantly. In Chen Yi's mind, these materials have been collected into the space of the ghost face ring. That's right. This is the storage ring that was drawn from the Underworld carousel not long ago. In fact, in human technology, there is already such a thing as a magic weapon for storage. It was jointly developed by space system superpowers and scientific research institutes. And it has become relatively popular. It's just that this popularity is only for high-quality warriors. Even if the storage magic weapon on the market is the lowest level, because it involves the principle of space, it is worth a lot of money, easily worth tens of millions of Daxia coins. This lowest level storage magic weapon is also available in training camps, with a price tag of 2,000 points. At the moment, no student can afford to replace it. In the training camp, apart from Chen Yi, there are only a few students from very privileged families who have storage magic weapons. They just bring their own. And the space in their hands is at least 10 times smaller than the space of the ghost face ring in Chen Yi's hand. The grade gap is too big. With the ghost face ring, Chen Yi can bring more hunting materials. It can be regarded as improving a lot of efficiency. Well, keep hunting. Today is another good harvest day. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 51. Above the alloy base square. Looking at the rankings on the big screen, all the instructors were filled with sighs. Ranked first, Chen Yi 7,323 points. Ranked second, Zhang Yan 1821 points. Ranking 36, Xiao Zuian 762 points. Shen Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. This gap is probably too big. The point multipliers of the first and second are 4 times, which are not of the same magnitude at all. Although judging from the past situation, after the transformation of the training camp, the strong will indeed become stronger. But the difference won't be that big. You must know that this is only the second hunting competition. If it continues to develop at this momentum, is it okay? Zhang Tianming raised his eyebrows. There is no way. Look at Chen Yi. He seems as comfortable in the wilderness area as he does in his back garden. There was no tension at all. It's in sharp contrast to other people who are nervous in the face of a powerful enemy. Who told this kid to be immersed in the wilderness area every day? Even if other students go out to fight, 3 or 4 hours is the limit. He can stay for a whole day. Of course, everyone was not too surprised by Chen Yi's performance. Now Chen Yi has even made up for the weak points of Qi and blood. It can be said that it crushes other students in all aspects. No one can compete with it, and that's normal. In the wilderness area, Zhang Yan is holding a spear. Overbearing and raging flames clung to it, causing waves of heat to rise, raising the surrounding temperature by dozens of degrees. Fire Demon Spear. Zhang Yan shouted angrily and rushed forward. Holding the handle of the gun tightly with both hands, he stabbed hard. Boom! A sharp sound broke through the air. This shot directly penetrated the chest of the golden gorilla in front of him. Aha! Zhang Yan retracted the spear and stood up, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This battle was so beautifully fought. He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Compared with when I first came to the Spark training camp half a month ago, I would not be able to draw back my strength in every battle, and my inability to control my strength would lead to a waste of a lot of energy. Zhang Yan has improved a lot now. Then, he pressed the button on the Spark bracelet. A blue light screen projection appeared in midair. It is the real-time ranking of points. Oh, as expected. The gap is still too big. Zhang Yan sighed. Chen Yi's name became too dazzling after defeating Shu Zi with one move. Before that, many students thought Chen Yi was wasting his time. But now almost everyone thinks that Chen Yi is the well-deserved number one, including Zhang Yan himself. After watching that battle live, Zhang Yan has completely given up on whether he can defeat Chen Yi. This is also normal. When someone is better than you may still be motivated to catch up. But when this gap reaches a suffocating level, beyond, there is no such idea. Just sigh and look up. But, at least it must be able to break Chen Yi's defense. Zhang Yan murmured to himself. The image of Chen Yi's arm with a faint black airflow on that day and his calm face blocking a knife appeared in his mind. The terrifying supernatural means shocked him to the extreme. But it also made him determined, at least if he faced Chen Yi, he must break through the defense, even if he only saw a little yin hong. Put away your mind. Zhang Yan walked towards the jungle ahead and continued to search for monsters. In a wasteland, Shu Zi faced a second-level monster, the iron-tongue lizard. Breathing heavily. At this moment, his body was covered with scars. The clothes were soaked in blood. But now he has no time to take care of these wounds, because the distance between the two is less than 2 meters, and they are both cautiously waiting for the opportunity. Call out. Suddenly, iron tongues struck. Shu Zi turned around suddenly, dodged the blow, and then slashed down with all his strength with the long knife in his hand. Boom! Under this almost powerless blow, the iron-tongue lizard, which also had many stab wounds on its body, finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground. The feeling of surviving a catastrophe came over him instantly. He sat down directly on the ground. I don't even want to move. About a minute later, Shu Zi opened the real-time points ranking. When he saw the name at the top, his expression turned ferocious at first, then gradually revealed a wry smile. That's all. If you go against those dazzling monsters, you can only suffer the consequences. Forget it. In the past few days, his hatred from the beginning has slowly calmed down. Looking back at the beginning, Chen Yi had no disagreement with him at all. It was purely jealousy that led to this end. And the reason why he came to this level 2 wilderness area was because he refused to admit defeat. After all, before the health value dropped, it was relatively easy for him to kill the iron-tongued lizard. So even though I know in my heart that I can't compete with this level of beast now, I still don't want to accept the reality and want to give it a try. But now, half of his life has been lost. It can even be said that I took a trip before the gate of hell. Perhaps, as Wan Ning said, this is just the behavior of a villain. And it's all the fault of yourself for what you've ended up with today. Chen Yi, after all, he is not on the same level as me. Shu Zi whispered to himself. Alas, let's go back to the gold base to heal first. In his current state, if he encounters any monsters later, his life may be lost. After thinking briefly, Shu Zi made a decision. Originally, with his energy and blood in his 30s and his sharp sword skills, there was still hope of reaching the top 50. But because he is unwilling to face reality, the hunting competition may have to end early. It may be difficult to make it into the top 100 in the end. But at this moment, Shu Zi experienced a spiritual transformation. Before coming to the training camp, he was conceited and arrogant, and would never admit defeat. This kind of temper may harm him one day in the future. Now it has grown a lot. Although the blood value has dropped significantly, the points have been lost, and the ranking has fallen crazily. But in the long run, this might not be a good thing. Things in the world, one drink and one peck, how can you know that it is not a blessing? 4 hours passed quickly. One after another, students began to return to the alloy base. When I met the red-horned pig in the wilderness area just now, I used the steps taught by Instructor Cao, and it was really much easier. I told you a long time ago, if you change the extra kick you usually have, the whole movement will be much smoother. Oh, I can't help it. Habits can't be changed so easily. If the red-horned pig hadn't been about to hit my butt just now, otherwise I would still have difficulty correcting it, but this can be regarded as an epiphany. Old Shu, what were your points just now? Compared to the excitement of the first hunting competition, all the students were much calmer this time. Most of the conversations were about gains and losses in martial arts. This is because everyone has become accustomed to the rhythm of life of killing and fighting. From a certain perspective, only now can they be considered a true warrior. However, the students' topic quickly returned to point ranking. But if you look at Chen Yi's points, oh my god, it's too scary, it's over 10,000 points. Yes, even Zhang Yan only has more than 2,000 points. Big brother Chen Yi's points are indeed a bit exaggerated. Although since his battle with Shu Zi, the title of the number one person in the training camp has been decided so suddenly. But when I actually saw the detailed numerical comparison, it was still a bit shocking. I didn't expect that such a terrifying evildoer would appear in our Nanjiang River. If this momentum continues, it is estimated that Chen Yi will be able to get a place in the 7 top universities. Now Chen Yi is still fighting in the wilderness area every day, but his sense of presence is much higher than before. Before that battle, many people mentioned Chen Yi with confusion and contempt. Being obsessed with earning points all day long seems to have no future, and your good foundation has been wasted. But now when everyone discusses this matter, the direction of the wind has changed. They all say things like, look, Boss Chen Yi spends all day fighting in the wilderness to hone himself, and he is so diligent that it is beyond the reach of my generation. What else? Nicknames such as Killing Shira, King of the Wild Area, etc. were spread. The world of warriors is so realistic. As long as you are successful and have strength, everything you do is right. Gradually, almost all the students in the square have returned. Only Chen Yi was missing. Hey, why didn't Mr. Chen Yi see it? Yes, I'm talking about a possibility, just a possibility. Boss Chen Yi won't be buried in the wilderness area, right? What are you thinking about? That terrifying defense means that even if you die 10,000 times, he will not die. It's hard to say, what if I went too far into the wilderness area because of my pride? As the only student with over 10,000 points, Chen Yi's every move has attracted much attention. The hunting contest is over. But he still wasn't seen. Naturally it will lead to discussion. In the crowd, Su Wanning kept muttering to herself, it's impossible. Chen Yi has been staying in the wilderness area. He should have a good idea of what level of monsters he can deal with. It can't be life-threatening. Nothing to worry about. Chen Siqi on the side was speechless. Sister, since you are not worried at all, why do you keep thinking about it? This nervous emotion is about to solidify, okay. Zhang Tianming, who was standing on the main podium, rolled his eyes. Stop muttering over there. Chen Yi is still fighting in the wilderness area. For 4 hours, he is far from reaching his limit. In addition, the ranking reward points this time have been added to your spark bracelets. Everyone can use these points to improve themselves. Then let's adjourn. Next month, Chen Yi still improves himself regularly. Except for a week in the middle to undergo the transformation of the 6-layer Shira body to the 4th level in the residence, he shuttled back and forth between the base and the wilderness area every day. During this period, he experienced 2 more hunting competitions, and Chen Yi won the first place without any suspense. Moreover, the gap in points is getting bigger and bigger. Inside residence number 17, Chen Yi stood in front of the qi and blood tester. Use a blood needle to drop the blood drops. Buzz buzz. The instrument then vibrated and made a muffled sound. Then, a line of text appeared. Blood value 175.8. Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction. As your strength increases, you can earn ghost points faster and faster. Drawing various gifts including pure life force from it will also speed up the improvement of qi and blood. This has formed a virtuous cycle. Not bad. At this rate, there should be no surprises in reaching the 3rd level warrior realm before the martial arts college entrance examination. To know, the threshold for 3rd level warriors is 250 points of energy and blood. Very exaggerated. If a college entrance examination student who has not yet entered a martial arts university can reach this level, he will be a sure shot at the 7 highest martial arts schools. After all, there are quite a few people with around 200 qi and blood who are admitted to the highest universities. Actually, plus Chen Yi's many trump cards and tricks. If you take the college entrance examination directly with your current health level, you can also be admitted to the highest martial arts academy. Even defeating normal 3rd grade warriors. Chen Yi thinks it should be a very easy thing. There is no way. The defensive blessing of 6-layer Shira body is too exaggerated. Which supreme martial arts school should I choose? The moonlight shines through the window and onto the floor of the practice room. Chen Yi thought quietly. Dongwa Base City, Tianhua Training Camp. It serves as a pre-examination training point for a municipal survival base. The level of talents here is much higher than that of Spark Training Camp. In the office on the top floor of the building located in the center of the training camp, a middle-aged man with long hair looked at the 3 students in front of him and said seriously, "This exchange meeting, I can tell you clearly, is not a friendly discussion on the surface. You have a mission and mission. The superiors have decided to cancel the training camp at the city-level survival base next year and reduce the list of participants in order to be accepted by the people, and let some superiors see the potential gap between talented people. The 3 of you must show your style and let the students in the city-level training camp see what a true genius is. At the same time, we also need to let the world know that resources only need to be concentrated on the elite. Although I often advise you to be humble in life, it is not necessary for this task. The more arrogant the better, do you understand?" The words fell. The 3 students in front of them immediately responded, "Don't worry, Instructor Wei, those students from the city-level training camp don't have much weight at all. Isn't it just like playing for us to defeat them? Facing those powerful beasts and monsters, top warriors are the most important. Don't worry, Instructor Wei, we won't lose a game." Wei Mo looked at the confident expressions of the 3 people and nodded slightly. These 3 people are the top 3 in the hunting competition in Tianhua training camp. Combined with supernatural powers, the weakest ones have reached the combat power of a 3rd-grade warrior. It should be easy to defeat and crush the students from those city-level training camps. Moreover, the more arrogant the better. For these young people, this mission requirement is too satisfying. If you perform well in this exchange meeting, you will get lots of extra points. After all, it's like going on a mission. In addition to points, the rewards also include space rings. It will be distributed to you in a moment. Space ring. When the 3 students heard this, they looked at each other. There was surprise on his face. This is a magic weapon worth more than 10 million Daxia coins on the market. Too expensive. The 3 of them were determined to defeat the so-called geniuses in the city-level training camps. A few days later, inside a martial arts hall of the Spark training base. On the ring in the center, 2 students were fighting. One person is Zhang Yan, who has the potential to be the 2nd trainee in the training camp. The other person is Li Feng, who has elegant and agile swordsmanship. Bang 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 bang. The battle came to a close. Both of them were almost exhausted. Zhang Yan kept striking out with the spear in his hand, but Li Suofeng kept using his dexterous body skills to dodge and wait for opportunities. The excitement of this battle amazed the students below. I didn't expect Li Feng to be so strong. I think this body technique has already reached the peak bronze level. That's right, Li Feng's own swordsmanship is amazing. Coupled with his elegant body skills, the energy burst out from the superposition of the 2 is a bit incredible. No wonder there are rumors that Li Feng's physical skills have broken through in the past 2 days, and he has a chance to compete for one of the 3 places in the exchange meeting. Now it seems that it is indeed not groundless. That's right. Today's battle is to determine the quota for the upcoming exchange meeting. Zhang Tianming had issued the notice a few days ago. There will be students from Donghua Base City coming to have friendly discussions with them. Each side sent 3 people to fight. Therefore, a selection battle has been launched within the training base for several days. The battle lasts about 2 hours every day. Of course, it is said that there are 3 places in total, but in fact, the selection competition only determines 2 places. After all, it goes without saying that Chen Yi joined the war by default. In the other direction of the arena, the instructors also gathered together to watch this final showdown. I didn't expect Li Feng to be so resilient. Shen Hao raised his brows as he looked at the fierce battle in the ring. This kid's energy and blood talent and martial arts understanding can even be said to be slightly higher than Zhang Yan. If Zhang Yan hadn't been blessed with fire-type powers, I'm afraid the current offensive and defensive momentum would be different. The so-called superpower is the awakening of mysterious elemental particles in the body. This elemental particle can not only help the awakened person use unique methods. You can also strengthen the resonance with the energy of heaven and earth during practice, thereby achieving the purpose of accelerating the improvement of chi and blood. But other than that, another function of superpowers is to strengthen some physical strength. After all, this thing is actually an energy reserve. The battle has now reached a tug of war, although Li Feng has been dodging with his superb body skills. But it was obvious that he was already a little exhausted. Otherwise, there would be no counterattack at all. If you stay for a long time, you will lose. You will always be passive, and sooner or later someone will find an opportunity. Li Feng is going to lose. Zhang Tianming's eyes narrowed and he said calmly. Sure enough, Li Feng suddenly made a mistake in his steps on the ring and was forced into a blind corner. Zhang Yan naturally would not let this opportunity pass by. The flames on the spear in his hand became more raging. Fire Demon Spear. Aha! Facing the spear coming straight at him, Li Feng, who could not avoid it, gritted his teeth and raised the long sword in his hand to block it on his chest. Boom! The crisp sound of metal collision sounded. A powerful force struck instantly, knocking Li Feng upside down and falling to the ground. Puff! Li Feng stood up and felt a touch of sweetness in his throat, followed by a mouthful of blood spurting out. The medical staff who had been waiting nearby quickly stepped forward. Healing began. Of course, since the injury was caused by participating in the trials, there is no charge. Zhang Tianming saw this and announced loudly. Then, the third person to participate in the exchange meeting is Zhang Yan. As for the second spot, the other half of the district was already determined yesterday, and it was Ao Hai. Bang 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 bang. The audience burst into applause. Okay, with Mr. Chen Yi leading the team, plus Zhang Yan and Ao Hai, this lineup is really strong. Ha 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 ha, there are 3 geniuses like this in Nanjing. I can't wait to see the people of Donghua Base City open their eyes. That's right, even if they are geniuses from Base City, they will definitely fail when they encounter our lineup. I don't even know how to lose. You don't know how to lose. What a coincidence, I don't know either. ... The strength of these 3 people is obvious to all in the training camp. Students in the Spark training camp generally believe that even though the area of Donghua Base City is 10 times larger than Nanjing, the martial arts college entrance examination results are almost overwhelming, but with these 3 people here, there may not be no chance of winning. Okay, tomorrow is the day of the exchange meeting. You should take care of your own practice first. The training camp has come to an end. I hope you will not relax at the last moment and continue to sprint. Zhang Yan, Ao Hai, please stay here for a while. Zhang Tianming's voice carries the use of the energy of heaven and earth. It was evenly transmitted to every corner of the martial arts hall. Soon, the crowd watching the battle began to disperse. Zhang Tianming is right. The martial arts college entrance examination is coming soon, and the most important thing is the improvement of one's own health and strength. This is something that determines your own destiny and future. Occasionally watching these masters' duels can relax your mind, or you may draw parallels to yourself. But the main focus should still be on your own practice. Zhang Yan walked up to Zhang Tianming, saluted and said, Chief Instructor. Zhang Tianming nodded slightly. Zhang Yan, Ao Hai. Tomorrow is the day when people from Donghua training camp will come. Don't feel any psychological pressure. After all, there is still a gap between their strength and the strength level of the 2 of you. Also, the reward for participating in the exchange meeting is 1,000 points, which will be added to the spark bracelets of the 3 of you later. Hear this. Zhang Yan and the 2 looked at each other in confusion. Ao Hai hesitated for a moment and then asked, Chief Instructor, can you reveal the strength of the students in Donghua? Originally, what the 2 of them were thinking was that even if they couldn't defeat Donghua's group of people, they could at least survive. But now I heard what Zhang Tianming meant. But it is completely impossible. There is a gap in strength level. The meaning of this sentence should not be too obvious. Zhang Tianming narrowed his eyes and saw what they were thinking. Shen Hao on the side smiled and said directly, You 2, don't be convinced. According to the information we have received, the lowest health value of the 3 of them has exceeded 200. Coupled with the powerful superpowers, their combat power is at least comparable to that of a first-time 3rd-level warrior. The other instructors also joked in agreement. Boy, if you don't get eliminated within 3 moves, you will be considered powerful. Yes, those 3 are, after all, the top talents in Donghua Base City. Hey, the exchange meeting has been going on for a few days now. Those 3 people have also been to several city-level training bases and have never failed. Hearing this, both of them were shocked. The weakest one's health value exceeds 200. In terms of combat power, can it still be directly comparable to that of a first-time third-level warrior? This is a bit exaggerated. Aohai secretly weighed in his heart that the difference in combat power was not even a slight difference. Just 2 days ago he had a gas and blood test. It will only reach 120. Zhang Yan's qi and blood may be higher than his, but they are only around 130 at most. It seems that we are really far apart. Aohai smiled bitterly. Well, I still had the illusion of winning tomorrow, but now I completely understand. Aohai, you and I are still far away. Zhang Yan said helplessly. Originally, the two of them didn't get along very well in the training camp. After all, they once regarded each other as the opponent who won the first place in the Spark training camp. But since Chen Yi showed his unrivaled strength, their relationship has changed from hostility to sympathy. It is not an exaggeration to say that they have become good friends. By the way, instructor, one more question, is it possible for Chen Yi to defeat them? Aohai thought of something and asked again. As the well-deserved first person in the training camp today, the strength is definitely much higher than theirs, which can be seen from the exaggerated point difference in each hunting competition. But to what extent has it really reached? Aohai is completely unclear. Zhang Tianming rubbed his chin. Chen Yi, it's hard to say. This kid's limits are actually far from being pushed, so I can't tell for sure. But I think there is a chance. Is this so? Aohai and the two also understood the meaning. It's just that there is no one in Nanzhong who can put pressure on Chen Yi and let him reveal his trump card. Blow, another blow. At this point, Aohai and his wife also lost some interest, so they simply handed over their hands and said, I understand, instructor. Then let's go back first and try to make our defeat less ugly tomorrow. Finished. Then he strode out of the martial arts hall. Wait until they leave. Shen Hao touched his bald head. Old Zhang, do you think Chen Yi really has a chance to win? This kid is practicing very diligently. He hasn't even returned to the training base for 3 days. But the people sent by Donghua are not ordinary people. They've gotten the message. Before coming here, Donghua's group had already been to several training camps in city-level survival bases. All battles are crushing. I haven't encountered any opponents of the same level at all. No way. Their side is far ahead in terms of population base and martial arts resources. The 3 top geniuses who came out of Donghua this year are still much better. I think it's possible. A smile appeared on Zhang Tianming's lips. Chen Yi, this kid, brings us huge surprises every time, and maybe it will be the same this time. Besides, Zhang Tianming paused for a moment before continuing to speak. I heard from friends who coach in other city-level training bases that the boys in Donghua are too crazy, and they act arrogantly every time they play against each other. HMPH, if Chen Yi can let them know how powerful Nanzhong is, I will definitely reward him privately. Unlike most of the other instructors, Zhang Tianming was originally from Nanzhong, so naturally he didn't want the genius here to lose so ugly. And in fact, the performance of this exchange meeting is still related to how many municipal training camp places Nanzhong City can obtain next year. Losing all 3 games guarantees a minimum of 30 spots. If Chen Yi can win a game, it will be different. Every additional one of these quotas is a benefit to Nanzhong City. Of course, so far, no city-level training camp has achieved more than a guaranteed quota. I hope. Shen Hao nodded. I heard that the Donghua training camp is led by a guard. I haven't seen him for a long time. If Chen Yi can win a game, it will be a blessing to us, ha 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 ha. I have been coaching these students for so long. None of them wanted to see the students under their guidance being brutally tortured by outsiders. It's just that even Zhang Yan and Aohai, who are the best in the training camp, are still not very good in terms of strength. At this point, we can only hope that Chen Yi can win. The moon and stars are sparse. In the forest, Chen Yi held the magic sword in his hand, with drops of blood falling from it. It's almost time and it's time to rest. Kakaka. The scales on the demon martial spirit knife peeled off and flew into the air. It was then quickly reshaped into its original spherical shape. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yi stretched out his hand again, and a huge yellow and green capsule with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the ground. Chen Yi pressed the button above. Wah la la la. The capsule immediately and rapidly expands and expands. It soon transformed into a square tent with an area of 10 square meters. This is the camp capsule that Chen Yi purchased from the training camp treasury. The price is a full 200 points. If converted into Daxia coins, it would be almost 1 million. But for Chen Yi, it is more worthwhile. This tent capsule not only has all the living facilities, but also has a tough defense. It will take several attacks from a third-grade monster to damage it. With this camp capsule, soaking in medicinal baths in the wild is no longer a dream, and resting is relatively comfortable. With a low-level horse-faced summoning order, there is no need to worry about safety issues. In addition, there is a ghost face ring, so that the collected monster materials have a place to store. So Chen Yi often spends the night in the wilderness area. After all, for Chen Yi, it is a waste of time to go deep into the wilderness area and pass through those low-level areas every time. As for the 2 days of trials, to be honest, the fighting level was so low-level that Chen Yi had no interest in watching it. In addition, Zhang Tianming directly recommended a quota. Naturally, there is no need to pay attention to it. Chen Yi turned on his phone, glanced at the message. Tomorrow afternoon, those guys from Donghua Base City are coming over. In that case, let's return tomorrow morning. Now, take a medicinal bath first. Afterwards, Chen Yi directly opened the door of the camp and walked in. The next day, in the square of the training base, there are already many students waiting for the arrival of Donghua Tianzhao. For this kind of battle between top geniuses, students don't want to miss it. Normally, everyone is in a competitive relationship, but now that outsiders have arrived, there is still a sense of collective honor. Think about it from another perspective. The strength of the 3 people selected in the training camp is superior to other students. If all 3 of them were beaten violently, wouldn't it mean that he was even more useless for not being able to represent the Spark training camp? Therefore, everyone in public and private hopes that they can win. Hey, why hasn't Mr. Chen Yi come yet? I don't know, it seems like he is still in the wilderness area now. Don't worry, it's not the time yet. Besides, maybe Zhang Yan and Ao Hai can directly defeat the so-called geniuses of Donghua without the help of Chen Yi. When you say that, it seems like... Listening to the student's remarks, Zhang Tianming didn't know what to say. Everyone is so confident. It seems that these little guys may be disappointed later. Shen Hao on the side said helplessly. By the way, why hasn't Chen Yi come yet? Don't be late. Isn't this kid not at all curious about his opponents in higher-level training camps? This character is a bit too scary. The calmness shown by Chen Yi since the beginning of the camp shocked these experienced instructors. It seemed that nothing could make this young student lose his composure. Like now, Ao Hai and Zhang Yan have already arrived at the square, nervously waiting for the arrival of a powerful enemy. But Chen Yi was still missing. Don't worry, I have contacted him just now and am on my way back. At worst, we can just wait and let Ao Hai and the 2 go first in the order of battle. Put Chen Yi last. Zhang Tianming responded without thinking, obviously having a plan in mind. The dual rules of this exchange meeting are the defense system. After the students from both sides win, they will not end, but will continue to face the opponent's next participant. In other words, as long as you are strong enough, you can wear 1 or 3. For Donghua Tianzhao, this is actually not difficult. So far, in the city-level training camps where they have participated in exchange meetings, they have all worn 1 and 3. So in private, many people have clearly seen the essence of this exchange meeting. This is not an exchange, it is clearly a demonstration. Outside the wilderness area, a blue triangular suspended chariot was driving rapidly. Now, the door to the Spark training base was already open, so the floating chariot flew in directly. Coming. Hiss, this floating tank looks much more advanced than the one that brought us to the training base. Aren't you talking nonsense? I estimate its grade may have reached platinum. What, is it such an exaggeration? The cost will be hundreds of millions. More than that. Before even meeting the Donghua people, I was shocked by their cards. It also made many students murmur in their hearts. Will this battle really be as close as imagined? Hoo. The blue floating chariot stopped on the grass nearby. The door opens. 3 young students walked down from above. The blonde curly-haired boy at the front glanced at his surroundings, raised his brows, and said calmly, "Is this the Spark training camp in Nanjong City? It looks shabby. What kind of talent can it produce? It's better to start the communication battle quickly and crush their strongest one as soon as possible and return home." He didn't say this loudly, and everyone in the square heard it. The level of rudeness is extreme. It is equivalent to damaging all the students in the training camp. After a brief daze, everyone reacted, and angry curses suddenly sounded. What the hell are you so crazy about? You think it's great that you came from Donghua's training camp? When you get beaten badly in the communication battle, don't call me grandpa. Yes, there is a price to pay for arrogance. Curly, apologize quickly, otherwise you will suffer a lot. After all, the Spark training camp is also a gathering of the most promising students in Nanjong City. Who has not received a lot of attention in school since he was a child, and has been praised by many stars. As a result, he was now devalued as worthless by a student of his own age. Anger is a given. Many people even rolled up their sleeves and were ready to take action at any time. Zhang Yan and Ao Hai even looked unnatural. Should the students who were fighting on Nanjong's side go back and rest early? Although with Zhang Tianming's reminder, they also knew that the chance of winning was very slim, but no one could bear such humiliation. Oh no, don't let me confront this kid later, otherwise I have to teach him a lesson even if I risk my life. Zhang Yan said harshly with a curse word. Standing behind the curly-haired boy Hu Xiaofeng, the fair-skinned boy Lu Qianan wearing a white shirt smiled bitterly. This Hu Xiaofeng still attracts hatred. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere of the scene was raised to the highest level. However, this can be regarded as complying with the tasks assigned by the health instructor. The more arrogant the better. From the experience of several previous exchange meetings, this is also very useful. After getting their emotions aroused, they defeated their strongest person in front of everyone's attention. Make the scene as quiet as the library. The purpose of this demonstration was indeed perfectly achieved. Lu Qianan's temperament is not suitable for doing this kind of thing, so Hu Xiaofeng can do it for him, and he is naturally happy and relaxed. Zhang Tianming and other instructors also twitched their mouths when they heard these provocative words. Good guy. I heard that these guys in Donghua might be a little crazy. I didn't expect that he would be so crazy. Obviously, this behavior must have been tacitly accepted. It can be seen from this that the people who came to this exchange meeting are not friendly. What is a friendly discussion as to nonsense? The only girl among the 3 students in Donghua, she has a weak complexion, short hair, and well-proportioned body lines. The whole person's temperament reveals a kind of wild beauty. She took a step forward and patted the curly-haired boy on the forehead. This scene couldn't help but make Nanjong students nod their heads repeatedly. It seems that there are still sensible people in Donghua. He's so arrogant, even his teammates can't stand it. Hu Xiaofeng, didn't I tell you? Sometimes telling the truth can be very hurtful, so restrain yourself. The girl's clear voice sounded, making everyone present even more petrified. What the hell? What's the difference from what the blonde curly said just now? This is clearly a chorus, humiliating them. Heavy footsteps came. A tall man with long hair wearing a beret stepped out of the chariot. Yawned. Then he murmured, it's already here, and you didn't even remind me. When Zhang Tianming and Shen Hao saw the person coming, they immediately stepped forward. Chief, long time no see. You're welcome and safe. Wei Mo serves as the deputy chief referee in a special organization of the military. Zhang Tianming and Shen Hao also stayed in that institution in the early years. Wei Mo smiled with a smile on his face. Tianming, Xiaohao, you two are becoming more and more dignified now. You are not the 2 reckless brats you were before, ha 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 ha. We can talk about old times later. If the venue for the exchange battle is ready, let's go directly. First complete the task at hand, and then let's drink together. Well, The referee is still so resolute in his work. Listening to these words, Zhang Tianming and the two seemed to have returned to those days. Wei Mo, the boss, has such a distinctive personality. He usually looks lazy, but he is extremely serious and meticulous about his tasks. In his words, the task is to go all out. But if you don't relax more in life, that person will suffocate to death. The students present were a little shocked when they saw that Chief Instructor Zhang actually knew someone from Donghua. It seems that, my instructor is still a junior. The age of a martial artist is indeed unpredictable. Especially after controlling the power of heaven and earth, it can greatly delay aging and increase the upper limit of lifespan. Hey, you guys said. Chief Instructor Zhang is already a 6th grade martial arts master. Could this person who is called the Wei Kai be the Grand Master? It's possible, Grand Master, it's a bit too shocking. This kind of person can probably destroy us all with just a flip of his hand, right? But why can't I feel how strong his aura is? Idiot, this is called simplicity and returning to nature. Reaching the 5th level and being able to control the power of heaven and earth is a huge threshold for a warrior. When you reach this level, you are also called a martial artist. And 6th grade warriors are even called great martial arts masters. The 7th level above this is even more terrifying. It is rumored that they can already master a trace of Daoyuan and can use all kinds of mysterious methods at their fingertips. Known as the Grand Master. Okay, referee. Then follow me and move to Martial Arts Hall A. Zhang Tianming nodded, turned around and walked towards number. A martial arts hall. Inside the number. A martial arts hall. At this moment, a huge arena of 1,000 square meters has been set up in the middle. The medical team nearby is also ready. Should we start? Brother Ao, you must beat those 3 stinky guys to the ground and kneel down to beg for mercy. Yes, the more I watch, the more uncomfortable I become. What are you pretending to do? We support you. HMPH, do you really think that Brother Ao's Eye of Water wave is just a decoration? Big Brother Zhang Yan takes action. If you don't beat them, they will lose their shit. I will take your last name. At this moment, the onlookers cheered the two of them. In the instructor's viewing area, Wei Mo took a look at the venue environment. The facilities are just so-so. Even the simulation cabin has not been built. For the development of students, it is better to delete these city-level training camps. Zhang Tianming thought. The simulation cabin is one of the most important martial arts scientific research achievements of mankind on Blue Star in recent decades. This cabin comes into it. It can analyze and simulate the body structure and chi and blood strength of the human body. Let people's consciousness enter the simulated space to fight. In this case, even if the body dies, the energy body it transforms will only collapse, and it will have no impact on the outside participants in the simulation at all. Especially in the past decade or so, this technology has become increasingly mature. Many municipal training bases have even been established. However, even if the cost of this thing has been reduced a lot, it is still an astronomical figure, and it is still difficult for a city-level training base to afford it. Really? Zhang Tianming also nodded. From Wei Mo's words, it is obvious that he strongly supports the further gathering and training of potential geniuses and the elimination of these city-level training camps. In fact, Zhang Tianming was also leaning toward this plan. But one thing is that he feels that the currently allocated quota for city-level survival bases is still too few. However, the physical fitness of these students is not high. If paired with a medical team and precious medicines, the effect will be similar to that of the simulation cabin. Zhang Tianming added subconsciously, when others come to their home stadium and find the facilities a bit poor, they still have to save some face. And what he said makes sense. For a powerful warrior, a fierce attack without mercy would even destroy body tissues or cells on the spot. This is extremely difficult to treat and repair. It is easy to leave hidden injuries or even die directly. But although these students have potential, they are still weak in terms of strength. Not only is it unable to cause so much damage, flesh, and body tissues are not that dense and complex. Generally speaking, as long as you prepare in advance, spare medical resources, and use high-grade medicine and equipment, the mortality rate in this kind of arena battle is still extremely slim. Unexpectedly, Wei Mo had no intention of skipping this topic. He shook his head and continued, there is still a difference. The simulation cabin can give people an immersive feeling, and they will not be so constrained when fighting. The most important thing is that you can also experience a little, the feeling of death. This is also of great benefit to warriors. Besides, in order to prevent Tianzhao from being killed or injured, you have prepared so many medical resources, and the cost has even exceeded the increasingly mature simulation cabin technology. It's a bit more loss than gain. Well, as soon as he said these words, Zhang Tianming and others were immediately embarrassed. If Wei Mo hadn't been his old boss, with their fiery temperament, they would have retaliated directly without any hesitation. Who the hell don't know how good the simulation cabin is? But just counting the one-time startup cost, not counting the expensive construction cost, isn't this just pure hooliganism? You have to have money to build it before you can compare. There is no such condition now. However, from these words, the instructors once again affirmed the deputy referee's thoughts and ideas. It is definitely a party that strongly supports the reform of the existing training camp structure. Zhang Tianming and Shen Hao looked at each other and understood that today's battle might be more difficult than imagined. Since you want reform, that must clear away the resistance and let everyone see how big the gap is between the top talent in different levels of training camps. No wonder similar exchange meetings like this are held in many base cities. And they were all swept away without mercy. That's what decision-making is for. Snapped. Sudden. Hu Xiaofang jumped onto the ring and glanced at the surrounding students with contempt. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs. Where's the person I'm fighting against? Why don't you come up and fight with me? Stop. This shouting made everyone here in Nanzhong look unnatural. What the hell? What's the difference between this and, come and hit me, come and hit me? Wei Mo showed an inexplicable smile. Tianming, this Hu Xiaofang is our first player to participate in the battle. He is also the weakest among the three. But, so far, Hu Xiaofang has visited all city-level training bases and has not yet lost. Your students should quickly go up and use 2 moves to end this exchange battle. Don't delay our drinking time, ha 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 ha. Zhang Tianming couldn't laugh when he heard this. Chief Wei, maybe Hu Xiaofang's undefeated golden body will be broken today. Ao Hai, you go first. Oh, Wei Mo raised his eyebrows. What does this mean? Hu Xiaofang might lose. You know, in the blood test 2 days ago, Hu Xiaofang's value reached 213.5, which is not far from the threshold of a third-level warrior. Coupled with his powerful abilities, even if he takes the martial arts college entrance examination right now, he is sure to enter the Supreme Academy. Is there a monster that can compete with a city-level training base? However, Zhang Tianming is also a 6th-grade great martial artist, so his eyesight must be there. Now that I have said that, then the 3 people we faced today definitely have something. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Wei Mo looked interested. Among the crowd, Ao Hai, who received Zhang Tianming's order, also jumped onto the ring. At this moment, his hands were already wearing special black gloves with dense spikes on them. Water rippled in his pupils. The expression is extremely serious. Being insulted like this, it was impossible for a genius like him not to be angry. Originally, before meeting Hu Xiaofang, Ao Hai has already made up his mind that this battle will focus on learning. But now, he has changed his mind. Facing this arrogant guy, we must fight with the mentality of winning the final victory. Brother Ao, show him some color. Yes, what is he so arrogant about? Those who didn't know better thought he had already worn 3 clothes. Although our Nanzhong is only a city-level survival base, we also have outstanding people. How can we be looked down upon by this kid? ... The students were furious. Oh, they want you to wear 1 and 3. Hu Xiaofang grinned. Tisk, 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 but I don't think you are that powerful. How about I give in so that you don't lose too badly? Well, just call me Brother Hu and I'll save some face for you. When Ao Hai heard these words, the veins on his forehead knitted up. So crazy. Maybe this guy has strength, but his behavior makes people with the best temper want to beat him up. Noisy. Let's meet Zhenjiang, Ao Hai said coldly. Hu Xiaofang touched his golden curly hair. Well, it seems you don't want me to save face for you. The referee instructor on the ring raised his palm. Prepare. Start. The referee instructor just finished speaking. The water in Ao Hai's pupils began to flow rapidly. Eye of water wave, open at full strength. Ao Hai understood that there was a huge gap between his health and the curly hair in front of him. This means that whether it is reaction speed or explosive power, it is definitely impossible to compete. If you attack rashly, you will only find flaws. Therefore, he immediately made a strategic plan, stopped immediately, and used the Eye of Water waves to find and analyze Hu Xiaofang's offensive route. In order to break the situation, when Hu Xiaofang saw Ao Hai, he did not rush over. He didn't panic, stretched out his hand, and a long golden stick appeared from the storage bracelet. On this long stick, there is also a circling golden dragon carved on it. He started mumbling again. What, you're not going to come? Or are you afraid of me? Oh, my, this is normal. I have fear when facing strong people. This is a self-protection mechanism. Hey, your eyes are so beautiful now. It must be a supernatural power. Interesting. On the viewing platform, even Zhang Tianming couldn't stand it anymore. Couldn't help but joke. Chief Wei, this student is an excellent student, a professional at drawing hatred. I almost couldn't hold it in anymore and went on stage to beat him up. Hey, Wei Mo reached out and lowered the brim of his hat slightly. I admit that he does deserve a beating, but if he doesn't have the strength to punish him, it will only make him more angry. The student in the lead named Ao Hai should not be the source of your confidence in defeating Hu Xiaofang. After all, his energy and blood fluctuations are not particularly strong. Wei Mo serves as the master. The perception of energy, including energy and blood fluctuations, is very keen. Especially for a young boy like Ao Hai, who can hardly hide his own energy, he can directly judge the strength and weakness without any problem. As expected of a guard referee, his perception is still so strong. Ao Hai's strength is indeed a rare good seedling in Nanzhong. The chi and blood talent is pretty good, and the awakened abilities can almost be considered as level 1 advanced. The fighting style is equally cautious and calm. But, Zhang Tianming changed the topic. You should be no match against this Hu Xiaofang. Is it a level 1 superior power? Wei Mo nodded. On Blue Star, superpowers also have awakening intensity. This awakening intensity is divided into 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3. Level 1 is the lowest and level 3 is the strongest. Of course, for ordinary people, even awakening a level 1 inferior power is a big transformation in terms of talent. Level 1 high strength is really good. And on the stage, Hu Xiaofang saw that Ao Hai had no intention of taking the initiative to attack, and he completely understood this guy's plan. He muttered, okay, it's not a problem to keep putting it off like this. Then let me make a sample first. Boom, the words just fell. Hu Xiaofang's strength suddenly exploded. The whole person turned into a phantom and sprinted towards Ao Hai. So fast, Ao Hai's expression changed. At this moment, under the perception of the Eye of Water waves, the blood in Hu Xiaofang's body surged rapidly. It has almost exceeded the limit of his computing power. I can only gamble. Ao Hai gritted his teeth and slowly pushed his right palm forward. Then the moment Hu Xiaofang approached with a stick. Right, at this moment, Ao Hai's footsteps changed, moving towards the left front like running water, and then he slapped Hu Xiaofang on the right shoulder. A sneer appeared at the corner of Hu Xiaofang's mouth, and he uttered 2 words, too slow. He swept the long stick in his hand and hit Ao Hai's body. Boom, a muffled sound came out. Ao Hai only felt a huge force coming from him. Then he was knocked away. It hit the ground and rolled for more than 10 meters. This scene, the Nanzhong students who were still shouting for cheers just now became stagnant. Silence fell. It took about a second or 2 for everyone to react. This. How could this happen? Brother Ao's Eye of Water waves should be able to grasp the enemy's dynamics and use this to make the most effective defensive response. Yes, I fought against Brother Ao, and he easily defeated me. I felt uncomfortable that everything was under his control. Why, it seems like you made a wrong judgment just now. No, it's not that I misjudged the direction, but that the speed of this little curly hair was so fast that Brother Ao couldn't react to the change of direction. It's too exaggerated. What is the blood level of this little curly hair? Among the crowd, Zhang Yan also clenched his fists. The gap is too big. It's not of the same magnitude at all. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. This feeling is almost exactly the same as when facing Chen Yi. Instructor viewing area. Zhang Tianming frowned. This Hu Xiaofang is a bit too much. You actually stopped working at the end. What do you mean? Does he regard this battle as a game? Do you still want to continue to ravage Ao Hai? If it had been a student with a bad character, he might have collapsed under such a blow. Wei Mo patted Zhang Tianming on the shoulder. Tianming, don't be angry. In this way, we can better reflect the strength gap between the two, right? The instructors on the side looked at Wei Mo's relaxed and lazy smile, but they were not happy at all. What the hell, this is clearly the smiling tiger. Maybe what Hu Xiaofang is doing now is simply what the deputy referee Wei in front of him indicated. Shen Hao also trembled. It seems to recall some bad experiences from the past. The referee's unscrupulous temperament to achieve his goals has really not changed at all. In his eyes, if the communication meeting is more overwhelming and topical, the goal can be achieved more effectively. Let alone attack Ao Hai. Even if Ao Hai's Taoist heart completely collapses, that's no problem. It is easy to distinguish between a small student and a plan that will have an impact on the entire Daxia kingdom. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. When Wei Mo was performing tasks or moving towards his ideals, his cold-bloodedness scared even Shen Hao. Then, he and Zhang Tianming looked at each other. There was helplessness in his eyes. Maybe, this is why Wei Mo was able to sit in the position of deputy referee of that organization. In the arena, Ao Hai slowly stood up. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Hu Xiaofang. Is this guy keeping his hand? Not only did it avoid the vital point, but its strength also weakened at the last moment. But looking at the playful expression on this little curly face, Ao Hai knew in his heart that the reason for holding back his hand was definitely not because of any mercy. But I want to humiliate myself. Oh my, can I still continue to fight? I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile and fly away with just the slightest touch. Tisk, 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 after all, he is the most outstanding talent in Nanzhong this year. I really didn't expect him to be so weak. Hu Xiaofang put the stick on his shoulder and continued to be weird. Angry, so angry, even Ao Hai's calm temperament was almost unbearable. It's not like this guy has awakened some special abilities. Automatically attracts hatred. The students watching the battle in the audience were equally angry. Ao Hai was indeed one of their top students, but he was still being teased and looked down upon. Analyzing it from another angle, isn't it also mocking their incompetence? What are you pretending to be? You have some strength but you are so weak like this. No matter how awesome he is, I still look down on such a villain who spits shit. Yes, as taught in the first lesson on martial arts, warriors must always face the unknowns of this world with a humble attitude. Sooner or later, this little curly hair will suffer a big loss. Big brother Chen Yi is still of good character. Although his strength is extraordinary, he never bullies the weak like this. He is just a little mysterious. Speaking of which, where is Mr. Chen Yi? Why haven't I seen him yet? Everyone suddenly discovered that Chen Yi didn't seem to have arrived at the martial arts hall yet. Zhang Yan turned to look at Xiao Zuian. Classmate, I remember that you are also from Nanzhong No. 5 Middle School. Do you know where Chen Yi is now? Look at the battle in front of you. Zhang Yan knew in his heart that he and Ao Hai could never be Hu Xiaofang's opponents. If he wants to defeat this annoying little curly hair full of taunts, perhaps Chen Yi has the chance to take action. Ah, I asked. No reply, maybe he is on his way. Xiao Zuian answered truthfully. Hearing this, the students around him didn't know what to say. Yes, this is too calm. Today is the day when the higher level training camp comes to kick off the gym. You can ignore this and still fight in the wilderness area. All right, it's true that there's still a while before the agreed 2 o'clock, so it's normal that we haven't arrived yet. Zhang Yan paused for a moment, then said helplessly. Just after Donghua's suspended chariot arrived at the training base, they hurriedly came to the martial arts hall for a duel. It's equivalent to dozens of minutes ahead of schedule. Combined with the last duel between Chen Yi and Shu Zi, it was also achieved by stepping on it. For Chen Yi, maybe it's normal that he hasn't returned to the base yet. Hey, what, you're not ready to take the initiative to attack? Well, how about I stand still and let you beat me for a while, so as not to say that I am bullying the small. In the arena, Hu Xiaofang's shouts rang out again and he put away his weapons. Lu Qianan and Zhang Xiang, who were leaning against the wall, couldn't hold back watching this hard-working performance. Xiao Fang is still such a lively treasure. I guess the students over at Nanzhong are going to be furious. Zhang Xiang said with a smile on her lips. Lu Qianan rubbed his temples. Tell me, do we owe him a favor? We get generous rewards without even playing. He took care of everything by himself. I just feel that after this, our reputation in Dongwu will not be very good. On the ring, Ao Hai's eyes turned cold when he heard these extremely arrogant words. Okay, this is what you said. I am indeed no match for you, but you can stand and let me fight. Stop looking down on others. Boom, Ao Hai instantly rushed towards Hu Xiaofang. No matter what, the person in front of me has not reached the level of a third-grade warrior. Stand and let yourself be beaten. Court death. In just an instant, Ao Hai rushed in front of Hu Xiaofang. With all his strength, he struck the little curly head with a palm. Hu Xiaofang was indeed motionless. Is this guy really not resisting? This thought flashed through Ao Hai's mind, and then, with his continuously rippling water eyes, he saw an earthy yellow energy begin to surge in Hu Xiaofang's body. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Ao Hai gritted his teeth. The palm of his hand still hit Hu Xiaofang's head with all his strength. No matter what, now the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. No matter how bad the ending was, could it be worse than the humiliation of being sent away just now? This scene also inspired the Nanzhong students in the audience. Ah, he really doesn't resist. Fill the cup. Beat him to death and let him pretend. From this shouting, one can completely hear the Nanzhong students' deep resentment towards Hu Xiaofang. People always hate those who hold cups, and it is not without reason. However, those who are careful can find that Lu Qianan, who is also from Dongwu, still looks indifferent. Kakaka, just when Ao Hai's palm was about to touch Hu Xiaofang's door. The curly-haired boy's skin seemed to turn as yellow as soil in an instant and cracked. Boom, Ao Hai slapped Hu Xiaofang on the forehead. Suddenly, small clods of earth flew everywhere, and even Hu Xiaofang's face sunk in a little. Question mark. The Nanzhong students were confused. His head was split open. What's going on? Hu Xiaofang won't die. No. I think this should be a supernatural power. Ah, that makes sense. I was a little excited just now. But even if you use supernatural powers to resist, there should be a defense limit. Look at his face sunk, it doesn't look like he's resisting. Not sure. Soon, the students realized that this should be a supernatural method. But I still have some hope in my heart that this one will work. On the stage, Hu Xiaofang slowly opened Ao Hai's palm with his hand. Hoo. Then, the sunken earth on his face began to reshape. In an instant, Hu Xiaofang's face returned to his original appearance. But, the feeling of cracked soil is still there. As the saying goes, hit someone without hitting someone in the face. You've gone a bit too far. Hu Xiaofang's expression was full of teasing and he looked at Ao Hai calmly. Die. For a moment just now, Ao Hai was even a little worried that this guy wouldn't die due to excessive care, right? But as soon as his mouth was reshaped and restored, the words he spoke made people furious. Now he only regrets that he didn't hit harder. Then, both palms continued to attack Hu Xiaofang crazily. However, Hu Xiaofang also stood motionless. Bang 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 bang. Continuous pieces of earth and dust flew everywhere. Broken, remade, broken and reshaped. Ao Hai could no longer keep calm. He only had one thought in his mind: beat this mean-mouthed curly to death. Instructor viewing area. Zhang Tianming took a deep breath. The gap is too big. This power level should be judged as level 2, right? Wei Mo nodded slightly. Yes, the Superpower Research Institute has already determined that it is a level 2 superpower. It's called Earth Sculpting Body. Here Wei Mo admit. The instructors behind him were also full of envy. In addition to power, the level determination of superpowers also includes potential factors. Generally speaking, level 1 superpowers can be a great help in the process of advancing from the 4th level to the 5th level and helping to realize the power of heaven and earth. But after becoming a 5th grade martial artist, the effect is much smaller. It's a very simple reason. To break through the threshold of level 4 to level 5, you need to understand the free elemental particles in the world. Even the threshold of chi and blood was lower than before. 1050 is a first-grade warrior. 50 to 250, for a second-grade warrior. 250-1250, a third-grade warrior. The difference in chi and blood at every level past here is 5 times. But after breaking through 1250 chi and blood, that is, reaching the 4th level warrior, only twice the amount is enough for each level. In other words, 2,500 blood points can achieve the 5th level. Only 5,000 chi and blood points can achieve the 6th level. This is precisely because in the next realm, in addition to physical fitness, the control of the energy of heaven and earth is also very important. Some people, if they are not very talented in elemental energy, it was normal for him to be stuck at the 4th grade limit of 2,500 chi and blood for his whole life. But superpowers are different. For example, Ao Hai, after awakening the Eye of Water Waves, has water element particles in his body. When it reaches the 4th level of limit energy and blood, under normal circumstances, it will be able to sense the water element particles quickly and absorb them into the body to polish itself, thereby achieving the 5th level, Water Martial Arts Master. Zhang Yan's awakened superpower allows him to possess fire element particles, and he can quickly become a flame martial artist through conventional methods. But after becoming a martial artist who can master the power of heaven and earth, many of the training methods have their own attribute power, and some relatively weak level 1 abilities are no different from a normal martial arts method. In addition, it also plays a minor role in storing more energy. Of course, for example, would Zhang Yan want to become a water martial artist? Okay, then just don't absorb it when you feel the free flame element particles between heaven and earth. Because after you reach the 5th level, the energy particles in your body will repel the outside world, so that you can no longer sense other particles. Continue to realize quietly. Maybe after 10 days and a half, you will realize another kind, such as wood element particles. In another year and a half, maybe we can really understand the water element particles. But no one does that. The fact that you were able to awaken the fire power in the first place shows that you are extremely talented in the way of fire. If you insist on taking a path that you have no talent for, you will only get twice the result with half the effort. At that time, it will be normal to be unable to break through much chi and blood for the rest of his life. This is the help of a level 1 superpower. As long as you can reach the 4th level of ultimate energy and blood, the probability of breakthrough will be extremely high. Moreover, after embarking on the specific path of heaven and earth energy, the enlightenment will generally be a little faster than normal people. This is already very enviable. After all, the status of a 5th grade martial artist is not low no matter where you place it. The level 2 superpowers controlled by Hu Xiaofang can provide great combat power even after becoming a 5th grade martial artist. Naturally more rare, Nanzhong has not seen a level 2 superpower for many years. The students looked at this scene and were a little shocked. This. Why does this defense feel a bit invincible? It's similar to that of Mr. Chen Yi. Yes, if Mr. Chen Yi is absolutely defensive, then Hu Xiaofang's superpower is full of resilience. No matter how many times you fight, it's all in vain. I can reshape them all. It's a little scary. How does one deal with this? ... Zhang Yan also twitched the corner of his mouth. What's more, after watching the gambling battle last time, his new goal in the training camp was to stab Chen Yi. Now here comes another guy with ridiculous defense. There's nothing you can do about it later, right? Shu Zi in the crowd had even closed his eyes. Although he no longer dared to resent and target Chen Yi, he still couldn't help feeling frightened when facing such an opponent with terrible defense. He will never forget that day, the image of someone taking a knife with one hand with great confidence. The person in front of him named Hu Xiaofang may be comparable to Chen Yi's defensive power. Of course, what they didn't know was that even if Chen Yi was still on the 2nd level of the 6 layers of Shira body, Hu Xiaofang might not be able to match Chen Yi's defensive power. Not to mention that in more than a month, Chen Yi has reached the 4th level of practice. In the arena, click, after Ao Hai madly attacked dozens of moves. Hu Xiaofang directly grabbed Ao Hai's wrist with both hands. The broken body was quickly reshaped. Then he said coldly, "Enough is enough. It's not that I don't give you a chance, it's that you don't use it if I give you a chance. The next second, aha, Hu Xiaofang whipped his leg. It hit Ao Hai hard on the waist. He was almost exhausted and kicked out directly. It fell outside the ring. Hu Xiaofang wins. The referee instructor immediately decided. The medical staff on the side rushed forward and treated Ao Hai. The faces of Nanjong students were very unwilling. Although I hate to admit it. But this battle is crushing, pure crushing. This provocative and arrogant curly man has a fighting power far superior to Ao Hai. As a result, their angry appearance just now can only be described in 4 words. Incompetent rage. Hateful. Is the gap between Donghua and us really that big? This guy is really capable. How on earth should he break his superpower? It feels like we can only see if Mr. Chen Yi has any means. Yes, Mr. Chen Yi is not here yet. I did not see it. ... Everyone knew in their hearts that even Zhang Yan was at about the same level as Ao Hai. He must not be Hu Xiaofang's opponent. Only Chen Yi has hope of winning. Seeing this, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth and jumped up. There is nothing you can do, you have to fight even if you can't beat him. Is it possible to just give in? That's even more embarrassing. Hu Xiaofang, Zhang Yan, will come to meet you. Hu Xiaofang rubbed his chin. Zhang Yan. From what I heard from this discussion, it seems that they think there is a guy named Chen Yi who can compete with me. You probably aren't qualified yet. It's better to go directly to the strongest one. I don't want to fight the little guy. Now, even if you can't beat him, let's fight him first. Zhang Yan roared angrily. The referee instructor on the side saw this. There was no hesitation either. He directly raised his hand. Then, the second battle begins. At this moment, Zhang Yan rushed forward with a spear in hand. ... Instructor viewing area. Zhang Tianming sighed. Oh, Zhang Yan has no hope. That kid Chen Yi, why haven't you arrived yet? When Wei Mo heard this, his expression changed. Oh, Tianming, you actually think that Chen Yi can defeat Hu Xiaofang? After seeing Hu Xiaofang's energy and tyrannical abilities, I can still have this idea. This can only show that Chen Yi does have something. Shen Hao touched his bald head. I don't know if I can defeat him, but I'm sure I have the strength to fight at least. Really? Wei Mo heard this and felt a little expectant in his heart. In the ring, this battle did not last long. After a little teasing, Hu Xiaofang. Then he took out his long stick and smashed Zhang Yan out of the ring. It's boring, it's too weak. I'm tired of beating an opponent of this level. Is there anything stronger? Where is the Chen Yi you are talking about? Don't you hear my name, Hu Xiaofang, so scared that you don't dare to come out, and become a coward. ... Hu Xiaofang glanced condescendingly below and continued to speak. Boy, don't be crazy. When Mr. Chen Yi comes, I'll have some good fruit for you. Yes, why are you so arrogant? No matter how strong your defense is, I think you are only on par with Mr. Chen Yi. Classmate, you are wrong. How can such a villain be compared with Brother Chen? Makes sense. ... The students in Nanjong cursed each other one after another. However, Hu Xiaofang's expression on the stage was indifferent. To him, these words simply went in one ear and out the other, and he didn't care at all. As a professional troll, this professional quality is still needed. If you don't have such a strong psychological endurance, you can't do this job. In the instructor's viewing area, Wei Mo also touched the stubble on his chin. At dawn, is that Chen Yi still here? Isn't it because you are afraid that if you lose and your glorious image will collapse in front of these students, you don't dare to accept the challenge? After all, I think these young people really respect this guy named Chen Yi. As young people, it's normal to have some idle baggage. Maybe he knew about Hu Xiaofang's power in advance through a friend who was watching the battle, so he simply gave up. This probability is not small. Zhang Tianming said firmly. No, it's impossible. Chen Yi is afraid of fighting. Unless the sun comes out in the west. That boy. As he said that, the indifference of Chen Yi when he challenged the monster appeared in Zhang Tianming's mind, as well as the indifference in his eyes. Maybe this is a bit too much, but Zhang Tianming felt like he was a god who judges life and death. Do you think such a person would avoid fighting because of fear? It can be said to be the most ridiculous thing in the world. Anyway, the time hasn't come yet. Referee, let's just wait for a while. I've already ordered people to prepare good food and wine in the banquet hall, so there won't be any delay. Da da da. At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps came. A young man who was dirty but still couldn't hide his handsome appearance ran in. It's Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked up and saw a strange little curly hair on the ring looking at him with interest. Has it started yet? Ha 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 ha. Chen Yi, you are finally here. Zhang Tianming's hearty laughter echoed in the martial arts hall. Chen Yi walked quickly towards the ring and gave a brief explanation. Instructor Zhang, I'm sorry. You suddenly started early, and I also rushed slowly to get here at this time. To be faster, Chen Yi didn't even take detours in many places. I got a little dirty all over my body. Not only were there a lot of soil stains, but there were also some weeds hanging on the clothes. Zhang Tianming waved his hand and said, It's okay, it's okay. It started early and that's our problem. You came at the right time. Ao Hai and Zhang Yan have already gone to battle. Just go on stage and compete with Hu Xiaofang from Donghua Training Base. Wei Mo on the side glanced at Chen Yi. His originally lazy and relaxed face suddenly turned serious. This kid, the aura on his body is like a black hole. Is it a martial arts method that conceals qi? No, probably not. He is a 7th level master. No matter how exquisite the hidden qi techniques practiced by these young boys are, they should not be almost impossible for him to detect. Is that a superpower? In short, no matter what, this Chen Yi will definitely not be simple. It's a bit interesting. I have to fight against the geniuses from Donghua and go to the wilderness area to hone myself. I don't know if I am too confident or too conceited. Wei Mo commented with a smile. When Chen Yi heard Zhang Tianming's words, his heart moved. Ao Hai and Zhang Yan have already gone to war. According to the rules of this exchange battle, doesn't it mean that he is the only one left here in Nanzhong? All right, then let me take a look at what makes this so-called Donghua Tianzhao so outstanding. The Nanzhong students under the ring were extremely excited to see Chen Yi's arrival. Brother Chen, you are finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. That little curly hair is too arrogant and arrogant. You still need to go up and treat him. Yes, Boss Chen Yi takes action. I guess this little brat will be lying on the ground wailing and begging for mercy in a short time. After being humiliated by Hu Xiaofang just now, and losing both battles, everyone felt suffocated in their hearts. Chen Yi, on the other hand, has always been the best in these hunting competitions. He is the well-deserved #1 person here in Nanzhong. So there is still hope of winning, and everyone naturally has expectations. Ao Hai, who had finished the treatment, pushed away the crowd and walked quickly to Chen Yi's side. He whispered with a solemn expression. Chen Yi, be careful. This person's power can turn his body into soil. Even if it breaks into pieces, it can be reshaped, just like an invincible little strongman. Although it's embarrassing, Zhang Yan and I can't even break through his defense. He's not on the same level as us. Does the earth element have special powers? Chen Yi nodded. Chen Yi didn't see the battle just now, which was equivalent to missing some information. However, it has little impact. Chen Yi's progress during this period was really fast. I measured my qi and blood level a few days ago and it has reached over 170. And now it has definitely exceeded the 180 mark. Coupled with the various methods of the underworld, even if the opponent is the top genius from Donghua, he must be afraid. Hey, Chen Yi, stop dawdling, come up quickly. Hurry up and fight with me to break their illusions. Ha 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 ha, I really look forward to seeing you lying on the ground lingering for breath. Hu Xiaofang's voice sounded again. However, this time Nanzhong students were almost immune and used to it, so they didn't react too much. After all, everyone can see that this guy is totally shameless. It's useless for you to fight back. He just gets more and more excited. However, Chen Yi frowned after hearing this. He suddenly looked up at Hu Xiaofang, his pupils gradually condensed into triangles, and his expression was cold. You still. Hu Xiaofang, who was about to continue the verbal attack, suddenly stopped. At this moment, in his eyes, all the buzzing conversations around him, including the environment of the martial arts hall, have gradually become blurred. Chen Yi's eyes were like black holes, drawing all his attention away. In an instant, Hu Xiaofang seemed to be on the ground where broken bodies and limbs were everywhere. The sky was dark and dull. All around, blood gathered into small puddles. There were vague plaintive whispers surrounding my ears. Ah! Hu Xiaofang shouted, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and he kept breathing heavily. What's the situation? Just now, it felt like I was being dragged to hell. The Nanzhong students were also confused. Just now, Mr. Chen Yi raised his head and glanced at Hu Xiaofang, and the noisy guy yelled nervously. Still looking scared. No way. Is it so repressive? No, 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 it shouldn't happen. It must be that this little curly-haired drama addict has come back again. What is this guy doing again? Let's just ignore him. Yes, let this kid act alone. When Brother Chen ravages him severely, then he will be honest. Among the crowd, only Chen Yi understood. Hu Xiaofang's reaction was not acting. But the moment I raised my head just now, I used the mental attack method, dark eyes. This method can capture the mind and pull the enemy's mind into great terror. The effect is not bad. After all, the battle between warriors is murderous at every step. Those with high strength can fight dozens of moves in an instant. Even if you are distracted for a moment in a fierce battle, you may lose the opportunity and be hit hard by the enemy. Instructor viewing area. Wei Mo frowned when he saw this scene. Something is wrong, so wrong. The powerful observation ability of warriors is naturally beyond the reach of these students. That moment just now, the fear and various micro-expressions displayed by Hu Xiaofang are so realistic. No, they are real. Although this kid is usually out of the box, he also likes to perform, as Nanzhong students said. But he is not a professional actor. How can you have such superb acting skills? But is it possible to achieve this just by looking at each other? It's a little too outrageous. Even before the battle started, in Wei Mo's mind, Chen Yi's difficulty level had been rising. Turning to look at Zhang Tianming, I saw this rough guy smiling and saying nothing. Pretend to be mysterious, right? Anyway, we can see the outcome later when the battle begins. At the same time, in another corner of the Budokan, Zhang Xiang flipped her hair. Xiaofang seems to be interested again. But this Chen Yi is really interesting. He just came back from the wilderness area. He's not afraid of exhausting his energy in advance, is he? He's quite handsome, but also conceited. Well, I feel like he's a standard genius template. However, Lu Qianan, who was leaning against the wall, sensed something was wrong. No, the expression just now didn't look like he was pretending. Hu Xiaofang seems to be really scared. Hear this. Zhang Xiang was also stunned. Not just pretending. Etc. Indeed, Hu Xiaofang is still silent now, saying nothing. Even if it was a performance, it would be too strange for it to end suddenly. Clatter. Chen Yi jumped directly onto the ring. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You seem crazy. Just now it seemed like you were going to beat me to the ground. I hope you won't kneel down and beg for mercy later. The cold words were not loud but very clear. For this kind of guy who likes to constantly provoke. Chen Yi is still a little annoyed. After all, no one likes a fly buzzing in their ears. Hu Xiaofang habitually wanted to say something to fight back. But at this moment, his head was like a ball of mush, and his thoughts were completely chaotic. This man's aura seems to have the aura of death. How so? This is not because Chen Yi has performed any other tricks. Instead, the pure murderous aura of the sixth layer of Shira escaped when Chen Yi entered the fighting state. You must know that in this world, those strong men who came out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, just stare. Some low-level warriors may have a mental breakdown. This is because you killed too many evildoers, and you are unknowingly contaminated with some evil spirits. Over time, the evil spirits condense to the point where they can affect reality. But Chen Yi is different. Other strong people absorb it unconsciously. However, he used the six-layered Asura body to consciously collect them. Efficiency is not on the same level at all. In addition, as a public official of the Underworld, the purity of this evil spirit is naturally extremely amazing. Hu Xiaofang knew in his heart that all of this was definitely not a hallucination or coincidence. Is this man the reincarnation of some evil spirit? At this moment, he no longer felt as relaxed as before. The person in front of him was completely different from all the city-level training camp geniuses he had encountered before. Stressed. Hey, wasn't this kid very sharp-tongued just now? What's going on now? Yeah, it feels like I've become mute all of a sudden. Hi, the fear just now is not true, is it? Brother Chen Yi's strength has reached this point. He can defeat others without fighting. It's possible, otherwise I really can't imagine how a guy with such a bad mouth can't retaliate now. The students on the Nanzhong side also began to realize that something was wrong with Hu Xiaofang. Xiao Zuian's eyes flashed with brilliance. Good guy. Chen Yi, every time you take action after silence, you have to amaze everyone, right? Seeing that both of them were almost ready, the referee instructor on the ring raised his right hand. Ready, start. The words just fell. The long golden stick appeared in Hu Xiaofang's hand. Facing Chen Yi, he didn't dare to be too big. Chen Yi also stretched out his hand. The magic spirit ball floated in the air. Immediately afterwards, Kakaka. In an instant, the magic martial spirit ball began to reshape, turning into a dark purple long knife covered with scales. Although it is said that 6 layers of Shira contains many techniques, including spear techniques, sword techniques, etc. But the power gap is not particularly obvious. For Chen Yi, everyone now thinks that he is a genius in swordsmanship. If he uses other weapons rashly, there is no danger of being targeted, and it is troublesome to explain. Chen Yi understands the simple truth that any tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. What a unique weapon! Not only Hu Xiaofang was surprised. The same is true for students here in Nanzhong. It was also their first time to see the magic spirit ball. After all, the only time Chen Yi fought against a student, he didn't even use his weapons. Boom! On the ring, Chen Yi didn't hesitate at all, and his body suddenly burst forward. This momentum startled Hu Xiaofang, and the long stick in his hand trembled. No, hold on, hold on. Maybe this guy's superpower is mental, shaking his fighting spirit, in order to achieve the purpose of reducing the opponent's combat effectiveness. The chaotic situation might just hit his path. Hu Xiaofang gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. The earth element energy in his body began to surge. His skin changed back to the soil-like appearance just now. And from his palm, the clay began to spread and grow, and soon the golden sticks were attached, and then condensed into small spikes. It's like a slender mace. But this move is much more practical than the mace. Once the spikes poke into the skin, the proliferative soil will swell in the enemy's flesh. Cause great damage. When facing Ao Hai and Zhang Yan just now, Hu Xiaofang didn't take it seriously because both sides were too powerful. But now, he went all out from the very beginning. Thick earth stick technique. Hu Xiaofang grasped the long stick tightly, put it behind him, gathered strength, and slammed it at the moment Chen Yi charged towards him. At this moment, the veins on both of his arms were knotted. It was obvious that he had used all his strength to suck the milk. This force-generating technique has already reached the silver level. Faced with such a powerful and heavy blow, Chen Yi's expression did not change at all. At this moment, the power of the netherworld poured into the demonic spirit knife, and wisps of dark energy burst out like sparks. Boom! The moment the two weapons came into contact, this dark energy quickly spread to Hu Xiaofang's long stick. The clay on the long stick began to dry under the influence of this corrosive force. Bang 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 bang. Explosions sounded one after another. This tough clay actually disintegrated. Lu Qianan, who was leaning in the corner, had trembling eyes. How can it be? The soil created by Hu Xiaofang's supernatural power is more terrifying than many alloys in terms of toughness. But after being exposed to this supernatural energy named Chen Yi, he lost his activity and became weathered in a very short period of time. This boy is so terrifying. Zhang Xiang on the side unconsciously covered her mouth with her hands. With the Nanzhong students shouting and praising Chen Yi just now, she thought that these people had too low vision, thinking that their so-called strongest could compete with Donghua's top talent. After all, at the beginning, these people also felt that Ao Hai, Zhang Yan and others could defeat Hu Xiaofang. But now Zhang Xiang discovered that she was so wrong. However, this is not over yet. After Chen Yi pushed away the long stick, the long knife in his hand whistled like the wind, turned into a shadow and slashed towards Hu Xiaofang. Martial arts method, sheer a heavenly sword. Swish, swish, swish. One knife after another, the speed was too fast. In Hu Xiaofang's eyes, Chen Yi seemed to be a Shira with 6 arms, holding knives to chop at him. He picked up his weapon and tried to block it, but he could only block a very small part of the attack. The sharp sword like tore apart Hu Xiaofang's clay body. And every knife wound is attached to the corrosive power of the netherworld, slowing down its growth effect more than 10 times. Instructor viewing area. Even with Wei Mo's knowledge, he was shocked at this moment. How is it possible? The stick technique that Hu Xiaofang displayed is as mysterious as a low-grade silver. Chen Yi's sword skills actually completely suppressed him. No, this can't be considered suppression, but beating. If it weren't for the supernatural power, Hu Xiaofang might be dead at this moment. This Chen Yi's sword technique should be at the peak of silver level, and judging from the fact that this technique is pure level, it has even reached the level of nature. Monster with swordsmanship. Generally speaking, only 3rd and 4th level swordsmen can understand and use silver level sword skills. Therefore, Hu Xiaofang's qi and blood did not reach the 3rd grade threshold. Being able to use low-grade silver sticks to fight is already considered a good talent. But it also depends on who you compare with. In the face of Chen Yi's talent in swordsmanship, it is no exaggeration to say that the light of a grain of rice competes with the bright moon. Zhang Tianming smiled, his proud look clearly visible on his face. How about it, Chief Wei? This kid Chen Yi's talent is pretty good. Although our Nanjiang is only a city-level survival base, it has always been full of outstanding people. After me, Chen Yi came out. Tisk, 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 you shouldn't underestimate him. Just now, Ao Hai and his wife were pressed down and beaten. He actually felt very uncomfortable. Now that I finally have the opportunity to stand up and become the master, I can't even justify it. Wei Mo couldn't help but rolled his eyes after hearing this. What the hell? When you were young, your talent was not much different from that of Chen Yi, but you should still be a million miles away. How embarrassing is this? Under the ring, the students in Nanjiang were so excited that they almost jumped up. Ha 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 ha, as soon as Brother Chen took action, this little curly hair immediately withered. Let him be arrogant. I think his whole body is about to crack. It's really cracking. Yes. Just now I was worried that this little curly hair's defense was too strong and that Mr. Chen Yi might not be able to do anything about it. Now it seems that I am completely overly worried. Hee, the reason why curly hair was so invincible in the previous battle was simply because he didn't reach his limit. Actually, if you think about it, you will know that superpowers are also energy. How can they multiply endlessly? The battle only started for less than half a minute. The frustration and gloom of the students in Nanjiang were swept away. Comfortable. The arrogant guy was finally beaten. Completely opposite to the mood of the Nanjiang students, Hu Xiaofang on the stage was very depressed. The boy in front of him beat him so hard that he couldn't even breathe. And under the fierce attack of the power of the netherworld and this terrible sword technique, the supernatural energy in his body is declining rapidly. If it doesn't work, if you continue to hold on, I'm afraid it will hurt your origin later. After realizing that it was completely impossible for him to make a comeback, Hu Xiaofang made an instant decision. I surrender. Hu Xiaofang, whose mouth had been dented by the beating, didn't know where to make the sound and spat out an indistinct sound. Fortunately, Chen Yi's current physical fitness and hearing are amazing. He also immediately stopped attacking. With a wave of his big hand, he sucked back all the power of the netherworld attached to his body. Seeing this, the referee instructor hurriedly said, Chen Yi, win. Oh, Nanjiang students cheered. Su Wanning clenched her fists and stared at Chen Yi. Sure enough, there is nothing you can't do. Ao Hai and Zhang Yan, who had just lost to Hu Xiaofang, even high-fived each other. This annoying little curly hair also has such a deflated time, it is really a good reincarnation. Hey, Hu Xiaofang, didn't you say you were going to beat our boss Chen Yi to death? How come it didn't take long after the battle that I couldn't bear it anymore? Crazy, continue to be crazy. No more taunting. Ha 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 ha, today you should have seen what it means to be someone outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. A warrior must always maintain humility. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Finally, Student Nanzhong was so proud that he could sarcastically reply. As for Hu Xiaofang in the ring, without the erosion of those netherworld powers, the speed of clay growth has returned to normal. After a while, Hu Xiaofang returned to his complete human form. But at this moment, his face was pale and he was breathing heavily. At first glance, it seems that the physical energy is excessive. Hu Xiaofang's eyes looked at Chen Yi, full of fear. What he did next shocked the Nanzhong students present. Hu Xiaofang took a deep breath and made a 90-degree bow. I'm sorry, brother Chen Yi, I was wrong. Before, I thought that city-level training bases were just garbage, just worms that wasted resources. I didn't expect that a monster like you existed. I, Hu Xiaofang, am blind to Mount Tai, please forgive me. Everyone, this is too bachelor. It simply embodies the saying that you should stand at attention when you are beaten. He was completely different from his arrogant attitude just now. Donghua Tianzhao Lu Qianan, who was watching the battle in the corner, had no surprise on his face. Originally, Hu Xiaofang had such an out-of-the-box temperament. On the Donghua side, when he first entered the training camp, he was also very arrogant and caused a lot of trouble. After Lu Qianan defeated him, he immediately became respectful. Simply put, this kid only surrenders to the strong. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 61. When Wei Mo saw Hu Xiaofang's defeat, he took a deep breath. The demon star, the absolute demon star. Even looking at the entire Gaoyang, such talent is extremely terrifying. It's really incredible that such demonic stars can appear in Nanzhong. Chen Yi has the possibility of wearing 1 through 3. Wei Mo made a judgment immediately with his eyesight. Mainly because what Chen Yi has shown so far is so perfect in every aspect. His superpowers, martial arts skills, and fighting talents are all amazing. Even on Donghua's side, there are still 2 people who haven't played. He didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat Chen Yi. Ha 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 ha, the referee may disappoint you. It seems like there is no way to defeat the students in our training base. No matter what the result is, Nanzhong will definitely have more places next year. Shen Hao laughed and joked. Wei Mo's meaning just now was very obvious. Today's communication battle is to reflect the differences between different levels of training bases. But now, due to Chen Yi's sudden appearance, not only Hu Xiaofang's undefeated golden body was broken. And it is possible to defeat Donghua Tianzhao with 1 piercing 3. This is completely contrary to Wei Mo's initial vision and plan. Who would have guessed? Wei Mo grinned. Disappointed? How could you be disappointed? It's not too late for me to be happy. Well, as soon as this statement came out, all the instructors present were stunned. I didn't expect that the Grandmaster in front of me would have to be tough in such a clear situation. I've lost a bit of value. After all, no matter what, it is true that Chen Yi abused Hu Xiaofang. There was even a hint of doubt between Zhang Tianming and Shen Hao's brows. Strange, in their impression, Wei Mo shouldn't be such a person who can't afford to lose. Wei Mo saw the big guy's hesitant and subtle expression, so he continued to explain. I support changing the existing training camp structure because I think Daxia country can cultivate more pillars in this way. And today, I saw a rising demon star with unlimited potential. Isn't this ready-made pillar worthy of my joy? Such transparent words also made many instructors feel a little ashamed. It seems that I am judging a gentleman with a villain's heart. The perspective that people consider is not the gain or loss of face at all. It's about how to better cultivate Daxia's talents. Wei Mo rubbed his chin. As for Nanzhong City getting more places next year, it's also deserved. This world is cruel, and the strong should have privileges. And geniuses are the strong men of the future. Because of Chen Yi's rise, even those who were born in the same survival base as him can still enjoy his blessings. This is the energy of genius. There's nothing wrong with this logic. Zhang Tianming and Shen Hao nodded repeatedly. In addition to Daxia, there are many countries in this world. Some weak countries don't even have training mechanisms like training camps. Even if you live in a survival base, you have to pay settlement fees on time. Why does Daxia have such good benefits and resources in comparison? As long as you have potential, you can be cultivated. It was precisely because of the intimidation of those top experts that many wilderness areas and secret realms were conquered. Only then can so many resources be allocated. Therefore, these strong men have many privileges, including life and death. As long as they do not exceed a certain limit, there is no problem. And Chen Yi is the seed that can reach higher places. Maybe there will be dozens of people from Nanjing City next year whose talents are lower than those in other city-level bases, but they will still be able to get a quota. There is no other reason. It's just the benefits brought by Chen Yi. There are only dozens of places. Compared with the potential of this kind of demon star, this gain and loss is nothing at all. If possible, Wei Mo would like every city-level training base to have some element of surprise like this. Brother Chen Yi, how do you practice your sword skills? I feel that the sophistication of my practice is incomparable to yours. It's just some garbage. Too exaggerated. Although Hu Xiaofang's face was still pale, he immediately started chattering. His words were full of admiration for Chen Yi. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Good guy, after defeating me like this, I'm still as talkative as ever. Zhang Xiang, come on for the second game. At this moment, Wei Mo Kongming's voice sounded in the venue. Zhang Xiang, who was standing in the corner, immediately handed over her hand. Okay, Instructor Wei. After saying that, she jumped directly onto the ring. Hu Xiaofang saw this. He had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he shouted, Brother Chen Yi, let's talk to each other after it's over. The students from Nanjing under the stage had black lines all over their faces. They were so shameless. That's what it's called. I thought we had known each other for a long time. But faced with such a character, the big guy also has the strength to hit the cotton. If it's the kind of villain who is full of ridicule before the fight, and full of unacceptable expressions after losing, his self-esteem has been greatly hit. It's still very comfortable to step on. But this Hu Xiaofang, even if your voice becomes hoarse, you may not see any results. Naturally, everyone's interest waned. The topic soon shifted to Donghua's second player, Zhang Xiang, who was about to play. Tisk, 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 this sister is my type. Her skin color is the best. The more you look at these lines, the more pleasing they become. Ahem, yes, there is a kind of wild beauty. If this young lady is tongue-tied, then maybe I can accept it. ... Zhang Yan also came up for treatment at this time, his arms covered with black plaster. He looked towards the arena with a solemn expression. Ao Hai, do you think Chen Yi can wear 3 in 1? Ao Hai rubbed his chin. I think there's a good chance. Do you still remember the battle against Shu Zi? Chen Yi's defense was so terrifying. But against Hu Xiaofang just now, this was not reflected at all. I heard from the instructors that these 3 are the top 3 in Donghua training camp this year. Their strength levels shouldn't be that big of a gap, right? When Zhang Yan heard this, he felt it made sense. It's impossible for every training base to be the same as theirs, with the best strength possible, right? Beside the ring, Shu Zi was also watching the battle that was about to begin. Now he has let go of his resentment and attachment to Chen Yi. He even desperately hoped that Chen Yi could win this battle. The main reason is that from the beginning of the camp to today, Chen Yi's only record against him was to beat him. Every time he was taken out and whipped repeatedly. If I could defeat 3 Donghua students today, this news would be so exciting. That was a record that shocked the entire Gaoyang province. Naturally, defeating him, Shu Zi, was too insignificant. It can be expected that by that time, no one will mention it at all. Chen Yi, you are very strong. Before I came here, I didn't expect that there would be monsters like you in this generation in Nanjing City. I will do my best. After Zhang Xiang finished speaking, a long brown whip appeared in her hand. To be honest, she had no idea whether she could defeat Chen Yi. Therefore, before the battle started, she had already made up her mind to use her strongest method immediately. At least that way, if you lose, you won't have any regrets. Prepare, start. The referee instructor stretched out his hand and waved it down. The battle is about to break out. The energy around Zhang Xiang's body rose, causing her short hair to start to fly away. Hiss. Around her, golden light spots quickly condensed and took shape. From a distance, it looked like she was surrounded by countless fireflies. God, this power is so beautiful. It can be said that it is completely different from Hu Xiaofang's superpower just now. Yes, the earth power looks no different from being dried in the sun. In terms of viewing, it's not on the same level at all. Even though Hu Xiaofeng has ended, student Nanzhong still had a lot of resentment in his words. Instructor viewing area. Zhang Tianming was surprised. Isn't this a superpower, a golden point of light? Do you recognize it? Yes, this is the level 2 superpower, golden sharp light spot. Wei Mo gave an affirmative answer. In this world, there are so many kinds of powers that it is not an exaggeration to describe them as countless. There are even many new abilities added every year. Therefore, unless you specialize in this, even if you are well informed, you may not recognize it 10% of the time. Zhang Tianming touched his nose. Sure enough. A few years ago, I fought against a person from the lighthouse country. His superpower was this golden point of light. This ability fully demonstrates the sharp characteristics of the metallic way. It is worthy of being a level 2 superpower. So that's it. After the explanation, the instructors also had some understanding of this power. These light spots look very soft. I didn't expect it to have such characteristics. In the arena, Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. All over his body, the power of the netherworld began to slowly mobilize. Snapped. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang whipped the whip in her hand. In an instant, these light spots stretched toward both sides. It turned into golden spikes. Then, bang 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 bang. These spikes flew towards Chen Yi like a violent storm. Faced with such a shocking picture, Chen Yi just slowly stretched out the palm of his right hand. 4 words came out lightly from his mouth. Netherworld Dark Shield. Gulu gulu gulu. Black viscous liquid quickly emerged from the palm of Chen Yi's right hand. It condensed to form a huge black shield, blocking Chen Yi behind him. Swish, swish, swish. These golden ray spikes pierced directly into the black shield, as if they were submerged in a pool of water. However, there was no follow-up. Zhang Xiang's expression changed. Disappeared. As the launcher of the golden spikes, she could sense that the energy was quickly dissolved after being immersed in the black shield. Not to mention Zhang Xiang who is fighting. Even Zhang Tianming's expression changed. Chen Yi's superpower, why does it feel like it's become stronger again? They had also watched Chen Yi's battle scenes before, and the dark energy attached to the skin could not only strengthen his strength, but also strengthen his defense. But now, it can actually be released and transformed into a shield. This seems to be not weak even among level 2 abilities. Shen Hao looked like he suddenly realized. Yes, it must be because the previous battles did not make Chen Yi feel the pressure. Facing Zhang Xiang finally cheered him up a little. That's why we used such methods. Regarding Shen Hao's words, the other instructors nodded in agreement. Yes, that should be the case. This kid's level has always been a mystery. In the final analysis, our training base puts too little pressure on him. It seems necessary to change the current training camp structure and system. A genius like Chen Yi should go to Donghua, no, go to Gaoyang to be able to show off his talents. However, what these instructors didn't know was this. A month ago, Chen Yi would not have been able to use the Netherworld Shield. But, what they thought was the supernatural power was actually the power of the Netherworld that Chen Yi was practicing. The power of the Netherworld continues to practice. It can be strengthened and grown and become more pure. To put it another way, unlike other people's powers, Chen Yi's power can grow infinitely. Hu Xiaofeng, who was standing in the corner watching the battle, opened his mouth in shock. What a guy. I thought that most of Chen Yi's strength relied on his sword skills. I didn't expect that even his powers would be so difficult and terrifying. Lu Qianan frowned even more. So strong. Even at the training base in Donghua, Lu Qianan always behaved calmly. Because he is the number 1 person in the training base. Even Hu Xiaofeng and Zhang Xiang, who are closest to him, are still on a different level in terms of strength. But now Chen Yi's performance really made him feel the pressure. It's not really like being penetrated 3 times. Lu Qianan began to worry. For Wei Mo, the 3 of them are just students who have been coaching for a few months. If they lose, they lose. He is also happy that Chen Yi, a genius like Chen Yi, can emerge from Daxia. But for Lu Qianan, he is a person from a city-level survival base, and he is still the number 1 genius. If he lost to Chen Yi in the exchange battle, I'm afraid this breaking news will sweep across the entire Gaoyang province the next day. At that time, others kept saying, did you hear that Lu Qianan lost to a college entrance examination candidate from a city-level survival base? It's embarrassing just to think about it. Call. Lu Qianan slowly exhaled and calmed down. I thought about it in my mind. No, we have to think of countermeasures. Could it be that we should use that trick? On the ring, Chen Yi rushed forward with the Netherworld shield on his back. Zhang Xiang saw this, also panicked. If she gets into a close combat with Chen Yi, judging from Hu Xiaofeng's battle just now, she has no chance of winning. This man's sword skills are really mysterious and terrifying. What Zhang Xiang majored in was only the middle-grade silver whip technique, and it was only at the Xiaocheng level. Compared with Chen Yi, there is a huge difference. So the next second, Zhang Xiang's whole body qi energy escaped again. Golden yellow light spots appeared all over the sky, and the number was even slightly more than before. Snapped. The whip whipped hard. These light spots turned into sharp rays and shot toward Chen Yi. At this point, she can only pray that this wave of attacks can exceed the limit of this dark shield. But when the sharp light hit the Netherworld shield, it merged into the shield again without any accident, and there was no movement as if it had disappeared into the sea. And Chen Yi had already rushed in front of Zhang Xiang. He picked up the demonic spirit sword and pulled it back, preparing to stab it. Hoo. The dark power of the Netherworld began to dissipate, the shield collapsed, and the two of them faced each other. Seeing that the spiritual knife was about to stab him. At this critical moment, Zhang Xiang hurriedly said, I admit defeat. Hear these words. Chen Yi then turned his hand and turned the magic sword in a circle, and then stood on the ground. Chen Yi wins. The referee instructor on the side also announced immediately. Hear the verdict. Zhang Xiang felt relieved. There is no way, the sheer aura exuding from Chen Yi is too powerful. Make an enemy of it. There will be a lot of pressure virtually. Even the fighting mentality will be affected, leading to deformation of moves. Chen Yi, you are very strong. I admire you. Zhang Xiang said sincerely, and then she showed an embarrassed look on her face. After some hesitation, she chose to speak. If you don't mind, can we exchange contact information after the communication war is over? When she said this, there was a blush on her cheeks. There is no denying that she has a good impression of Chen Yi. The feeling this handsome young man gave her was somewhat similar to Lu Qianan's character, both of them were calm and calm. But the difference between the two is, the temperament displayed by Chen Yi is more domineering and cold. Lu Qianan, on the other hand, is a kind of elegance, which is not very suitable for her aesthetics. Okay, Chen Yi didn't think too much and nodded directly. At this moment, the Nanzhong students under the stage were already a little confused. Gulu. Xiao Zuian swallowed. Sure enough, she has good looks and strong online skills, and is in demand everywhere. Every communication battle will bring happiness. Although Zhang Xiang has short hair and is very heroic, she is actually very recognizable in terms of appearance. It is no problem to give her an 8. She kind of belongs to the royal sister type. The most important thing is, with the strength she just showed, it will be no problem for this girl from Dongwu to get admitted to the Supreme Martial Arts Academy. This adds a lot of points. Hiss, boss Chen Yi gained both fame and fortune from this battle. Subdued this, little cheetah, directly. I can only say that this heroic and beautiful girl looks strangely beautiful in contrast to her shy appearance. Real name Envy. Wan Ning, it's okay. Chen Yi is obviously not interested in this kind of thing. Look at how cold his reaction is. Chen Siqi shook Su Wan Ning and said comfortingly. But he doesn't treat me that way either. Su Wanning blurted out, her face turned red when she realized what she was saying mid-sentence. Okay Siqi, you lied to me. Snapped. Then he slapped Chen Siqi on the forehead again. It hurts, it hurts. Does this still need to be a lie? It's hard not to notice your unnatural look. The corner on the other side of the ring. Hu Xiaofeng's eyes were as big as a cow's eyes. What's the situation? This is the first time I've seen Sister Xiang's shy expression. Ah, hey, are you making a mistake? You must be hallucinating. Yes, it's just like being in hell just now. But, if it's Mr. Chen Yi who is so good, it's not impossible. Brother Lu, have you seen it? Lu Qianan was stunned. What did you see? This guy's strength is indeed very strong. At this moment, Lu Qianan was still immersed in the fierce battle just now. The dark attribute shield created by Chen Yi was a bit too scary in terms of defensive power. The most important thing is that after 2 battles, this guy showed a lot. But it still looks very relaxed. It seems, this is far from his limit. Can you win? No, you can't question yourself. The thoughts in Lu Qianan's mind were chaotic and it was difficult to calm down. It has to be said that Chen Yi is the most powerful opponent of his age that he has encountered so far. The corner of Hu Xiaofang's mouth twitched. Good guy, it turns out that my mind is full of thoughts about the battle. But, Brother Lu or Boss Chen Yi, who will win? You must know that even in Donghua, since the training camp for more than a month, no one has been able to threaten Lu Qianan's #1 position from the beginning to the present. Could it be said that he would really fail in this small city-level training camp? Hu Xiaofang touched his nose. Never mind, we'll find out later, there's no point thinking about it now. Qianan, come on, just do your best. Wei Mo's voice sounded. Zhang Xiang also walked down. Lu Qianan calmed down, then jumped up and stood on the ring. Aha, he stretched out his right hand. The 3-foot green-edged sword appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight falling above the martial arts hall, the light was cold and cold. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. This should be the #1 person on Donghua's side. To be honest, the 2 previous opponents did not put much pressure on themselves. Chen Yi still has some expectations for this Lu Qianan. After all, I have been practicing for so long, facing those monsters all day long. After finally facing a human opponent, I naturally want to have a good time. Instructor viewing area. Zhang Tianming asked curiously. Wei Kai, I have also heard of Lu Qianan's name. He is a well-known genius in our Donghua base city. Legend has it that his swordsmanship is elegant and his speed is far superior to warriors of the same level. I don't know about this battle. Who do you like more? Lu Qianan is different from Chen Yi. When Chen Yi entered the Spark training camp, except for Zhang Tianming who got some information from Wu Menghai, not many people thought that this student from Nanjiang No. 5 middle school could achieve any good results. Lu Qianan, on the other hand, awakened extremely powerful powers when he first entered martial arts high school. The potential is amazing. Before entering the Donghua training camp, he was like Zhang Yan from Nanjiang, and many people thought he would be the #1 in this class. Nowadays, the 2 of them competed on the same stage. This is very dramatic. Who are you more optimistic about? Wei Mo touched the stubble on his chin. In terms of physical strength, Qianan's qi and blood values have exceeded the 250-point threshold for a 3rd-grade warrior. And the abilities he awakened are pretty good among level 2. In terms of swordsmanship, body skills, etc., he has also mastered silver-level martial arts. After listening to all the instructors, they were all taken aback. Some of them knew that Lu Qianan was a monster, but they didn't expect that he would reach this level. There is still some time before the martial arts college entrance examination. For this level of further polishing, I am afraid that the 7 highest martial arts schools are all vying for it. But, just when everyone thought Wei Mo was going to say that Lu Qianan had a greater chance of winning, he suddenly changed the subject. I think the winner of this battle should be Chen Yi. Why, you probably don't know Inspector Chen Yi very well, right? Zhang Tianming asked doubtfully. On one side was Lu Qianan, who knew everything, and on the other side was Chen Yi, who didn't know much about it. In the end, he actually thought that students who were not his mentors would win. To be honest, it's a little hard to understand. Wei Mo smiled. Yes, that's the reason. I don't know Chen Yi. Qianan is very evil, even stronger than me when I was young. But everything about him, including his martial arts skills, supernatural powers, including his qi and blood talents, are still within the scope of my understanding. But this Chen Yi, I can't see through him. I even felt a sense of awe when I was watching him fight. Ahem, maybe it's my misunderstanding. Wei Mo said at the end and then denied it. After all, a 7th-grade grandmaster actually said that watching a young boy fight would create a sense of awe. This is really a bit nonsense. Those who don't know better think that Wei Mo took the money to build momentum here and brag. Among the crowd, only Zhang Tianming's expression changed. Ah. Yes, that's right, ah. Zhang Tianming felt that there was always something wrong with watching Chen Yi perform various techniques, including his decisive attitude during battle. This is something he doesn't see in other students. Now after Wei Mo reminded him, he found that it was so appropriate. A sense of awe, do I feel it too? This is like facing a creature whose life level is much higher than your own, that kind of bloodline suppression. But, Zhang Tianming glanced around and found that no one except Wei Mo had the same feeling as him. He didn't say it out loud. After all, if he came out to confirm it again, I'm afraid the scene would explode. Two extremely powerful warriors were actually afraid of a student. It was so scary. It seems, to be able to detect this requires strong enough perception. Could it be that Chen Yi's power level is level 3? A guess flashed through Zhang Tianming's mind. If so, that's terrible. As long as you awaken level 3 abilities, no matter what your other talents are, you will be destined to shine for an era. Brother Chen Yi, come on. Yes, once you wear 3, you're right in front of you. Ha 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 ha, if such a monster can appear in our Nanzhong, it is estimated that tomorrow, no, after the exchange war is over, he will become famous immediately. That's right, I can also go out and brag in the future. I was the same student in the training camp as Mr. Chen Yi. The atmosphere among Nanzhong students has reached its climax. We're the top talent from Donghua through 1 and 3. If you say this, the faces of people in Nanzhong will light up. On the stage, Chen Yi held the demonic spirit sword in his hand, and slowly mobilized the power of the netherworld throughout his body. The power of the netherworld combined with the evil spirit and death energy practiced in the 6 layers of Shira body, this is the power that Wei Mo and the others perceive and make them fear. Because these powers essentially come from the underworld. Only orthodox public officials in the underworld can practice. Once one reaches an extremely deep level of cultivation, one can even master the unbelievable magical powers of darkness, reincarnation, and cause and effect. It can be said that Zhang Tianming guessed that Chen Yi had awakened level 3 powers. They are simply underestimating Chen Yi's potential. Prepare, start, the referee instructor ordered. Lu Qianen's power suddenly exploded. Wind spirit form. Sizzling. At this moment, Lu Qianen's originally dark hair turned into light blue. The sleeves swayed up and down. There was a strong wind in the entire martial arts hall. Even some of the weak students who were watching the battle couldn't bear it anymore and took a few steps back. Oh my god, what happened? Is this a move that a student can perform? Oh my god, I can't even open my eyes. It's too awesome. This is also a big boss. I don't know if Brother Chen can withstand it. Lu Qianen's hand made too much noise. The students on Nanzhong's side were shocked. Zhang Yan and Ao Hai looked at each other, their pupils filled with disbelief. Too fierce. Fortunately, the two of them were not facing each other. Otherwise, if they fought, it would be described as a mayfly shaking a tree. Not to mention the Nanzhong side. Even Hu Xiaofang from Donghua was stunned when they saw this scene. Brother Lu will use this trick as soon as he comes up. Not that much. This is equivalent to a life-threatening move, and it won't last long at all. Zhang Xiang's eyes also flashed with solemnity. Too much effort. The wind spirit form has been used. Can Chen Yi be able to compete? Chen Yi frowned. What an amazing momentum. Although I knew that Lu Qianen's strength must be extraordinary, I still didn't expect that this guy could make such a big move. Aha! Suddenly, Lu Qianen dodged and disappeared. But if you look at it from above the Budokan, you can see a very fast shadow moving. Flowing wind has no direction. Kong Ming's voice came from Chen Yi's left. No trace found. The next second, the sound came from behind again. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Qianen flashed one after another, and each time his words came from a different location. The whole person is moving at high speed. This is the way of the wind. Speed is the secret. As long as you're fast enough, you can't defend yourself. Chen Yi, let me see how you can resist. Lu Qianen had no intention of using the wind spirit form, but the pressure brought by Chen Yi was too great. In a frontal attack, even if he could break through the shield formed by the power of the netherworld, he would not be able to withstand Chen Yi's mysterious sword skills in the short time it took to break the shield. But if you use this form, the speed will reach an incredible level. An attack breaks out at a certain critical point. Even if you have that dark shield, you can't defend it in all directions, right? This is Liu Qianen's plan. He really didn't want to lose head-on to appear before the martial arts college entrance examination. So we can only fight. Instructor viewing area. Zhang Tianming was shocked. This guy. If you look at speed alone, it's almost beyond the scope of a third-grade warrior, right? Outrageous. As far as I know, even in Donghua Base City, it is impossible for monsters of this level to appear every year. Wei Mo nodded. That's right. Qianen's talent is truly amazing. The level 2 power, Son of the Wind, is already a very terrifying power. Coupled with his use of this superpower, everyone at the Superpower Research Institute is amazed. It can be said that as long as you don't fall, becoming a master is almost inevitable. You can totally afford it, young master. Young grandmaster. These words made the instructors around him secretly dumbfounded. This name is too loud. The so-called grandmaster is a terrifying existence who has comprehended a trace of Taoism between heaven and earth. Even Zhang Tianming would not dare to say that he would spend the rest of his life reaching this threshold. But the young grandmaster is a monster who can almost definitely become a 7th-level warrior as long as he doesn't die. From here you can see how terrifying Liu Qianen's qualifications are. Also, level 2 superpowers can comprehend such moves and methods. Really not an ordinary person. Zhang Tianming said with emotion. Thousands of people and thousands of faces. In this world, even if 2 people awaken the same power, their understanding and use of the power will be completely different. Obviously, Liu Qianen has developed this special ability, Son of the Wind, to an incredible level. On the ring, listening to Kong Ming's voice, an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. Do you regard speed as the first priority? Guys who follow the wind. Yes, Liu Qianen was right. Chen Yi still doesn't have the ability to protect his whole body with the power of the netherworld. But, if you can't protect it, then you won't protect it. Anyway, the main function of this netherworld power is not to protect the body at all. Instead, he assists with various methods from the underworld. The netherworld shield that was transformed into that hand just now. It was just Chen Yi's whim. Then let's see, it's hard to resist the fierce attack of your wind spirit form. Or my Shira body is more indestructible. Liu Qianen's speed is getting faster and faster. While moving at high speed and constantly changing body shapes, he is actually building momentum and stimulating the wind element energy in the surrounding air. The only people present were the instructors who had controlled a bit of the power of heaven and earth, and their brain-capturing abilities could see Liu Qianen's real and virtual position. For other students, at this moment, Liu Qianen appeared in different directions at the same time in their eyes. In fact, those are just afterimages left behind because their brain's recognition ability is insufficient. In the crowd, Ao Haibo's eye of waves was fully opened. There are light blue ripples constantly rippling in the pupils. There was even cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I can't see where Liu Qianen is. Hateful, Ao Hai muttered to himself, showing his frustration. What? Everyone was shocked. It's okay if they can't clearly see the truth. But even Ao Hai, who has awakened his special power, Eye of Water Waves, can't do anything. You must know that this ability has a strong effect on capturing dynamic things. Coupled with the tyranny of Ao Hai's chi and blood. Still helpless. This is a bit too exaggerated. What should I do? Even Brother Ao can't determine the whereabouts of Liu Qianen. Yes, this is still a bystander situation. Big Brother Chen Yi, who was standing in the middle of the ring, was targeted by Liu Qianen's vision range and changed his footsteps. How to break this? It's okay, let him go around him, it's not Brother Chen who is consuming energy anyway. If we don't attack, we'll be dead. Ao Hai shook his head. Standing still is not a good strategy. Although I can't see whether Liu Qianen's position is real or not. But I can sense that the energy intensity in his body is still gradually increasing. What? Instructor viewing area. Zhang Tianming's expression also became serious. Liu Qianen's methods were more powerful than he imagined. After taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. He is still gathering momentum. Wei Mo smiled and said, yes, Qianen can create such a unique method of using supernatural powers at his age. It is no exaggeration to describe it as amazing. In this state, he is elusive. If you attack rashly, your flaws will be exposed, and you will be attacked like a violent storm. But if it continues like this, as more and more wind element particles are stirred up by Kyonin, it will become more difficult to defend when it reaches a certain limit. Obviously, this kid Chen Yi has good fighting skills and knows not to take action at will. But if we continue to wait without countermeasures, the situation will only get worse. I'm curious to see what he's going to do. Wei Mo's mood now can be described as very relaxed. I will judge and analyze this battle purely from the perspective of appreciating the young prodigy. After all, if Chen Yi wins and defeats 3, he will be witnessing the rise of a young grandmaster again today. But if Lu Qianan wins, that's great too. Donghua did not lose, and the original purpose of this trip was barely achieved. The most important thing is that after Lu Qianan defeated a powerful opponent like Chen Yi, he would probably become even more powerful in his cultivation in a short time. Use this attitude to take the martial arts college entrance examination. It's normal to get better grades. Behind Wei Mo. After listening to this game analysis, all the instructors looked at each other in confusion. Hey, is this the young talent of our great Sha Kingdom? Why do I feel a little ashamed of myself? Me too. When I was young, my combat power was far different from these two boys. The future is promising. It depends on how Chen Yi handles it. I have never seen him suffer such a predicament. Yeah, since entering the training camp, this kid has always crushed and killed everyone in seconds. Maybe we can see some different trump cards this time. ... Wei Mo glanced at them. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Nonsense, if Chen Yi were placed in a city-level training camp, he would be like a pearl covered in dust. How can you compare Ao Hai and Zhang Yan with such amazing talent? What a fart. In the arena, Chen Yi stood in the middle and felt that the energy emanating from Lu Qianan was getting more and more amazing. Are you still gathering momentum? To be honest. Now, if I use the secret technique, Dark Eyes, I can still trace Lu Qianan's figure and take the initiative to try. But, after more than a month, my 6 layers of Shira body has made a qualitative leap. It's a bit hard to be patient and want to test it out. Think of this. Chen Yi closed his eyes, mobilized the power of the netherworld in his body, and waited quietly like this. Hu Xiaofang was confused. Isn't that wrong? Brother Chen Yi closed his eyes. This is more pretentious than me. Or are you saying that you really can't do anything with Brother Lu's speed, so you plan to stop still? That's not right. Can't he see that Brother Lu is not just dancing around him or something, but is actually brewing something? He was really a little confused. You want to say that Chen Yi didn't notice the change in Lu Qianan's energy? Hu Xiaofang didn't believe it. You must know that just now, Chen Yi defeated him in Zhongshying without spending much effort. There is no doubt about the strength. Even he could see that if it dragged on, the situation would only become more unfavorable. He didn't believe Chen Yi couldn't tell. If you think about it from this perspective, there is only one explanation for closing your eyes, and that is, looking down on your opponent. He thinks that Lu Qianan poses no threat to him at all. Crazy, so crazy. When he faced Ao Hai just now, he let him fight for a while. But that was based on the premise that after testing, there was a huge gap between the two. What's more, the grades of Ao Hai and Lu Qianan are very different. In the arena, Lu Qianan, who was still moving, became angry when he saw this scene. He regarded Chen Yi as a formidable enemy that he had never encountered before, and he used the method of suppressing the situation as soon as he came up, and he was extremely serious. But the other party didn't treat me as an onion at all. Just close your eyes and give yourself time to gather momentum. Whether it was from a psychological or physical perspective, he simply did not take Lu Qianan, Donghua's #1 genius this year, into consideration. Now he can finally feel the feelings of Nanzhong students who were ridiculed by Hu Xiaofang just now. Okay, Chen Yi, since you are so trustworthy, then you can't blame me. Lu Qianan's deep and angry voice sounded, mixed with the howling wind, making it even more murderous. The faces of Nanzhong students also looked strange. I actually closed my eyes. This, if we can win, it will be a relief. But wouldn't it be embarrassing if we lose? The other party is also an extremely dazzling genius. Wouldn't it be better to win steadily? Yes, as long as he can defeat Lu Qianan, then Mr. Chen Yi will have accomplished the feat of one piercing 3. It will definitely be famous throughout Donghua and even Gaoyang province. Now, it's a bit risky. Although, this is equivalent to retaliating against Hu Xiaofang's contemptuous behavior. But everyone still hopes that Chen Yi can win. This is the biggest slap in the face. Do not worry, Chen Yi is definitely not that kind of impulsive guy. When all the students are worried, Xiao Zuian suddenly said, if there is anyone present who has witnessed the most miracles of Chen Yi, then he, who is also from Nanjong No. 5 Middle School, is definitely the one to do so. This guy always looks like he's in control. Xiao Zuian couldn't imagine Chen Yi's gloomy expression. Whirring. The howling wind in the ring became louder and louder. The surrounding students who were watching the battle had already stepped back some distance. Finally, Lu Qianan's momentum reached a certain critical point. Aha! A figure rushed from behind Chen Yi. The light blue hair was also shaking rapidly towards the back under this high-speed movement. Lu Qianan held a 3-foot green-edged sword, and the wind element particles condensed into mist on the blade. Luofang, phantom sword slash. A loud shout sounded from Lu Qianan's mouth. This is the most powerful sword he has ever used in his life so far. Even under the anger, joy of finding an opponent, and heavy pressure, the mystery of the swordsmanship has broken the original shackles. He must win. With this invincible will, go and compete with all the geniuses of Daxia Kingdom in this era. The sword light approaches. The energy is overflowing. At this moment, Chen Yi turned around suddenly. Open your eyes. The bright red in the deepest part of the eye began to spreading like a white cloth soaked in paint, and soon the pupil completely turned into a diamond-shaped red. Kakakaka. At the same time, the dark power of the netherworld began to emerge rapidly on Chen Yi's skin. The bright red evil spirit spreads on the surface one by one. They condensed into some simple and obscure patterns. At this moment, Chen Yi's whole body was like the god of death and Shira from hell. This is the Shira form of 6 layers of Shira body. Although it is said that the complete Shira form cannot be displayed until reaching the 5th level. Chen Yi, who is currently on the 4th level, can only use the prototype of this form, but it is terrifying enough. At first, Lu Qianan's attack seemed astonishing, and the students in Nanjong were all sweating for Chen Yi. But Chen Yi's change in an instant was too sudden. It even caused some discomfort and psychological barriers. Oh my god, what kind of method is this? Is this Mr. Chen Yi's trump card? I can't stand it anymore. Why do I feel a little scared? Yes, it feels like facing death. I almost want to kneel down. In Shira form, even in its embryonic form, it is a terrifying creature from the underworld. Coupled with the blessing of the power of the netherworld, it is not an exaggeration to say that Chen Yi in this form has a touch of divine aura. This is because Nanjong students are too far away. If they look at each other face to face, a person with weak qi and blood may faint directly. Is this Chen Yi's trump card? Ao Hai and other top students from the Spark training camp were trembling in their hearts. Sure enough, when Chen Yi competed with them, the strength he displayed was just the tip of the iceberg. In the arena, this astonishing change in an instant made Lu Qianan, who had been rushing towards him with the sword intention soaring to the sky, feel as if he had been struck by lightning and his scalp became numb. How can it be? At this moment, Chen Yi's appearance made his body tremble. The hustle and bustle of the entire martial arts hall gradually faded away. At this moment, he didn't seem to be fighting against some genius, but a vain attempt to kill God. Instructor viewing area. What kind of method is this? Oh my god, the devil is coming. Is this the final trump card of Chen Yi's superpower? It's so scary. Have you felt it? It seems that the whole venue is filled with the feeling after some large battles. What is it then? It feels like a dead silence. Yes, what you said is very appropriate. The strong men in this area are all martial artists who control at least a hint of the power of heaven and earth. I don't know how much more knowledgeable they are than these students. Experienced countless life, separation and death. But the shock of these people did not weaken. When Chen Yi transformed into Shira, the escaping aura reminded these people of the images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Wei Mo even murmured, "Level 3 power, this is most likely a level 3 power." Then he turned around and asked, "At dawn, such a terrifying demon star appeared in Nanjong, and you have been hiding it. If it weren't for this communication battle, you wouldn't have said anything, right? Zhang Tianming looked innocent. Chief Wei, I don't accept this inexplicable label being placed on my head. As you can see, everyone on my side was also frightened and had no idea. Think about it, with Chen Yi's strength, no one in the training camp is qualified to let him use such a trump card. Wei Mo nodded. Makes sense. Chen Yi competes with Ao Hai and his ilk who just came on stage. Whatever you can see is a ghost. But, Wei Mo suddenly thought of something. Isn't this an example that shows that even if a monster genius comes out of a city-level training camp, he cannot be fully trained by competition? Maybe, this battle is a good thing for changing the current training camp structure. In the arena, although Lu Qianan couldn't stop being afraid after seeing Chen Yi's sheer form. But now the matter is already on the line. After so long of building momentum, his momentum and energy in his body have almost reached their peak at this stage. If you stop now, that's no different than surrendering directly. Not to mention making such a terrifying sword move for the second time, he couldn't even maintain his wind spirit form. Therefore, even though Lu Qianan's body was trembling slightly, he still gritted his teeth and rushed towards Chen Yi without stopping. No matter what your methods are, I'll break it with one sword. Seeing this, Chen Yi stretched out his right hand indifferently. At this moment, the skin surface of his right hand was covered with dark black substance. There is still bright red evil spirit circulating on it. Finally, the sword tip wrapped in the misty cyan air flow collided with Chen Yi's palm. Boom! A metallic roar echoed throughout the martial arts hall. At the point of impact, fire splattered. Break it for me. Lu Qianan's face became ferocious. The energy throughout the body is constantly stimulating. A steady stream of energy poured into the 3-foot green-edged sword. The huge impact force made his tiger's mouth hurt. Hu Xiaofang looked at this scene. He was so stunned that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Brother Lu's sword that was filled with all his strength was actually struck down with his physical body. What kind of monster is this boss Chen Yi? Even if you are a warrior who practices some body training techniques, it's impossible to be so exaggerated. If you are a third-level body refining warrior, and you can withstand Lu Qianan's terrifying blow, even if you only pay the price of one arm, you will be considered one of the best. How can someone like Chen Yi not even move his eyelids? The students from Nanjong were also stunned on the spot. They didn't even feel happy that their genius defeated their opponent. Because the picture in front of them really subverted their cognition. Plop! Shu Zi couldn't stand for a while, fell back to the ground, and half sat down to watch the battle on the ring. He recalled that nightmare battle again. His mind was in a trance. This defense. Who can beat me? Who can beat me? Ha 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 ha. A slightly crazy smile came out. However, others did not laugh. Instead, he continued to stare at the ring with a serious expression. Ao Hai shook his head, looking lonely. I see. The proud man of heaven refers to such a person. There are some people, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to match them. It can't be made up for. Too weak. Chen Yi's voice sounded different from usual. The voice now sounded hoarse and contemptuous. It was as if he came from the 9 nether hells. Click. The next second, Chen Yi held the tip of the long sword tightly with his palm. Lu Qianan's expression changed. Then he felt his unstoppable pull coming from the sword. Wow! Chen Yi pulled hard. The Qingfeng sword was instantly thrown out. It spun dozens of times at high speed in midair. Then it was inserted on the alloy floor outside the ring. Half submerged. After such a confrontation, Chen Yi only had a small white mark left on his palm. I lost. Lu Qianan smiled bitterly. The weapons are all gone, so what else is there to fight? How can you fight if you can't even break through other people's defenses? However, just when the referee instructor was about to announce the winner. Aha! Chen Yi's palm suddenly moved forward and inserted into Lu Qianan's shoulder blade. He lifted his entire body into the air. It seems, I kind of want to kill him. No one is dead. Is the battle over? Chen Yi started to think. Severe pain came, and Lu Qianan let out a shrill scream. From the injured area of the shoulder blade, blood gurgled out and flowed to the ground. was hit hard by this. Lu Qianen's light cyan hair, which had originally been in the wind spirit form, quickly faded back to black. At this moment, all students from Nanjong Donghua were frightened. Chen Yi, stop. The referee instructor who was standing at the edge of the ring stared angrily. The whole person exploded with all his strength. He flew towards the two of them. Too suddenly. It's obvious that the other party has already admitted defeat. But Chen Yi still had no intention of letting Lu Qianen go. The most ridiculous thing is that the combat effectiveness of Lu Qianen and Chen Yi is not at the same level now. If it is a normal battle between two students of similar strength, as long as the opponent pulls a few moves, the referee instructor's powerful speed and explosive power will immediately rush to the rescue. But now, Chen Yi just needs to cut off his hand. Lu Qianen's head might roll off. At this moment, shocking waves of energy erupted in the instructor's viewing area. The roar resounded. Chen Yi, what are you doing? Stop it quickly. The battle is over. Lu Qianen has admitted defeat. Don't do anything stupid. This is not a life and death fight. There is no need to continue. ... One after another, figures rushed towards the ring. Wei Mo, the leader, gritted his teeth. The entire body floated in the air. How could this happen? If Lu Qianen was killed under his nose, the matter would become a big deal. Then he opened his hands. From the void behind him, a massive amount of scarlet blood suddenly appeared out of thin air. Together they form a long red river. Blood magic hand. Wa la la la. The blood quickly condensed and turned into a huge red arm. Nearly half of the ceiling of the martial arts hall was covered. Tyrannical energy and chi flowed everywhere. It made everyone present feel as if they were in a great terror. Many students even had their feet shaking and their faces pale. As Wei Mo, who understood the way of blood and became a blood master. Once he took action, it was earth-shattering. What happened? What does Mr. Chen Yi want to do? This, they don't have any grudges, do they? I don't know, I really don't know. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Get out of the way first, otherwise you might be in trouble later. Hiss, what is this bloody river? ... It would not be an exaggeration to describe the Nanjong students who were watching the battle as bewildered. And with that comes fear. All of this happened so quickly and shockingly. The energy erupting around them made low-level students like them tremble, feeling like they might die at any time. And Hu Xiaofang wanted to rush forward directly. She was grabbed by Zhang Xiang. What are you up to? No brains. What's the use of having a past at your level? You're just looking for death. In the arena, the feeling of death, gradually approaching Lu Qianen. It's over, it's all over. He didn't know why Chen Yi wanted to kill him. The only thing that could be felt was warm blood gushing out from his neck. This caused his physical fitness to decline rapidly. Consciousness gradually became blurred. It seems, it's too late for rescue. At this moment, countless revolving doors flashed through Lu Qianen's mind. He has been extremely smart since he was a child. Even when he could only simply polish his chi and blood foundation, he learned martial arts knowledge very quickly. After entering martial arts high school, he awakened the level 2 power, Son of the Wind. It is even more overwhelming. He soon became famous throughout Donghua and became the proud son of heaven. Before coming to Nanjong, Lu Qianen originally thought that he didn't need to take action in this communication battle. All it takes is Hu Xiaofang to sweep through this city-level training camp. The two people who played in the front were also at a very normal level. Unexpectedly, the appearance of this monster named Chen Yi changed the communication battle. In the end, he tried his best. It even exerted a level of power that had never been reached before the war began. Useless. This guy is so scary. He was Lu Qianen, who had long been famous in Donghua. Even the defense cannot be broken at all. That's all. Maybe dying in the hands of such a monster will leave a mark in human history. Just when Lu Qianen was ready to die generously, Chen Yi's brain is also thinking. It's just that there is no such intense transition through life as this Donghua genius. Yes, after turning into Shira form, the desire to kill is a bit heavy. No, you have to hold back. If he really killed Lu Qianen, even if it's because of the huge potential, it may not cost you your life. But there are constant troubles. It's not necessary. I'm struggling with something. What the hell was I thinking? Aha! Chen Yi threw it away casually. He threw Lu Qianan a few meters away and hit the ground. Then, the power of the netherworld and the scarlet evil spirit began to slowly withdraw into the body. Gradually it returned to its normal appearance. When the referee instructor saw this, he still didn't stop. He ran straight to Lu Qianan and protected him before he was completely relieved. Shouted at the top of his lungs. "Paramedics, come quickly." The instructors who were rushing toward the ring to rescue him were relieved when they saw this scene. Wei Mo waved his hand. All the blood in the sky collapsed. Sizzle. Then, the blood spots all over the sky evaporated and disappeared. All this sounds long to describe, but in fact it happened in less than 10 seconds. The area of number. A martial arts hall is quite large. But for these beings who have the power to control the world and above, such as warriors and above, once they attack with all their strength, it won't take long to cover everything. During this period, the students were so shocked that their thinking was almost confused. It also gradually calmed down. Fortunately, Mr. Chen Yi kept his sense in the end. Otherwise, there will really be big trouble. Yeah, it's really dangerous. But why did Mr. Chen Yi do this just now? Well, let me make it clear, I just heard that after using some powers, there will be emotional changes. For example, the superpower, Violent Gorilla Transformation. After using it, you will turn into a gorilla, with greatly increased strength, but your mood will be extremely violent. I see. What you said makes sense, but why are you so cautious in speaking when you have such a strong desire to survive? Ahem. Trouble comes from the mouth. Mr. Chen Yi is not something we can discuss. Yes, this is a talented person who is destined to dazzle an era. Ao Hai even wiped the sweat from his forehead. There was too much noise today. Chen Yi, who arrived belatedly, not only accomplished the feat of 1 penetration and 3 penetration, but he also almost penetrated it. City-level training camps have reached this level. It's actually a bit appalling. In the arena, a team of medical staff has brought equipment and medicines to carry out emergency treatment on Lu Qianan. Chen Yi, who had released his Shira form, felt a strong sense of exhaustion coming over him. So tired. To be honest, this is also the first time I have used the Shira form after reaching the 4th level in the 6 layers of Shira body. It consumes a lot of energy and physical strength. Far beyond Chen Yi's expectations. In just a short period of time, the power of the netherworld that I had gained in recent days was almost exhausted. Of course, after taking a short rest to regain your strength. These netherworld powers will be replenished quickly. As long as through practice, the physical foundation that can increase the amount of nether power stored is still there. Replenishing this thing is just like physical strength, very convenient. But, even if it consumes so much, Chen Yi was still very happy. After all, the power of Shira form is also ridiculously strong. Lu Qianan, whose chi and blood has officially reached the level of a 3rd-grade warrior, has used the level 2 superpower, Son of the Wind to great depths. Even though he tried his best to strike with his sword, he still couldn't do much damage to himself. You know, this is just the prototype of Shira form. Wait until you reach the 5th level of practice. Chen Yi couldn't even imagine how terrifying this form was. This is definitely one of Chen Yi's current trump cards, the kind that can be compared with the horse-faced summoning order and other secret methods. Whirring. While Chen Yi was thinking about the pros and cons of this trump card method, Wei Mo fell from the sky. Hello Chen Yi, I am Wei Mo, the general instructor at Donghua Training Base. Nice to meet you. Wei Mo stretched out his right hand and said with a friendly smile. This scene made Hu Xiaofang roll his eyes repeatedly. I kept slandering in my heart. Did you make a mistake, Instructor Wei? Chen Yi almost killed Brother Lu not long ago. It's okay if you come here and don't hold me accountable. What's with this kind face and friendly actions? A bit outrageous, right? Not to mention Hu Xiaofang, even Chen Yi was a little surprised. However, due to the heavy influence of the murderous aura, I almost became a genius brought by you. So generous. But since this strong man has lowered his attitude so low, Chen Yi is not very polite either. He reached out and shook it. Hello, Instructor Wei, I am Chen Yi, a student from Nanjiang City No. 5 Middle School. Wei Mo nodded with satisfaction. It seems that although the method used just now affected a little bit emotionally, after it was over, everything was normal. The danger level is not that high. If this inner monologue is heard by Lu Qianan, who is undergoing treatment, an ancestor who doesn't greet Wei Mo on the spot is considered to be of high quality. I almost died, and I'm still undergoing emergency treatment. Do you think the risk factor is not high? What do you think? However, in fact, for Wei Mo, Chen Yi's current potential is far higher than Lu Qianan's. If Chen Yi did kill Lu Qianan just now because of his superpower, then he will definitely punish him. But I will also try my best to save Chen Yi's life. This is Wei Mo's behavior. Wei Mo thought for a while, and then said, if this supernatural method is difficult to control when used, we still have to find a way to solve it. Otherwise it's not just for other people, including you, there are safety risks. Chen Yi nodded. I understand, Instructor Wei. Indeed, just now, after entering the Shira form and defeating his opponent, he subconsciously felt that he wanted to eliminate the root cause. Fortunately, my mind is strong enough. In the end, there was no action. Otherwise, Lu Qianan would already be a corpse. However, this problem can be easily solved by entering the Shira state a few more times or enhancing the power of the Netherworld to achieve better control effects. Can all be avoided. Of course, entering the Shira state consumes too much physical energy. In order to familiarize yourself with this method, it is safer and more efficient to lay a solid foundation by strengthening the power of the Netherworld. After all, although there is no hidden injury after recovering physical strength, but it also takes time. Clatter. Zhang Tianming came on stage at this time. He first walked to the side of the medical team and took a look at Lu Qianan's injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief after finding out that nothing was wrong. Fine. If Dong was number 1 Tianzhao dies at the Nanzhong training base, it will be troublesome. But after this battle, the title of Dong was number 1 Tianzhao should also change hands. Then Zhang Tianming walked to Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi, are you okay? Zhang Tianming asked with concern. Chen Yi almost lost control just now. It's very likely that transforming into that state will cost you a lot. It is normal to experience side effects. After all, this is just an exchange meeting. No matter who is injured, Lu Qianan or Chen Yi, it is Daxia's loss. Don't worry, Instructor Zhang, I'm very fine. Chen Yi answered truthfully. He was obviously about to kill Lu Qianan. But still no one is held accountable. Chen Yi understood clearly. This is the benefit brought by powerful talents. After this battle, my potential has risen several levels. Lu Qianan's life is not in danger anyway. Why blame Chen Yi at this time? Are you kidding? What good will this do to Zhang Tianming and the others? It makes no sense, and it is equivalent to offending a terrifying existence that may stand on the top of the great Sha kingdom in the future. If so stupid, it would be impossible for Zhang Tianming to survive to this day in the extremely cruel world of warriors. It's okay. I took a look just now. Lu Qianan is much better. He should be moved to the medical room soon. Then, that's the end of today's communication battle. Referee, how many drinks should we go for? Zhang Tianming suggested. The two of them were reunited after a long absence. It's not easy to meet each other, it's still necessary to get together. Wei Mo nodded slightly. Of course it's no problem. Then, with the power of heaven and earth in his voice, he spoke, fellow students. A false alarm. Then today's communication battle ends here. Everyone, please go back first. Because this sound was mixed with the power of heaven and earth, it echoed evenly in everyone's ears. Is it over? Today's battle is really a feast for my eyes. It's really awesome. Both sides demonstrated a very high level of fighting. Although it's a bit tortuous. When the health instructor took action, I was so frightened that my heart almost stopped. But at that moment, many things that I had been puzzled about before were suddenly revealed. Yeah, it's normal. This is equivalent to another type of life and death crisis. Potential can be easily stimulated under heavy pressure. Then let's go back and rest for a while, and then find time to discuss and learn from each other, shall we? No problem. The students dispersed outside the venue while chatting. A staff member dressed in black walked up to Hu Xiaofeng and Zhang Xiang. Said with a smile, 2 classmates, because your companions need treatment, they have to rest for the night at the Spark training base. The accommodation area has been prepared for you. Please come with me. Hu Xiaofang and Zhang Xiang looked at each other. They looked a little helpless. The original plan was to rush to the next city-level training base without stopping after the exchange battle at the Spark training base. But now Lu Qianan is injured. There's nothing we can do about it, we need to take a rest here. Night. In a reception room in the Spark building. Wei Mo, Zhang Tianming and Shen Hao sat at the round table. The table is filled with delicious dishes. Zhang Tianming picked up the wine glass and said to Wei Mo, this glass is a tribute to the care you took for us back then. In that secret area of the Sea of Fire, if you hadn't cut off the enemy, the human losses would have been at least 10% higher. Finished. Zhang Tianming drank the glass of wine in one gulp. Wei Mo yawned. Why are you talking about this? I just made the best choice at the time. Besides, that battle gave me a deeper understanding of the way of blood, which can be considered a huge gain. Ha 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 ha, the referee still hasn't changed. Shen Hao laughed, and then picked up the wine glass. Then this cup is a tribute to our youthful years. Gulu. Shen Hao sighed. Wei Mo rolled his eyes. Are you too programmed? Is the process of a reunion after a long separation always going to be like this? Reminiscing with emotion, and then crying while holding each other's hands. While alive, I don't know when I will be sent to the 6 realms of reincarnation by demons. Why be so polite? Let's talk about Chen Yi. Wei Mo suddenly changed the topic. This was what he wanted to talk about. To be honest, he has not seen many geniuses of this level. Wei Mo took a bite of braised golden wing tiger meat and chewed it for a few bites. Then he continued to speak vaguely. Well, Chen Yi's last superpower today, to be honest, it scared me a bit. This is most likely a level 3 ability. And I have never heard of a power similar to his, so it is most likely a brand new awakening power in this world. Anyway, I just sent the video of Chen Yi's battle to Gaoyang Superpower Research Institute. If we can determine the various characteristics of this power, it should also help him master it better. Although there are many types of abilities, most people don't recognize it fully. But level 3 abilities are different, and the number is very rare. Which one doesn't have the magical power to destroy the world? However, Wei Mo had no impression of what Chen Yi displayed, so he concluded that this power had never appeared in Blue Star before. A superpower of this level. Because it is too powerful, many awakened people use it when their strength is low, and it is easy to cause harm to themselves. For example, Chen Yi was almost out of control just now. It should be the sequelae of this level 3 ability. Therefore, Wei Mo sent the video to Gaoyang Superpower Research Institute for Chen Yi's sake. Oh, referee, you move really fast. But it is true that Chen Yi's ability to improve combat effectiveness is too exaggerated. If properly developed, it may be able to shock the entire Daxia kingdom during the martial arts college entrance examination. Zhang Tianming also thought it was very good and echoed. That's right, referee. Shen Hao suddenly thought of something. Although Lu Qianan is out of danger, given his current physical condition, it would be best to rest for a few days. Then what if there is one less person in the next communication battle? It was according to the original plan. Donghua has to go to several city-level training bases. But now that Lu Qianan has suffered such a serious injury, it's a bit embarrassing. Although there is a high probability that Hu Xiaofang will be able to sweep the next city-level training base. But this exchange meeting is still nominally under the banner of friendly discussions. It's a bit disrespectful for you to send 2 people over like this. Gulu. Wei Mo took a sip of wine and then responded, Don't worry, I've already made a plan. I just urgently notified the training base and transferred the 4th-ranked student to replace Qianan and participate in the exchange battle. That way there won't be any delays. I see. Zhang Tianming and the other 2 looked surprised. This is a solution. Just replace the genius and gather the 3 of them. Anyway, under normal circumstances, 1 wears 3. Not useful either. It is already incredible that Chen Yi can appear in a city-level training base. Another one who can be a monster. The probability is too low. By the way, the referee, Lao Shen and I plan to visit Brother Shu's parents after the training camp mission is over. Are you free to come with us? Zhang Tianming said suddenly. These words suddenly chilled the atmosphere at the dinner table. Alas, Wei Mo sighed. Go, Bring more things with you when the time comes. Between warriors, even if they meet again after a long separation, it is difficult to continue talking happily. No way. Fighting and death are the main themes of this group. Even if you are as strong as a master, sometimes you are powerless. Student accommodation area, villa number 17. Chen Yi was soaking in the medicinal bath. Close your eyes and carefully comprehend the gains and losses of incarnating into the Shira form. If it is a general martial arts method, just keep familiarizing your muscle memory with it during practice. But the trump card of the incarnation Shira in the 6 layers of Shira is different. Chen Yi's transformation at this stage requires too much time and resources. Until now, the power of the netherworld in the body has not been fully replenished. Even in the medicinal bath tonight, the amount of each medicinal ingredient was increased by 50% to strengthen the body. So within a period of time afterwards, Chen Yi would not use it easily if it was not necessary. This is a rare opportunity, so it is natural to analyze and understand the pros and cons of transforming during the day. Well, first of all, in terms of power and intensity, there is nothing to say. Although Lu Qianan has entered the 3rd level for the first time, his qi and blood value is estimated to be around 300. Coupled with the terrifying use of supernatural powers and the elegant swordsmanship, it can be said that even if this blow does not reach the 4th level of power, it is still close to 10. But even so, only a white mark was left. It can be inferred from this that after he transformed into Shira form, his combat power at that time should definitely be in the category of a 4th grade warrior in a short period of time, and he was not the kind who entered for the first time. This is a bit scary. You must know that Chen Yi's current health value is still a little short of 200, let alone the threshold of 250 points for a 3rd grade warrior. This directly spans nearly 2 major levels. It's scary to say that. It is worthy of being one of Chen Yi's current trump cards. Of course, the disadvantage is consumption. For my own netherworld power reserves at this stage, it is still a bit difficult to use. The duration is estimated to be longer than that of Lu Qianan's wind spirit form. But it can't be more than 5 minutes. Another disadvantage is, Chen Yi recalled being on the stage. After transforming into the Shira state, the evil energy in his body immediately became much purer and more powerful. Among them is the moment of communication with the underworld, instilled into oneself from the underworld. Others stir up the evil particles that already exist between heaven and earth. This is also easy to understand. Shira's physique is prone to absorbing evil spirits. And after these evil spirits condensed into substance, they did once again enhance their strength, defense and other aspects. But because it was too turbulent and pure all of a sudden, it even affects one's sanity, making people want to kill. If it weren't for Chen Yi's character, he would still be firm. Lu Qianan was already a corpse. I used to think that my character was firm enough. But in front of these techniques from the underworld, I'm still a little confused. This is only the 4th level of the 6 layers of Shira body. It seems that we still need to practice some corresponding methods. Chen Yi murmured to himself. There are no solutions to this problem. For example, a secret technique, suppression tower, that I had drawn from the underworld carousel before. You can condense part of the dead energy into a pagoda in your mind and slowly strengthen it. This will clear your mind and improve your eyesight. Not only does it have a strong resistance to evil spirits, resentment, etc., but it can also play an outstanding role in resisting illusions, including spiritual attacks. Before today, Chen Yi used all the death energy obtained from killings to nourish the main battle method of 6 layers of Shira body. I think it would be a pity to give some away, as it would affect the improvement of combat effectiveness. But after this battle, I understood something. That is, the more comprehensive the basic foundation is, the more advantages you can gain in various complex environments. Sometimes the amount of water a barrel can hold depends on the shortest piece of wood. Today, if the opponent's strength is on par with myself in Shira form, it would be dangerous to seize the opportunity to launch an attack such as illusion when the spirit is somewhat unstable. Well, starting from tomorrow, a small part of the death energy generated by the killing will be used to practice the suppression tower. There are also some rewards that were drawn before and were not taken seriously. You should also organize it well and make the best use of it. Just when the Spark training base gradually returned to silence from the commotion during the day. At the same time, Donghua Base City, the moon and stars are sparse. Located on the top floor of the towering alloy building in the city center. A dignified man with a Chinese character face was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the report of the person behind him. Mayor, this is the entire process of the communication war. Therefore, Wei Mo's trip will be postponed by 1 day. The man with the Chinese character's face narrowed his eyes slightly. The index finger of your right hand that is placed on the table slowly taps the table. After thinking for a while, the man with the Chinese character murmured. Chen Yi, level 3 superpower. I didn't expect that such monsters would appear in Nanjing this year. It's really unbelievable. Just put it off for 1 day. It's harmless. And except for the exchange battle in Nanjing, 99% of the battles in our Gaoyang province were won by the superior training base. This is enough to prove that Chen Yi's appearance is just an extremely special case. Next year's structural reforms are already unshakable. Gaoyang Provincial Survival Base. Within the urban area. A huge dark blue oval building like an inflatable bag, with a few large gilded characters written directly above the door frame, Gaoyang Superpower Research Institute. Now, first research room. 2 gray-haired old men, one fat and one thin, were watching the video sent by Wei Mo. This is definitely a power that has never appeared before. One of the tall, thin old men exclaimed. They spend their entire lives studying supernatural powers. Naturally, I can be very sure that I have never seen a method similar to this transformation into Shira. And looking at this power, this ability is at level 3, so it won't be low in grade. The fat old man licked his dry lips and added excitedly. The opponent is a genius who uses the level 2 power, Son of the Wind, extremely skillfully. Judging from the screen, the power of that sword is definitely significant among third-grade warriors. But it is far from reaching the defense limit of this transformed Shira student. Only a white mark was left. It's actually a bit exaggerated. It seems that our country, Daxia, will have a new level 3 superpower. No, I must quickly ask Wei Mo to let Chen Yi Chong come to the Research Institute for comprehensive testing and analysis. In this way, we can fully unleash his potential. As the tall and thin old man spoke, he took out his mobile phone and started editing information. Didi, it didn't take more than a few seconds. The message is sent. I can't hold it in anymore. I really want to see this Chen Yi as soon as possible. After sending it out, the tall and thin old man said immediately. His temper has always been so impatient. What's the use of being anxious? Is it possible that Chen Yi can fly over right away? In my opinion, we should wait patiently, or watch the video twice more to get familiar with it first, so that we can determine the direction of the test in advance. Oh, by the way, what do you think should be a better name for this power? The fat old man tugged at his beard and asked thoughtfully. Superpower name. Suddenly, an idea came to the mind of the tall, thin old man. I think it's good to call him Hell Shira. Look, the appearance of Chen Yi is very similar to the legendary Shira. Plus, the scarlet pupils. Even with the help of images, I feel incredible heart palpitations. It felt like I was being dragged into endless hell. Level 3 power, Hell Shira. Listening to this description, it seems quite appropriate. The fat old man couldn't help but nod. Then he waved his hand again. Oh, why are you talking about this now? We can only give one suggestion for the name of the superpower. The right to name is still in the hands of those with awakened powers. It is a common practice that the name of a new ability is given to the first awakened warrior. Of course, there is only one requirement. That means it must be relatively appropriate. For example, Chen Yi insists on naming his superpower Rocket Headbutt. This is definitely not allowed because of the 8 pulls that cannot be used. After all, just in case someone wakes up again in the future. With the title of Rocket Headbutt, you should not cry to death. The tall and thin old man's mouth twitched. What the hell, you obviously took the initiative to bring up this topic. The next day, in the office on the top floor of the Spark building. Don't worry, Instructor Wei. I will try my best and won't embarrass our training camp in Donghua City. A young man with short hair was shouting loudly. This person is none other than Zhang Duoduo, who was transferred from Donghua and was demoted from 4th place. Hu Xiaofang patted him directly on the shoulder and joked. You kid, you were lying in the training base and picked up a storage magic weapon for nothing. You were really lucky. Although Zhang Duoduo replaced Donghua base city halfway. But there are still plenty of mission rewards. Wei Mo leaned on the sofa and gave a few perfunctory compliments. Very good, very energetic. To be honest, the difficulty of the next battle should be completely impossible to reach yesterday's level. There is even a player like Hu Xiaofang with a high level of sarcasm. There is a high probability that Zhang Duoduo will not be able to play. It's just that he couldn't explain clearly that he was just calling to gather people. It truly deserves to be the base city of Donghua. Even the 4th-ranked genius seems to be a talented person and one of the best among people. Zhang Tianming said with a smile. This was before Zhang Duoduo came. He also asked Wei Mo about his strength. It is said that this guy's health value has reached a full 240 points, and he is only one step away from becoming a 3rd-level warrior. If it weren't for the fact that it was only level 1 abilities that were awakened, and the power of the main method was a bit weak. Whether Hu Xiaofang can maintain the 3rd position is really up in the air. Obviously, if Zhang Duoduo faced Ao Hai and Zhang Yan, it would also be a pure crushing match. Zhang Duoduo touched his head, a little embarrassed. No, I'm still far behind Chen Yi, who can beat Brother Lu to serious injury. Last night, he received an urgent notice to continue playing in Donghua City's place, especially when he heard that the replacement was Lu Qianan. People are stupid. Lu Qianan's name can be said to be the most famous talent in Donghua training base. The geniuses who fought against these city-level base cities turned out to be defeated. Almost lost his life. Too exaggerated. Now Lu Qianan is completely out of danger after last night's nutrition transportation. He took a suspended chariot this morning and returned to Donghua to continue his recuperation. No, Chen Yi is just a special case. Our other students in Nanzhong. Before Zhang Tianming finished speaking, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Please come in. The door was pushed open immediately. Chen Yi walked in and was stunned when he saw so many people. But he soon came to his senses. Instructor Wei, I heard that you were looking for me. I don't know what happened. Early in the morning, Zhang Tianming sent a message to his spark bracelet, saying that Wei Mo was looking for him. Chen Yi secretly guessed that it was probably the injury to Lu Qianan yesterday. After all, others would give up if they came to participate in a communication battle. In the end, he was seriously injured and couldn't participate in the next trip, so he went home. If this matter really requires punishment, Chen Yi will admit it. Who made me lose control in sheer form? Chen Yi, sit down and chat. When Wei Mo saw the visitor, he also sat upright and said with a smile. Is this Chen Yi? Zhang Duoduo's hair stood on end instantly, and his expression became tense. A person's name, the shadow of a tree. Being able to seriously injure Lu Qianan, Chen Yi's name has completely spread throughout the Donghua training base. So it's normal for Zhang Duoduo to be involuntarily nervous when facing this top talent. Chen Yi touched his nose, a little surprised. With such a good attitude, it doesn't look like he wants any compensation or wants to investigate. So he was not polite and sat directly on the sofa nearby. Chen Yi, you don't know where your powers come from, right? Then, Wei Mo said straight to the point. I really don't know. After hearing this question, Chen Yi hesitated before answering. In fact, I know it. It is the power from the underworld. However, there is no way to explain this thing, so it is easier to just say that I don't know. Wei Mo was not surprised. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before continuing to speak. I sent your battle video to the Gaoyang Superpower Research Institute yesterday. They determined that this should be a superpower that has never appeared before. The initial level is estimated to be level 3. Level 3, really are, except for Zhang Tianming. Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Hu Xiaofang and Zhang Xiang couldn't help blurting out. Although they watched yesterday's battle, there was a vague suspicion in my heart. But when I actually heard the results, I was still shocked. This is a terrifying talent that can easily become a master as long as one does not perish after awakening. They had only heard about it before. This is the first time I've seen it. Zhang Duoduo's eyes widened even more. Unlike the two Hu Xiaofang who had seen the battle yesterday and had already anticipated it. He only had the information that Chen Yi defeated Lu Qianan, but he didn't know anything about the battle process. No wonder, that's a level 3 power. It seems reasonable for Brother Lu to lose to such a monster. Chen Yi also had a surprised expression on his face. The method I used with the power of the Netherworld and the 6-layered body of Shira was actually confirmed to be a superpower, and it was certified gold by the Gaoyang Superpower Research Institute. Before Chen Yi could say anything, Wei Mo's voice sounded again. According to the analysis of the personnel at the Research Institute, the reason why you entered a state of control is entirely because the supernatural energy is too powerful. So they sincerely invite you to go to the Research Institute and conduct comprehensive tests to determine the characteristics of the superpower. Maybe I can find a way to help you control your powers. This has happened before. Oh, by the way, all fees are free. Do you want me to come over to test and study your abilities? When Chen Yi heard this, he also understood the reason why Wei Mo was looking for him. But, I reject. Chen Yi shook his head without any hesitation. Wei Mo raised his eyebrows. Chen Yi, think about it again. As a new power that has never appeared before, even you, as an awakened person, probably don't understand many of its characteristics. The Superpower Research Institute is professional in this area. With the testing of their instruments, it will be easy to help you formulate a more suitable growth plan. Even help you solve the problem that is out of control. If you are worried about privacy, you can rest assured. The institute has been established in Daxia for so long, and no privacy scandals have broken out so far. To be honest, the original intention of the establishment of the institute was to help those with awakened powers in Daxia better control their powers. Basically all warriors are aware of this. So Wei Mo didn't expect Chen Yi to refuse so decisively. However, Wei Mo's explanation did not waver Chen Yi in the slightest. The Superpower Research Institute is mainly for warriors to better develop their talents, and I know this. But the problem is, the power of the Netherworld is not a superpower in the conventional sense at all. Chen Yi can also draw many methods on the Underworld carousel such as how to use it. Even the problem of losing control of emotions when entering the Shira state can be easily solved. Just practice the suppression tower in the next few days. So going to the Research Institute is for Chen Yi. Wasting time can easily lead to trouble. Of course it's not necessary. Instructor Wei, I already have an idea in mind, no need to persuade. Chen Yi simply refused again. Several people in Dongwu looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this time, Zhang Tianming suddenly said, "Ha ha 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 ha, Wei referee, he will not change what Chen Yi has determined. You don't have to say too much. This kid has such a personality." At the beginning, when he advised Chen Yi not to go to the wilderness area, it was the same situation now. No matter what you say, it's useless. However, it turned out that Chen Yi was right. The instructors who had improved his strength in the wilderness area couldn't understand it. Is this so? Okay, I'll refuse it from the Superpower Research Institute. Wei Mo is also a straightforward person. Stop this topic immediately. Whether or not the ability chooses to cooperate with the test is originally decided by the awakened person and is not mandatory. Chen Yi doesn't want to go. Forget about it. Aha. Immediately, Wei Mo stood up. Then we'll leave first. There is still a communication battle going on today. Chen Yi, I hope that the next time I hear news about you, it will be during the martial arts college entrance examination, which will shock Daxia. Wei Mo finished. After walking out of the office, Hu Xiaofang and the other three followed suit. Martial arts college entrance examination. A trace of expectation flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Now, the Spark training camp has reached its final moments. There is only less than a month left before the martial arts college entrance examination. Nanjing City, a big market. The place is buzzing with people. In addition to shops, there are also many small carts selling goods along the street. It's on sale, don't miss it if you pass by. Come and take a look at the fine clothes. Handsome guy, there are fresh beef balls here, you can try them. Shui Yun Donkey Huo Xiao, 30 Daxia coins a portion, you won't be able to stop after one bite. Lu Kang, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division who had escorted Chen Yi, was walking around with a long-haired woman. Hey, look, Kang, there is a dress there that looks very suitable for Shinxin. It's really suitable, just buy it. Lu Kang responded perfunctorily. You didn't even look. Yang Shusho was a little angry. It's like this every time I go out. I'm absent-minded. It's rare to go shopping with me. Can't you use some snacks? This loud shout attracted the attention of passers-by around him. Lu Kang was very embarrassed. Ahem, sorry, I was just thinking about what was going on in the company. The words are not finished yet. Lu Kang's eyes suddenly condensed. There are spatial fluctuations all around. Hiss. Sudden. In mid-air, the originally solid space was like a zipper opening. Tear apart. No, a space crack has appeared. Run quickly. Get out, get out, get out. Ah, you stepped on my foot. ... When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they immediately started rioting and fled in all directions. Living in the survival base, except for a large-scale beast tide, it is basically impossible for monsters to invade. So the biggest threat to humans is these sudden space cracks. These cracks may lead to secret realms that can be inhabited by humans, and may even contain many rare mineral resources. Or maybe, it's a devil's cave full of monsters. At this moment, the token on Lu Kang's waist glowed scarlet. It means there are monsters in this crack. Lu Kang took out his mobile phone and quickly sent a request for help, and said in a deep voice, Shusho, don't go too far next to me. Remember to trigger the protective spirit ball I gave you in times of crisis. Although Yang Shusho is also a second-grade warrior. But facing a ferocious monster with unknown strength is still very dangerous. Yes, I know. Yang Shusho nodded. Aha! Lu Kang stretched out his hand, and a long sword appeared in his palm. Then the whole body's spiritual energy surged. The next second, hoo, milky white light bloomed from his palm. The long sword was soon covered. That's right, Lu Kang realized the light element particles between heaven and earth, and then he broke through to the 5th level and became a light martial artist. Buzz buzz. Just at this time, many pitch-black mantises nearly 3 meters tall flew out from the cracks in the space. These monster mantises with 8-layered wings and slender tentacles around their mouths vibrated their wings the moment they came out and rushed towards the fleeing crowd. Boom! Seeing this, Lu Kang kicked his legs violently. The whole person was like a rocket shell, jumping high. Although it is said that most warriors can only control the air after reaching the 7th level and becoming a master. But warriors like Lu Kang have realized the power of heaven and earth. Jumping hundreds of meters is normal. Moreover, it can also use the energy of heaven and earth to change its body shape and movement trajectory in the air. It's just not as flexible as it is on the ground. Die. Swish, swish, swish. The long sword in Lu Kang's hand turned into a phantom at this moment. He slashed at the dark mantis frantically. These mantises still wanted to use sickles to resist, but in front of the long swords attached with the power of light, they were cut apart in just an instant. The purple blood surged wildly, making a unique drizzle appear in the sky. After the violent slashing, snapped, Lu Kang fell on the roof of a nearby house, and the bricks he stepped on shattered. There is no way, I haven't reached the 7th level, I don't have the ability to control the air. At most, one can only use the energy of heaven and earth to slow down the fall. Although in this wave just now, Lu Kang had killed almost 10 mantis monsters. However, the area of the crack continues to expand. More and more mantises flew out from inside. Hateful. Lu Kang gritted his teeth. He alone could not stop such a huge number of monsters. No, no. A middle-aged woman wearing a purple dress felt the approaching sound of piercing the air behind her. Yelled in panic. Hoo. Finally, the voice got closer and closer. A cold light flashed through. The middle-aged woman was cut off at the waist in an instant, and blood spurted out. Clatter. Another mantis monster flew to the closed shop. The densely packed compound eyes stared straight ahead. The tentacles at the corners of the mouth floated and trembled like water plants, as if they were collecting some information. Sudden. It raised a sickle covered with tiny, sharp barbs. Swish. After 2 waves, the alloy rolling shutter door was cut open. Slap it on the ground. Go away, go away. Mom, woo. Help. ... The crowd who were hiding inside and did not dare to make a sound out of fear finally collapsed at this time. They cried miserably. But there is no way back. Buzz. Without much hesitation, the dark mantis flapped its wings and flew in. Ah, well, ... Screams came and went. After a few breaths of time, the mantis monster flew out from the door again and continued to look for its next target. But the shop returned to silence. A stream of blood flowed out from inside, forming a small pool of blood. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 71. Buzz Buzz. Similarly, there was also a dark mantis charging towards Yang Shusho. He waved his sickle. At this critical moment, Yang Shusho took out a bright silver crystal ball and pressed the button on it. Boom! In an instant, milky white light was inspired from the ball. A protective shield like an eggshell was formed. The next second, the dark scythe struck on it, and the protective shield stirred for a while, then calmed down quickly. But if you have a keen eye and observe carefully, you will find that the color of the light curtain is darker than at the beginning. Obviously, this energy shield has a limit. Liu Kang, who was slashing at the monsters flying out of the crack, also noticed this scene. His eyes narrowed. Several white holy auras wrapped around his arms. Holy light sword slash. Swish. 2 half-moon-shaped light waves passed through the air. The precise bombardment hit the mantis monster that was attacking the protective shield. Boom. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the broken limbs and remains were scattered on the ground. In this way, the battle lasted for almost 5 minutes. Finally, monsters no longer flew out of the space cracks in midair. The entire big market is also in a mess. There are ruins everywhere. The ground surface was also cracked due to the fierce battle. Liu Kang was too consumed at the moment. His forehead was covered with sweat stains. Call. Liu Kang took a deep breath and stood there for a moment to relax. Kang, are you okay? Yang Shusho ran over and asked with concern. It's okay. Liu Kang shook his head. It's just that the cracks in this devil's cave appeared in broad daylight, which is really unusual. And so many mantis monsters have just rushed out of the big market, which is expected to cause a lot of casualties. I have to report it quickly and mobilize my forces to surround these beasts. Finished. Liu Kang took out his mobile phone again. He could only kill at most a quarter of the mantis monsters that flew out of the crack just now. If such a large number of monsters were allowed to cause destruction in Nanjing City, the consequences would be disastrous. However, when Liu Kang checked the messages on his phone, his expression changed drastically. How could this happen? At this moment, messages were flooding the screen in Junmo Division's internal communication software. In Defeng Building, a crack in the Devil's Cave appears. The monsters that appear inside are many of the 5th-level combatants with the power to control the world. Hurry up and provide support. A crack in the Devil's Cave appeared above the Dongyan River, and a monster similar to a Tengu appeared from inside. A large number of wind blades appeared with a wave of the hand, causing at least hundreds of casualties along the coast. I was eating here at the Juxing Tower Hotel, and I heard the commotion. I don't know where the monster came from. I won't tell you, I went out to help. What the hell, it's a multi-crack Devil's Cave. And it sounds like the level of disaster in this Devil's Cave is extremely high. Oh, I'm still out on vacation, why is there chaos in Nanjing? Hurry up and help me, I can't stand it anymore. Liu Kang's eyes were filled with tears and he uttered 2 curse words one after another. Nowadays, Blue Star has classified the types of space cracks. The ones with monsters in them are called demon cave cracks. Generally speaking, only one crack appears in a demon cave. But now, there are so many cracks appearing at the same time, which obviously lead to the same source of space. This kind of thing is called a multi-crack Devil's Cave. It is extremely troublesome to deal with. It can be seen from the information exchanged by colleagues that the danger level of the magic cave cracks in the market is considered to be very light. What's wrong, Kang? Yang Shusho asked worriedly. From Liu Kang's expression, she could already tell that something was wrong. Liu Kang didn't explain much, but said directly, Shusho, I'll take you to the nearest shelter first. If there is unrest in other places, I must rush to provide support. I'm sorry, I'll go shopping with you another day. Yang Shusho didn't say much and nodded obediently. Although she really wanted Liu Kang's company. But in this moment of great right and wrong, it is still understandable. At the Spark training base, most of the students are gathered in the number. A martial arts hall. This also includes Chen Yi. Everyone looked sad, angry or anxious. Discussions broke out one after another. Isn't the crack in the Devil's Cave erupting too suddenly this time? I have received the news that teacher Zhang died at the hands of a monster. What? These beasts. According to reliable information, the death toll in Nanjing has exceeded 10,000. This is only a preliminary estimate, and the number of casualties is still rising. Oh my God, my mom hasn't answered the phone, what should I do? Brother, don't worry. Many signals in Nanjing are blocked now due to the escape of demonic energy and the destruction of signal towers. Yes, the North District has almost completely lost contact. Many cracks broke out in the Devil's Cave, and such a huge commotion naturally spread to the training base quickly. Now, all students have been banned from going out. After all, in addition to Nanjing City, there may also be cracks in the Demon Cave in the wilds near the outskirts of the city. Completely solve this disaster in the city before proceeding with the next step of investigation and detection. It's still too dangerous in the wilderness area. On a soft mat in the martial arts hall, Chen Yi also had serious eyes. I was in Zhang Tianming's office just now, when I was about to leave. Zhang Tianming received the notification of the multi-crack magic cave disaster in Nanjing. In an instant, most of the instructors in the training base received transfer orders. Urgently go to Nanjing City for rescue. Even Wei Mo, who had just left the base gate and was about to participate in the exchange battle, stopped his trip. Let's rush to Nanjing first. Chen Yi glanced at the phone. Haven't you replied to the message to Zhou Ming editor yet? This guy's physique, in today's world, is not an exaggeration to describe. It can be said that as long as you encounter a monster, no matter what level he is, he can beat him without any suspense. Drop. Sudden. A message came from the mobile phone. Chen Yi took a look and felt a little relieved. Have you entered the laboratory shelter? These monsters. It always appears so suddenly. It can be said that monsters pose a much higher threat to humans than monsters. If it weren't for these beasts, then humans won't be able to shrink their power into individual survival bases. By then, the movable territory will be many times greater than it is now. While Chen Yi was thinking, Xiao Zuian came over. He said after sighing, Chen Yi, I heard that Xiaorong, the head teacher of your class, seemed to have been attacked by a monster and was seriously injured. Chen Yi frowned. Xiaorong, overall, is a relatively responsible tutor. Before entering Starfire training camp, his passionate speech at the swearing-in ceremony for the martial arts college entrance examination is still fresh in his mind. He didn't expect that in this turmoil, he would be attacked by a monster so quickly. How is it going? It's not optimistic. Emergency treatment has been carried out. However, the spikes emitted by the monster are too toxic and are not out of danger yet. Xiao Zuian replied solemnly. Is this so? Things are impermanent. Chen Yi rubbed his temples. At Spark training camp, some students died in the wilderness area. It makes people feel how difficult the path of a warrior is. But so are ordinary people. At least, warriors died on the path of pursuing strength and controlling their destiny in their own hands. And these humans with ordinary talents are not even qualified to choose. Faced with such emergencies, I can only pray that my luck is not too bad. Chen Yi suddenly recalled Zhang Tianming's words at the beginning of the camp. Warriors are born to die. Find a glimmer of life in the endless killing and death. This is your own vitality and the vitality of all mankind. If one day, an unstoppable demon comes to the world, it will be a time of unspeakable terror. Someone has to step up. The self who can connect to the underworld may be the last card. The sun was blazing. Kangmu Avenue, a main street in Nanjing City. A dark space crack with a diameter of nearly 100 meters expanded and tore in midair. This is also the crack in the Devil's Cave where the highest level of monsters appeared during this turbulent incident. Boom 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 boom. The sound of explosions was endless. There were blazing fires everywhere. The bluestone ground was now full of pits. The surrounding shops were also completely destroyed. Glass shards, wooden boards, and broken alloys were scattered on both sides of the road, making it a mess. Kill all these beasts. If you dare to cause trouble in Nanjing, let them pay the price. flowing wind sword slash. Many high-quality warriors from Nanjong have also gathered here to engage in fierce battles with these monsters. All of a sudden, different elemental energy particles bloom. A bombardment of colorful magic methods. Not far from Kangmu Avenue, there is another branch road. In the sky, a man in black was holding a dark purple spear, and the tip of the spear was filled with thunder. Then he shouted loudly, "Thunder!" The next second, electric arcs flashed in his pupils. With a sudden throw of his right hand, the spear roared out of the air. Sizzling. During this process, thunder was constantly being born in the surrounding space, striking the spear, making its lightning even brighter. A huge lizard with a length of more than 10 meters that was trampling the house suddenly raised its head. Look at this thunder spear. Eyes showing fear. However, this spear was too fast and urgent, and did not give it much time to react. It was inserted into his head. The giant lizard monster froze on the spot. Magnetic explosion. The man in black said 2 words lightly. After one breath time, boom, the dazzling lightning exploded inside the monster lizard's head. Slurry splattered. The man in black's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand. A weak electric arc emitted around the spear, which shook for a moment, then rose into the sky and was absorbed into the hand of the man in black. As a Thunder Grandmaster who has realized a trace of the magnetic power of thunder and achieved the 7th rank, he has become proficient in fighting with the help of magnetic field. Is there any movement on the left? Immediately afterwards, the man in black quickly left in the air towards the side. On the main road of Kangmu Avenue, a middle-aged man with a resolute face and short hair was holding a short mace, with red flames surging on it. This person is none other than the Lord of Nanjong City, Zhang Cheng. After understanding the burning and extinguishing charm of fire, he became a master of fire. At this moment, in front of him, countless 3-legged monsters that looked like little devils rushed over. Zhang Cheng didn't panic at all. There is a horizontal mace in his hand. Sizzling, wisps of thin flame energy rose up and quickly condensed in midair. After a while, a long dragon of red flames appeared. This long red dragon of energy exudes an aura that seems to burn everything. You must know that the flame lineage is domineering. Among the many branch roads, burning of fire vividly embodies this domineering characteristic. Fire Dragon Strike. After the energy accumulation reached a limit, the fire dragon moved, speeding towards those 3-legged imp monsters. Aha! During this process, a roaring sound was also made. The fire dragon swept past. The little devil with a head and 3 legs was exposed to the fire, and gradually turned into ashes, disappearing into thin air before even making a sound. It doesn't take a moment. The roaring army of monsters has completely disappeared. The warriors who were also fighting nearby were in high spirits when they saw this scene. Having just killed a monster, Wu Menghai, the deputy master of Nanjong Muchuan Martial Arts School who had once sparred with Chen Yi, shouted loudly, "City Lord Zhang is mighty." These words quickly resonated with everyone. Ha 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 ha, these monsters dare to invade our Nanjong River and are seeking death. Brothers, follow City Lord Zhang and charge. Everyone has the responsibility to defend Daxia. Joking about drinking monster blood. Zhang Cheng nodded. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. As long as we in Nanjong work together as one, we will be able to minimize the losses in this turmoil. Because there are too many cracks in the monster this time. The scope of the damage was huge. So for the first time, except for Daxia officials, many private groups and individual warriors also received recruitment orders and came together to surround and kill these monsters. Guard the Nanjong River. Of course, these strong men who were recruited will also receive corresponding rewards based on their contribution. At this time, in the cracks in the sky, a giant glob of black goo fell. The fall was too fast. Before anyone could react, they hit Wu Menghai hard. A moment of panic. Wu Menghai picked up his long knife and slashed at him. However, when the long knife struck the black liquid, it was immediately wrapped up. Then the whole person was swallowed up by the black liquid. What kind of monster is this? No, I feel that Master Wu's life is disappearing quickly. What? The martial arts experts around him were a little panicked. For a moment, he didn't dare to step forward. You know, Wu Menghai is a 5th-grade martial artist who controls the power of heaven and earth, and he is also a peak martial artist. This ball of black mucus was able to make it unable to resist at all, and it was rendered lifeless. It's enough to prove how powerful it is. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng also glared angrily. How dare you, evildoer! Subsequently, the hot flame element particles around the body are turbulent. Boom! The whole person immediately turned into a red stream of light, killing towards the black viscous liquid. Because the air wave released was too violent, the surrounding temperature increased rapidly, and the burning space looked distorted. The black slime is sensitive. It immediately turned into a pool of running water, and then the pool of black water got into the gap of the rolling shutter door of the shop nearby and disappeared. Want to run? If I killed a martial artist under my nose and then just slipped away, where would I, Zhang Cheng, put my face? Facing this shop, Zhang Cheng didn't stop at all. Raise the mace in your hand. Pointing toward the door of the store. A thick pillar of fire spurted out. Even before it comes into direct contact with the rolling shutter door, the extremely high temperature causes the steel door to dissolve and turn into red molten iron flowing down. The pillar of fire continued forward. Burn everything that stands in your way. Zhang Cheng Yukong passed through the dissolved passage without stopping at all. Just in front, the demonic energy escaping from the black liquid was too obvious to his energy perception. What if such a powerful monster escaped? The problem of face is small. I'm afraid that the entire Nanjiang River will be plunged into bloodshed. After Zhang Cheng chased away, the warriors on Kangmu Avenue looked at the dissolved hole with lingering fear. It's so scary. He is indeed a master who has mastered the burning and extinguishing Daoyun of fire. The pillar of fire was at least 100 meters away from me just now, and I felt extremely hot. Me too. If I hadn't used the energy of heaven and earth to protect myself, my hair might have burned. But that black liquid is so powerful. Master Wu's strength is almost that of a great martial artist, and his sword skills are even more outstanding, but he was still devoured in just 2 or 3 breaths, not even the bones and dregs are left. Do you think City Lord Zhang can kill that monster? A man in purple clothes with long hair asked anxiously. These words caused a brief silence in the surrounding area. The strength of the jet black liquid monster is indeed exaggerated. To annihilate a peak martial artist in 2 or 3 breaths is definitely not something that a great martial artist can achieve. I'm afraid, this is a master-level monster. Ha 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 ha, I don't know what you are worried about. At this time, a tall and sturdy warrior laughed. Didn't you see that the monster was so scared that it lost its soul when it saw City Master Zhang chasing after it? Isn't it clear at a glance which one is strong and which one is weak? After such analysis, many warriors who were worried just now have their eyes lit up. 2. For a being of this strength, whether it is a monster or a human, its perception ability is extremely strong. The reason why he turned around and ran away must have been because he sensed a threat to his life. In this case, City Lord Zhang should be sure of victory. Then we don't have to think too much, let's kill more other monsters quickly. The long-haired man in purple nodded and then suggested. Soon, the warriors here scattered out. Go find the monster that you just escaped from. Boom boom boom. Zhang Cheng relied on his perception of the surrounding elemental particles to firmly lock on the fleeing dark monsters. Obstacles encountered along the way. Everything was destroyed in the path of its raging flames. Streetlight, direct burning and fracture. Houses and walls were all melted. In the face of such difficult monsters, these property losses are no longer important. When the time comes, those residents will find the corresponding department to declare, and the Daxia Congress will provide a certain percentage of compensation. But if you were to escape from such a flexible and powerful monster, then something really bad would happen. Almost catching up, the distance gradually got closer, and Zhang Cheng could already see the flowing black liquid. Hoo. At this moment, the energy in Zhang Cheng's body was mobilized. The fire element particles in the surrounding air were activated, emitting waves of scorching heat. Ziliu. When he was about to catch up, this jet black liquid penetrated into a huge oval-shaped building. This place is Nanjiang No. 3 Gymnasium. Boom. Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng penetrated the wall directly and Yukong entered it. However, after entering the empty venue, there was actually no trace of the pitch black liquid in his perception. There are only ball racks and various training equipment. Don't call it a monster. There is no breath of any living thing. Zhang Cheng frowned. What's the situation? If the liquid monster just now could conceal its qi, why did it wait until now to exert its power? Could it be that this method requires too much loss? So you only decide to use it as a last resort? Or is it? Just as countless speculations flashed through Zhang Cheng's mind. Grr, a flowing sound came from above. Zhang Cheng looked up. The liquid was sticking to the ceiling and gradually falling down. No. Not falling, but reshaping the cohesion. An instant of effort. A faceless humanoid creature whose whole body was condensed from jet black flowing liquid stood upside down on the ceiling. Nanjong City Lord Zhang Cheng. This is the place I chose for you to die. Do you like it? The dark mouth squirmed, make a hoarse and vague sound. This moment, Zhang Cheng's scalp felt numb and his pupils trembled. Can talk. This is a sane monster. In other words, it deliberately exposed its qi and then led itself here. What's the purpose of this guy? Wait, he just revealed my identity. Do you know that I am the city lord of Nanjong City? Zhang Cheng's brain was spinning rapidly, but there was too much information at this moment, and he was unable to make any accurate judgment. No matter what, withdraw first. All signs indicate that this beast is prepared for him. Maybe even the specific strength has been fully understood. The enemy is in darkness and we are in the light. It would be foolish to choose to be tough at this time. Being able to sit in the position of Nanjong City Lord, Zhang Cheng is not the kind of reckless man who only knows how to solve problems with violence. Boom. The next second, waves of flames erupted around Zhang Cheng. The whole person galloped towards the wall of the gymnasium. Want to run away? Liquid Man murmured. At the same time, the liquid from the soles of its feet that was stuck to the ceiling began to spread rapidly in all directions. Just a breath or two. It just wrapped up the entire venue. All the walls were covered with a layer of dark flowing liquid. The entire venue loses light. It got dark. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng is a master who controls the energy of heaven and earth and can visually sense energy particles. However, this scene also gave him a bad premonition. The growth and flow rate of this liquid are really amazing. The most terrifying thing was that Zhang Cheng couldn't sense any breath from the dark liquid. These liquids are like a black hole. Swallow everything. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and fought hard. The figure of Fei Suo Yukong did not stop, but actually sped up by 3 points. Stretch out your right hand and push forward hard. Fire burning palm. In an instant, countless golden flame energy quickly condensed, and an energy giant palm larger than a human was formed. Heading towards the dark flowing wall. Zilla zilla. The moment the flame giant palm came into contact with the dark flowing liquid, a crackling sound was made. The two kinds of energy are constantly wasting away. But during this process, Zhang Cheng felt that a large part of his fire element energy was not lost through resistance. Instead, it sank directly into the dark flowing liquid. The darkness swallows one piece. Zhang Cheng reacted instantly. This guy is definitely following the devouring path of darkness. Those who practice this path and become a master can swallow energy, entities, and souls, and can swallow anything. It just depends on how strong your understanding of this path is. Obviously, this guy has a relatively deep understanding of the devouring of darkness. No wonder he was able to swallow all the bones and dregs of Wu Menghai in such a short time just now. No wonder. This guy is so good at concealing his figure. Because it simply swallowed up all the energy that had escaped from itself. Hoo. Before Zhang Cheng could fly to the wall, all the flame energy he released was consumed. But these black flowing liquids have still not been penetrated. Hateful. Zhang Cheng's heart felt cold at this moment. He understood that today's situation might be really dangerous. Swish 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 swish. Sudden, countless slender black tentacles shot out from the wall. Zhang Cheng retreated violently. Can barely escape. The Nanjong City Lord looked serious and took a deep breath. Since I can't run away, then fight. As long as there is enough noise, the swallowing aura of the dark liquid will weaken. Then it is possible to attract reinforcements. You must know that the location here is Nanjong City. Demon, do you want to keep me alive? Then it depends on whether you have this ability. The words fell. Zhang Cheng's body was burning with flames. His hair and eyebrows turned red. Fire ring. A roar. With Zhang as the center, a huge flame vortex formed instantly. The liquid man standing upside down on the ceiling also looked serious. After all, this is also a master who takes the offensive approach. When he decided to fight, still need to deal with it carefully. Black hole, swallow, boom 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 boom. Dark and red collide with each other in the open space. All equipment and facilities were destroyed into dust. Just when an extremely fierce battle broke out in the gymnasium. Looking from the outside, the huge oval Nanjong No. 3 gymnasium was surprisingly quiet. Even the chirping birds all around could be heard clearly. Only the huge hole left by Zhang Cheng burning the wall just now, and the flowing black liquid filling it now, faintly revealed that this place was unusual. At the entrance of the silent and broken street, subtle rustling sounds could be heard in the distant sky. The sound gradually grew louder. Soon it turned into the sound of gushing water. Wa la la la. In the sky, a long river of blood was moving rapidly. Above the long river, stood a tall man wearing a beret. It was Wei Mo who came to Nanjong to support. According to the intelligence of those warriors, it should be in this direction. Wei Mo murmured. After entering Nanjong and killing some monsters, someone told him that the city lord seemed to be fighting a fierce battle with a 7th grade monster. And there was no news for a long time. So Wei Mo searched in the direction pointed by those people. Suddenly, Wei Mo frowned. There seemed to be faint fluctuations of fire and dark element particles in the air. Over there, crash, the bloody river flows more rapidly. It won't take a while. We arrived in front of Nanjong No. 3 gymnasium. At this moment, from the opening of the gymnasium, Zhang Cheng walked out with a pale face. When he saw Wei Mo, he had a surprised look on his face. Brother, you are. Sizzle. The long river of blood evaporated and disappeared. Wei Mo also slowly fell down. Hello, I am the Deputy Chief Judge of the Military Holy Inquisition, Wei Mo. It happened to be near Nanjong, so we came to support. You should be Nanjong City Lord Zhang Cheng, right? So that's it. Zhang Cheng showed an expression of sudden realization. Yes, I am Zhang Cheng. Thank you very much, Brother Wei. The number and grade of these monsters are not low. It is indeed very laborious to deal with. With the help of a good person like Brother Wei, we can definitely reduce a lot of casualties. Wei Mo waved his hand. Yes, they are all citizens of Daxia. By the way, I heard that City Lord Zhang had a fierce battle with a 7th grade monster just now. Where is that monster now? There are still fluctuations of fire element and dark element particles in the air. According to the information, Zhang Cheng is a strong man of the fire-breeding lineage, so it is obvious that the dark element particle fluctuations are left behind by the 7th grade monster. From the perspective of residual energy, there should have been a fierce battle here not long ago. That monster has been killed by me. But it's really difficult to deal with, and I've paid my dues, ahem. Zhang Cheng started coughing as he spoke. A blush suddenly appeared on his originally pale face. City Lord Zhang, are you okay? Wei Mo quickly stepped forward to support him. It seems that you paid a heavy price to eradicate that monster. How about I take you to a medical center? This Zhang Cheng looks seriously injured. Sure enough, the battle just now was fierce. But after all, the opponent is a 7th grade monster, so this is normal. It's okay, just take it easy a little bit and you'll be fine. Zhang Cheng shook his head. Brother Wei, you should hurry up and search for the monsters causing trouble in the city. If those beasts are allowed to destroy it, the losses to Nanjong will be too great. Although my condition is average, I can still protect myself well enough. After a short breather, we will return to the battle. When Wei Mo heard this, he did not hesitate and held his hands in admiration. That's fine. Monsters are indeed rampant in Nanjong now. Every second of delay may cause greater losses. Chapter City Lord, take care, I'm leaving first. Wei Mo is not hypocritical at all. Zhang Cheng was right, even if he was injured, his combat power was not comparable to that of an ordinary 6th grade martial artist. There really wasn't much point in protecting him. The best solution is to continue searching for the monsters causing trouble in the city. Boom. The next second, the rushing blood was born under Wei Mo's feet. Then, he carried him and quickly flew away into the distance. Brother Wei, I'll treat you to a drink after the battle. Good. Zhang Cheng looked at Wei Mo's leaving figure with a smile on his face. Gradually, the corners of his mouth slowly turned downward. It became colder. It was so dangerous. I was almost exposed. A hoarse voice sounded. Grr. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Cheng's face began to transform into flowing black liquid. In an instant, it turned into a liquid human. Before this guy died, the burning Fenming Daoyun was really painful. Well, fortunately there are still many heavenly and earthly treasures in the storage magic weapon. It strode into the stadium. A wave of his hand. Many medicinal materials and ores exuding strong spiritual energy appeared on the ground. Gulu gulu gulu. The dark liquid flowing from the liquid man wrapped all these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. About 5 minutes passed. Liquid returns. And there was nothing on the ground. Sizzling. Liquid man quickly returned to Zhang Cheng's appearance. When Wei Mo arrived just now, the big fight in the stadium had just ended. However, Zhang Cheng's fatal blow before his death still planted the burning fire energy in its body. It almost lost its appearance. I think we can chat for another 2 minutes at most. The cheek would collapse and disintegrate, turning into a dark liquid. Fortunately, those who came are not from Nanjong. Otherwise, the memory hasn't been swallowed up much now, and it will be easily exposed. At that time, the only option will be to kill in silence. Well, taking advantage of this time, let's quickly digest the memory first. Zhang Cheng murmured to himself. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged and meditated in the gymnasium. There was darkness and mist all around. The turmoil in Nanjong City ended about 3 hours after it occurred. Only then were the monsters completely invisible in the city. Immediately afterwards, a large number of residents came out of the shelter and quickly rebuilt their survival base. Although it is such a big disaster, many people encounter it for the first time in their lives. But looking at the entire Daxia kingdom, there are many such disasters. Therefore, there is a very reasonable and complete reconstruction process. All departments work together and the efficiency is amazing. Repair after repair, statistics after statistics, filling in the cracks in the Devil's Cave. At the same time, there were also patrol teams searching the vicinity of Nanjong City. Avoid remaining cracks in the magic cave. After all, this is a magical cave with many cracks. There are cracks inside the city, but they are also likely to appear outside the city. No way. There can be no carelessness in handling the Demon Cave incident. There are many bloody lessons in history. 3 days after the Nanjong Magic Cave incident, the blockade ban on the Spark training base was finally lifted. On this day, the sky was overcast and dark. A light drizzle fell. On the square, all students and instructors wore black morning uniforms. Silence and reflection. Chen Yi held the bouquet in his hand, while drizzle fell on his shoulders and slipped off his leather clothes. Everyone is a part of Nanjong. This terrible disaster killed more than 100,000 people. It can be said that there are many relatives and friends of the students among them. The warriors also suffered heavy casualties. 3 6th grade martial arts masters died. The number of 5th grade martial artists dead exceeded 10 fingers. The damage to urban construction and property is difficult to estimate. Monster. Chen Yi's eyes condensed, filled with murderous intent. These beasts dare to invade human territory. One day I will wipe them all out. The morning is over. Thank you for your hard work. About 3 minutes passed. Zhang Tianming's sad and deep voice sounded. Even after experiencing countless lives and deaths, when this moment comes again, he cannot remain absolutely calm. In this battle, one of the instructors who rushed to the rescue was killed. His friend Wu Menghai, deputy master of Muchuan Martial Arts School, even died at the hands of a 7th-level monster. In the silent square, Zhang Tianming continued to speak. Originally, I planned to say some things at the graduation ceremony. But I really feel uncomfortable today. After such a long period of training camp life, you have transformed from being naive at the beginning into real warriors. But, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Looking at your talents among the entire human race, you are among the top geniuses. So in the future, I hope you can hold up the sky for mankind. One day, with our efforts, we will wipe out all the monsters in this world. Finished. Zhang Tianming also glanced at Chen Yi. Among all the students present, no matter how many opportunities they have, they will be lucky enough to be able to produce a 6th grade martial artist. At best, it can only be called some underlying building blocks. But Chen Yi is different. His level 3 superpower is enough to allow him to reach Grandmaster level easily. Going forward, it is not impossible. This is the terrifying seed that may slightly change the current human situation. Don't worry, Instructor Zhang, I, Shu Ming, will definitely do my best. Yes, my ambition since childhood is to kill all these monsters. Faced with aliens, the only way is to fight. The students were furious and shouting. Next, during the few training camp days, Chen Yi continued to fight in the wilderness area. However, the fighting time was shorter than before. In addition, Chen Yi used his free time to practice secret techniques, such as suppression tower and the like. The incident in the demon cave in Nanzhong actually sounded the alarm for Chen Yi. The demon's methods are strange and unpredictable. If, like Wu Menghai, he encounters some invincible monsters, there is nothing he can do. But in this incident, there are also many powerful warriors who have died due to illusions, poisons, etc. Therefore, Chen Yi still had to prepare for a rainy day and practice some secret life-saving techniques. Just like that, with a fulfilling itinerary. Time passes quickly. The closing day of the Spark training camp soon came. Inside the lush forest, Kakaka, big trees broke in the middle and fell backwards. Chen Yi holds the demonic spirit sword. The blood from the blade kept dripping towards the ground. Boom! The next second, in front of him, a big dark purple bear fell down in a daze. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon purple bear and gaining 80 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon purple bear and gaining 43 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the purple light bear. Congratulations to the host for reaching the limit of experience and being promoted to the judge of the punishment department. Open the redemption of blue-grade Underworld long-term signatures, 10,000 ghost points each. Got promoted. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. In the past 2 months, I have spent a lot of time fighting in the wilderness area. Finally, on the closing day of the camp, I collected 60,000 experience points. It's really not easy. At the same time, he finally unlocked the next level of Underworld long sign. But the price is indeed very expensive. It costs 10,000 per tube, which is a tenfold increase. The host becomes the judge of the Department of Punishment of Evil and controls the power of the judge, the chain of life and death. Immediately afterwards, the prompt sounded again. Judge's authority. Before Chen Yi could react, a force was born from the surrounding void and poured into Chen Yi's body. It feels so comfortable. At this moment, I only felt a warm air flowing between my limbs and bones. I couldn't help but close my eyes. About a minute later, Chen Yi opened his eyes. The light flashed. Then he stretched out his hand. Crash! A transparent snow-white jade chain appeared in front of Chen Yi, floating in the air. On the chain, scarlet lines are engraved with obscure and primitive characters. Chen Yi's perception. This chain, where life and death are intertwined, is very mysterious. And there is also a feeling of nothingness. Chain of life and death authority can suppress the spirit body and weaken its control over the physical body. The power is affected by the judge's own strength. I see. Chen Yi nodded. This chain is not directed at material things at all. It's for the spirit body. Once the spirit body is suppressed and the control over the physical body is weakened, the opponent's strength will decline even if he is a master who can control the specific Dao Yun of heaven and earth. Of course, if the opponent is weak, it is estimated that this wave of suppression can directly arrest his soul and kill his opponent. This method will definitely work no matter how strong or weak the opponent is. He is truly worthy of the authority of a judge. But Chen Yi thinks about it too. He has been promoted to the position of judge, but he is still a small leader. A bit of a privilege, as it should be. Then Chen Yi had a thought in his mind. Opened the panel. Name, Chen Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department 11/600,000. Control of authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 10/20. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 15 points. Number of ghost points, 1625. Acquisition methods, 6 layers of Shira body, ghost instant, dark eyes, suppressing evil tower, 5 ghost body refining sutra. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. First, in terms of experience. The experience value for reaching the next level has increased tenfold, reaching 600,000. See this number. The corners of Chen Yi's mouth twitched. But then I thought about it. When he first became an official ghost officer, Chen Yi was frightened by the huge experience value. But later, with the improvement of strength, the speed of gaining experience and ghost points is getting faster and faster. Isn't it now that I have been promoted? So although the number of 600,000 is large, there is no need to panic. After being promoted, because I have control over the authority, is there an extra column? But the number of suppressed evil spirits has also doubled. As for the ghost points gained every hour, the current value has nothing to do with promotion, it is purely the accumulation from the past. However, it is worth mentioning that during this period, Chen Yi has been able to hunt third-level monsters. Moreover, the grade of the third-grade monster has been judged by the system as a 1-star monster. That's why you can get 15 ghost points every hour while only suppressing 10 animals. Then there is the aspect of learning the Dharma. Chen Yi has also practiced many secret techniques in the past few days. For example, Ghost Shun is a secret method that turns one's body into black mist and moves quickly. There is also the evil suppressing tower, which is used to resist evil spirits, illusions and the like. It can be said, in these 2 months of training camp life, Chen Yi's strength has made a huge leap. This is a fair assessment. A rising star in the underworld. Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Chen Yi recovered his mind and imprisoned the purple light bear spirit body that he had just killed in his palm with his backhand. His eyes looked deep into the forest. Then the next step is to replenish the number of suppressed demons and set off. It's time to leave here. Chen Yi held the demonic spirit sword in his hand and continued to search for monsters. When Chen Yi was still in the wilderness area, all the students in number. A martial arts hall gathered here, and it was very lively. As a training camp routine, before the camp closes, there will be a final ranking battle. It's just that this session is a little special. All the instructors and students unanimously agreed that Chen Yi would win the first place in the training camp without any competition. That is to say, it has been decided by default. There is no way, the gap is too big, and it is just a waste of time to compare pure and pure. And on the main stage, Zhang Yan was holding a thick spear in his hand, and there were many bloodstains on his body. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he had obviously been in a hard fight. His opponent was Li Feng, who was defeated by him in the last exchange competition selection meeting. Li Feng holds a thin long sword and has an elegant figure. Every step he takes is as light as a dragonfly touching water. The students watching the battle were a little surprised. This Brother Zhang seems to be losing. Li Feng's strength seems to be much stronger than half a month ago. Can he be so brave without superpowers? His swordsmanship, I can only say it's a bit like Liu Qianan's. Hey, when you put it that way, it does seem a bit similar. No one expected that in the final closed camp ranking battle, Li Feng would suddenly emerge. Of course, he wasn't weak before either. But in terms of hard power, compared with Ao Hai and Zhang Yan, he is still far behind. Zhang Tianming had a look of surprise on his face. Ha, this kid Li Feng has actually mastered silver-level body skills and swordsmanship at the same time. It seems that the battle between Liu Qianan and Chen Yi had a great impact on him. Tisk, his martial arts talent is so amazing. From now on, his martial arts potential will be just as strong as Zhang Yan's. For example, Zhang Yan's level 1 fire ability has greatly improved his strength until he became a 5th level martial artist. Once you enter the 5th level, the help will be very small. But now Li Feng can burst out with comparable combat power without awakening his powers. When it comes to the stage after the 5th level, you will know who has the strongest potential just by thinking about it. Shen Hao touched his bald head. I didn't expect Li Feng to transform at the last moment. If it weren't for Chen Yi's pressure, this kid might have won the first place on the closing day. It's a pity that now they are only competing for second place. Suddenly, Shen Hao raised his eyebrows. Zhang Yan is going to lose. In the ring, Zhang Yan's strength has been exhausted, and his attacks are no longer as domineering as they were at the beginning. Hateful. What kind of medicine did this guy take? Why is he so strong all of a sudden? No, if you continue like this, you will only be tortured to death. Zhang Yan made up his mind. The next second, fire blaster. Boom. He found the right moment, predicted the direction of Li Feng's next move, and thrust forward. Because of too much force, there was even a sonic boom. However, when Li Feng saw this, his eyes lit up with joy. Finally can't stand it anymore. Then he twisted around. He easily dodged the blow, then raised his soft sword and pressed it against Zhang Yan's throat. You lose, Li Feng said lightly. As long as he sends the long sword forward, Zhang Yan will die. Li Feng, win. The referee instructor also made a timely decision. Li Feng really won. Oh my god, I defeated Brother Ao first, and then defeated Mr. Zhang Yan. It's really unexpected. This battle for second place ended with such an ending. The students watching the battle were talking a lot. Then, the rankings have been decided. The points will be credited to your Spark bracelets soon. The point exchange station has also been opened. You can go and exchange it for Daxia coins. In addition, in the evening, the floating chariot will set off for pickup and drop off, so don't miss it. I wish you all a bright future. Zhang Tianming's low words resounded throughout the martial arts hall. This also means that the 2-month Spark training camp trip is officially over. Chen Yi, who had just walked into the Spark base, suddenly heard a sound from his bracelet. Pick it up and take a look. It's the news that the top ranking reward, 1,000 points, has arrived. Is their ranking battle over? Chen Yi nodded. This extra money is pretty good. After all, on the day when the camp is closed, you can still exchange for some needed things in the training camp treasure house. If you really don't know what you want to change, you can also exchange points into Daxia coins at a ratio of 1:4,000. These 1,000 points are a total of 4 million Daxia coins. First, recycle the last batch of monster materials in the ghost ring, and then cash them out. Chen Yi did not hesitate. He strode directly to the material recycling department. Last night, I had purchased a certain amount of medicinal bath materials, and the rest was planned to be exchanged for Daxia coins. Enter the lobby. The place was empty, with no students around, just like it was on the first day of camp. The main thing is to compete for ranking today. Other students simply don't have time to go to the wilderness area. Chen Yi went straight to the first recycling counter. Hello, classmate. Recycled materials, right? It was the same familiar young lady who smiled and said hello. Yes, today is the last trip, Chen Yi said with emotion. Fixed life is about to change. While I was looking forward to it, I was still a little reluctant to give up. Immediately, Chen Yi waved his hand. A large amount of monster materials were placed on the conveyor belt. He was sent in quickly. Within a short while, 192 points had been received. Chen Yi glanced at the balance on the Spark bracelet. Well, it has accumulated quite a lot. As a result, converted into Daxia coins, it was a huge amount of money that I could never imagine before. Points exchange place. Xiao Zuian came to the counter, placed the bracelet on the sensor slot and swiped. Hello, I will exchange all the remaining points of the Spark bracelet into Daxia coins. Okay, classmate. The receptionist clicked twice on the electronic screen. A total of 426 points have been converted into Daxia coins for you and credited to your personal card. Please check carefully. At the same time, Xiao Zuian's cell phone also vibrated. Pick it up and take a look. A total of just over 1.7 million Daxia coins have been received. Drink, Zuo Yun, you still have so many points. Tisk, I only have about 200 points, so I can only exchange them for 800,000 Daxia coins. I don't have 300. Things in the training camp treasure house are generally cheaper. If you leave the camp, you won't have this benefit. How did you exchange so many Daxia coins? Several friends Xiao Zuian made in the training camp were a little surprised. Generally speaking, students cannot save points during daily training. You have to spend money to buy instructional classes and purchase martial arts techniques. as well as miscellaneous expenses such as meals, medical treatment expenses, etc. After all, spending points to practice in the training camp is definitely more cost-effective from the perspective of purchasing power. So basically the only things that can be brought out of the camp are the ranking gifts at the end of the camp. Xiao Zuiyan shook his head. I have nothing left to buy. And unlike you, I have my parents and elders to take care of everything. I have a lot of use for this money. I see. When everyone saw this, they stopped talking. Everyone's specific situation is different. When giving advice, you should also be cautious. At this moment, Chen Yi walked in. After taking a look around, he murmured, there are quite a lot of people here. But yes, if you don't spend or redeem your points on closing day, it will be wasted. Chen Yi's arrival immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the hall. After all, this powerful and mysterious monster rarely appeared in everyone's sight during the 2-month training camp. Even Xiao Zuiyan, who also came from number 5 middle school, has integrated into a small group. But Chen Yi didn't have many new friends. In fact, this is also normal. Everyone's levels are different. For other students, it's good to have some good friends. First of all, the students who can enter the training camp are very talented, and their future achievements will definitely not be low. This kind of classmate feeling is extremely precious. Getting to know more people is equivalent to accumulating connections. Secondly, everyone can communicate with each other to better promote their spiritual practice. But Chen Yi is different. To make friends in order to accumulate connections. To be honest, I am the biggest connection. Exchange practice experiences. There's no need for that anymore. It's Chen Yi, he's here. Big brother Chen Yi should also be here to exchange points for Daxia coins, right? Aren't you talking nonsense? What else can you do here? I'm very curious about how many Daxia coins brother Chen can exchange for. I don't know, I think it will definitely be no less than 1,000. Let's just say it's less. I think it should be at least 1,500. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Chen Yi walked to the nearest counter. It was Xiao Zuiyan's place. When several people saw this, they immediately dispersed. Brother Chen, you exchange it first. We are not in a hurry, you come and you come. Facing Chen Yi, many students admired and even awed him. Not to mention that when Hu Xiaofang was taunting him, Chen Yi stood up and made a 3-pass, which earned Nanzhong enough face. Even if we only talk about this talent, he will definitely be a dazzling figure of an era in the future. Such existence. If you can leave a good impression, it may be useful in the future. Chen Yi was stunned, but there was no pretense, they just walked over and gave in to each other. It was too troublesome. Ha, Zuo Yun, you are here too. What ranking did you get in this ranking battle? Chen Yi took a glance and asked casually after finding an acquaintance. This question made Xiao Zuiyan a little excited. Originally, he thought that as the gap in strength between the two became wider and wider, they would become more and more distant. Now it seems that Chen Yi doesn't have the airs of a proud man. Chen Yi, thank you for your concern. I got 37th place this time and I'm very satisfied. Listen to this answer. Chen Yi sighed in his heart. From Xiao Zuiyan's tone, he felt obvious restraint. This is the natural reaction to strong martial artists in today's world. No wonder the path of the strong is always lonely. Leave these thoughts behind. Chen Yi came to the counter, placed the spark bracelet on the sensor slot and swiped it. Hello, I want to exchange all points into Daxia coins. Okay classmate, the total here is 7, the receptionist said while operating, but suddenly his voice stopped and his eyes looked at the electronic screen in disbelief. This scene made the students in the hall anxious. That's what you said, but if it starts with 7, it can't be more than 700. Although for most students, this is also a very scary number, but when it comes to the boss Chen Yi, it seems that he is not strong enough. Could it be? A very absurd guess flashed through everyone's mind. Gulu. The receptionist swallowed and then continued. Classmate, there are a total of 7,221 points. All of them have been converted into Daxia coins and credited to the card in your name. Her voice was trembling. You know, if she hadn't been drafted to the training camp, her daily salary would be only 8 to 9,000 Daxia coins a month. Even if you have some connections, you can work here for one day and have a subsidy of 1,000 Daxia coins, but there is still a big gap compared to these young students who can easily exchange millions of Daxia coins. Of course, she also understands. These are the cornerstones and seeds of Nanjing City's future. We have to rely on them to hunt down those monsters and maintain law and order, so that's acceptable. But Chen Yi's points still impacted the receptionist's consciousness in an instant. 7,221 points. As soon as this statement came out, the hall immediately fell into chaos. It's really more than 7,000. Oh my god, there are so many. I'm not good at math. Can anyone help me convert how many Daxia coins this is? This is so close to 30 million. Outrageous, too outrageous. 2 months' time. While still having expenses, he earned almost 30 million Daxia coins. Is this the ability of a martial arts high school student to attract money? Didi. Chen Yi's cell phone rang. Pick it up and take a look. A total of 28.884 million Daxia coins have been received. Not to mention other students, even Chen Yi, who already knew the amount in advance, had very complicated feelings when he saw so much extra money on his card. Before entering the training camp, he spent almost all his remaining wealth on a low-grade bronze weapon, the Water River knife. And before the first hunting competition was over, it was completely damaged. But now, with a huge sum of nearly 30 million Daxia coins in hand, only 2 months have passed. Who is not confused about who to change? Not an exaggeration at all. This money is enough to buy the lives of many ordinary people. This trip to the training camp was really a bit too complete. Student accommodation area, villa number 17. At this moment, Chen Yi has packed everything. Then he walked to the gas and blood tester. After dripping the blood, buzz buzz, the tester makes a small noise. After 2 or 3 breaths, a line of text appeared on the electronic screen. Qi and blood value, 229.3. Almost 230 points of health value. This progress is not far away from being a 3rd-grade warrior. In other words, one can achieve a 3rd-level body before the martial arts college entrance examination. At that time, even if we do not count the various transcendent martial arts secrets, transformation methods and the power of judges from the underworld, you can get into the highest martial arts academy just by relying on your health points. This is an exaggeration. After all, except for myself. In the entire training camp, only Li Feng, Zhang Yan, and Ao Hai had some chances to be admitted to the highest martial arts academy. It's time to get out of here. Chen Yi took one last look at the residence where he had lived for 2 months. Then he walked out of the door. Wilderness area, suspended chariot. In the warm and comfortable carriage with warm yellow color throughout, the trainees returned home after 2 months of hard work. Outside the chariot is a wilderness full of dangers. This familiar scene made many students sigh with emotion. When we first arrived in the wilderness area in a suspended chariot, those monsters scared me. Yes, to be honest, my legs were shaking at that time. Ha 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 ha, who is not? I didn't expect that after 2 hours, Instructor Zhang would let us go directly to the wilderness area to fight. To be honest, I was thinking to myself at the time, my mother was really unlucky to meet such a crazy instructor. If it weren't for the rare opportunity in the training camp, I would have really wanted to quit. Quote. Listening to the discussions among the students, Zhang Tianming, who was sitting in the front seat, also smiled. Now that you're showing off your cards, you think I won't settle the scores later, right? My memory is very good. If you decide to join the military in the future, I will definitely take good care of you thorns. I was wrong, instructor. Ahem, did I speak just now? I shouldn't, right? Chen Yi, who was sinking into a soft chair, looked sideways at the endless wilderness area, and felt extremely relaxed listening to the jokes next to him. The chariot traveled for about 2 hours. Finally, all the students returned to Nanjing City after a long absence. Revisit this huge survival base standing in the wilderness area. Everyone feels like they are in a different world. After getting off the bus, everyone quickly dispersed. I haven't been back to Nanjing for so long, so I always want to get together with my family and friends. Yunshuan Tower. A famous restaurant in Nanjing City. The deepest box. At this moment, Chen Yi and Zhou Ming were sitting opposite each other on soft chairs on the sofa. The rectangular table in the middle was filled with delicious food. Chen Yi, this table must cost a lot of money. Zhou Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the exquisitely crafted dishes in front of him. Originally, he heard that Chen Yi was back and booked a private room at the grilled fish restaurant where they used to go. But Chen Yi said that he would treat him to a nice meal. Went directly to Yunshuan Tower. Looking at these dishes now, I am afraid that they are also the most expensive ones in Yunshuanlu's menu. It's really not cheap. Chen Yi smiled. This table seems to cost about, almost 20,000 Daxia coins. 20,000. After hearing this number, Zhou Ming stood up immediately. It's too extravagant. How about returning some? We too can't eat so much. Although his family's financial situation is better than Chen Yi's, 20,000 yuan is still a family's expenses for 2 or 3 months. Chen Yi waved his hand. It's okay, just feel free to eat. If you can't finish it, why don't you still have me? A warrior's appetite is quite big. Besides, I got a big reward after coming out of the training camp. Isn't it normal to treat you to a big meal? Now I have a huge sum of nearly 30 million Daxia coins. And if you fight in the wilderness area one day, you can still get hundreds of thousands of Daxia coins into your account. This doesn't even count the awesome rewards. There is no need to worry about eating more. You should enjoy life when you should enjoy it, not to mention these foods rich in the energy of the world and the earth, which can also nourish your qi and blood. Zhou Ming heard Chen Yi's tone. He didn't say much and sat down. He understands Chen Yi's temperament and will be extremely firm in executing the decisions he makes. But he still muttered, if you have money, you can't waste it like this. The road to martial arts will still cost a lot of money in the future. In his opinion, the rewards from the training camp were worth hundreds of thousands. Eating 20,000 yuan for this meal is still a bit too extravagant. Eat and eat. Zhou Ming suddenly asked, by the way, Chen Yi, I heard that you won the first place in the training camp ranking competition. Oh my god, how much energy and blood do you have now? Isn't it all over 100? With so many students in the training camp, news will naturally spread. Chen Yi was born in Nanjing No. 5 Middle School, but he won the first place in a crushing manner. Now the rumors about Nanjing are flying all over the sky. However, the exact amount of energy and blood is still a mystery. In Zhou Ming's view, breaking 100 would be quite terrifying. Chen Yi put the roasted pork wrapped in golden egg liquid into his mouth and took a sip. The roasted pork that had been stewed until crispy melted. Then he said vaguely, breaking 100. Roughly the same. Zhou Ming would definitely be shocked if he said that his blood value was over 200, close to the threshold of a third-grade warrior. It's not necessary. Too strong. Zhou Ming pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and sighed. I also have good news, but it's nothing compared to your good news. Oh, Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. Let me guess, could it be that the Scientific Research University has something to look at in its recruitment? Zhou Ming touched his head. Absolutely. Didn't I say last time that the laboratory was working on a project? We encountered a problem in the middle and everyone was at a loss. At this time, I came up with an idea and solved the problem. If I were to be signed according to my contribution, I would at least be in the top 5. With such a scientific research report resume, internal recruitment to a first-class scientific research university is basically a certainty. It's a good thing, Ming. Chen Yi was also happy for Zhou Ming when he heard this. A first-class scientific research university, its status is almost the same as that of a key martial arts university. Chen Yi raised his wine glass. Then I wish us all the best in the upcoming college entrance examination. Okay, cheers. Night. Building 1, Mingyu Community, Room 302. Snapped. Chen Yi pressed the switch in the living room, glanced around, and murmured. I haven't been back for a long time. But, looking at it now, the space is a bit too small. I didn't feel that much before. But compared to the villa at the Spark training camp, the space is indeed not on the same level. Of course, if it's just accommodation, Chen Yi's requirements are not very high. After all, even the tent capsule is very comfortable to use. But if you practice some dharma, that would be troublesome. The escaping power of the netherworld will most likely destroy this floor. It seems that in the few days before the martial arts college entrance examination, it is best to find a residence with a memory alloy training room. Chen Yi rubbed his chin and thought. In the center of Nanjing City, the reception room of a tall building. Zhang Cheng, the lord of Nanjing City, was sitting on a sliding armchair, listening to a report by a man with broken hair wearing the uniform of the demon suppressor. So our company has made strict arrangements to deal with the crack fluctuations in the south of the city. City Lord, please rest assured. Yes, not bad. Zhang Cheng stood up and praised with a smile. Your demon suppression division has indeed done a good job. It also saves me a lot of worry. The man with broken hair waved his hand and politely excused himself. It's where it is, it's just a matter of duty. City Lord, if there's nothing important, then I should resign first. Although in terms of position, Zhang Cheng is higher than him. But the official organization of the Junmo division has a rather special status. There is no need to be directly commanded by Zhang Cheng. This report is just a routine once a month. Okay, let's go. Obtained. The man with broken hair immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Gulu gulu gulu. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind, and before the broken-haired man could react, he was swallowed up by the massive amount of dark liquid. These liquids are like a dark egg shell, wrapping it tightly. And it's still squirming. About 3 minutes later, the liquid went back and returned to Zhang Cheng's body. My lord, a strange scene happened. The man with broken hair turned towards Zhang Cheng, put his hand on his chest, and saluted respectfully. At this moment, Zhang Cheng's face turned obviously pale. Obviously this method consumes a lot of money. Well, go ahead and wait for my orders. Yes, the man with broken hair didn't waste any time, turned around, opened the door, and left. The next day, the famous Tianhe Villa area in Nanjing. A man in a suit with a slicked back hair was walking in front of Chen Yi, leading the way enthusiastically. Finally, the two came to a 3-story villa with a small courtyard. This is it, Mr. Chen Yi. The decoration inside meets your requirements. It is relatively simple but still grand. 1 month's rent is 200,000 Daxia coins. Let me take you in and take a look. Chen Yi nodded. Thank you. The business of this leasing group starts from 1 month. However, after the martial arts college entrance examination, there was a period of time between going to the school to report. So it's not wasted. The two walked into the courtyard, then into the living room and practice room, and visited them all. How about it, Mr. Chen Yi? According to your request, the memory alloy inside is top-grade silver. Unless it exerts martial artist level power, it can be restored. There are also equipment such as gas and blood testers, which are all available. Not to mention details like lighting. Chen Yi was quite satisfied, so he agreed on the spot. Okay, let's sign the contract. 200,000 Daxia coins a month. If there is no training room attached, not even half of it will be used. But with these martial arts facilities, the price is naturally high. Of course, you still need to buy the energy ore in the chi and blood tester yourself. Soon, Chen Yi signed the lease contract. Then, I wish you a happy stay. If you have any questions, just contact me and I will definitely help you solve it. After the man in suit handed over the key, he left. Chen Yi stood on the vast balcony. The breeze is blowing and I feel good. The feeling inside the survival base is still different from the Spark training base. It is different from the chilling and fiercely competitive atmosphere in the training camp. This is equivalent to a complete human city. It's easy to feel peaceful inside. To be honest, if there were no cracks in the demon cave, all the life in the survival base would be like Blue Star in the previous life with its technology tree crooked. Akong, you performed pretty well today. The attitude is very correct. Ahem, it should be. On the trail, words of conversation came. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. This voice seems a bit familiar. Take a closer look. Good guy, isn't this Lu Kong, the captain of the Nanjing Town Demon Division whom I met twice before? Captain Lu, long time no see. Chen Yi greeted him immediately. Lu Kong looked up. Chen Yi, how will you be here? Snapped. Chen Yi jumped down from the balcony on the third floor. He came to the two of them and said with a smile, "This is not the end of the training camp. I'm looking for a place with complete martial arts equipment to make it more convenient." "I see." Lu Kang showed a surprised expression. Indeed, when he was chasing the vampire monster, the place where Chen Yi lived seemed to be just a very old community. That kind of environment is too shabby and small for martial arts experts. It can't be used at all. It is normal to change your residence. Of course, Chen Yi has no plans to sell the residence in Mingyu community, just think about it. After all, Chen Yi doesn't like the little money he paid for it now. "Kong, this is," Yang Shusho said doubtfully. "Ah, he is Chen Yi, the top talent in this Spark training camp. Beat the guy from Donghua to death and earn enough face for Nanzhong." "Chen Yi, this is my lover Yang Shusho." Lu Kang reacted and quickly introduced. As the captain of the Demon Suppression Division, Lu Kang knew a lot of information. He was shocked when he heard that Chen Yi could defeat Lu Qianan, the genius who was already famous in Donghua, and was even called the young Grand Master by a strong man. Unexpectedly, this fifth middle school student actually achieved this step. When the two met for the first time in Yuming community, he only regarded Chen Yi as an ordinary martial arts college entrance examination student. During the second escort, he felt that Chen Yi had become much calmer and had been admitted to the Spark training camp, showing good potential. But now this meeting, the identities of the two have been reversed. Chen Yi, who is known as the young master, has a higher status than him, the captain of the Demon Suppressing Division and the pinnacle martial artist from a certain perspective. Is this Chen Yi? Yang Shusho was also surprised. In recent times, she had often heard Lu Kang sigh about this young master. It can be said that it will be easy for Chen Yi to reach the status of Nanzhong City Lord in the future as long as he does not fall. Oh, after listening to Lu Kang's introduction, Chen Yi also looked at the young woman in front of him. He doesn't look outstanding, but he has a gentle temperament. Chen Yi greeted politely. "Hello, Sister Yang." Yang Shusho also hurriedly smiled and said, "Since you will live here from now on, we can be regarded as neighbors. I have no preparations for going out today. I will prepare a meal another day and invite you to come to my house for dinner." Lu Kang also echoed, "Yes, Chen Yi, I congratulate you for ranking first in the training camp." Faced with such a warm invitation, Chen Yi naturally would not refuse. "Well, I'll just wait and see for free." After some pleasantries, Lu and Kong went home first. Their residence is actually next to the villa they just rented. What a coincidence. Chen Yi rubbed his chin. But this is normal. If you still live in Yuming community, your neighbors will basically be ordinary people. And things like Tianhe Villa community. Just the rental fee. It costs 200,000 Daxia coins a month. If you want to buy it, you can imagine the price, which is absolutely an astronomical figure. Therefore, the people living here are either powerful warriors or businessmen with strong financial resources. Chen Yi calmed down. There are only 5 days left before the martial arts college entrance examination. It's better to hone those secret skills first. In the practice room, a trace of mist escaped from Chen Yi's body. Sudden, Chen Yi opened his eyes. At this moment, his entire body turned into a hazy black mist. Whirring. The next second, the black mist began to disperse and move. In the blink of an eye, he floated to the other corner of the practice room. Sizzling, the black fog dispersed. Chen Yi's true appearance appeared again. Yes, this ghost instant secret method is still very practical. It seems that before the martial arts college entrance examination, you still need to use the power of the netherworld to nourish you. When using the secret technique of ghost instant, one's own flesh and blood tissue can be temporarily transformed into ghost mist. This not only allows you to move quickly. When this kind of ghost mist is maintained, it is equivalent to turning into a spirit body. When being attacked, it can still reduce most of the attacks. It can be said that the defensive power is only in the Shira form. Recently, the 6th layer of Shira body has been improving too slowly through killing. Chen Yi guessed that it may be because the backhand is too mysterious, so the impure death energy has gradually been unable to satisfy the skill. In this way, in the short term, practicing these secret techniques to improve one's strength can lead to more obvious transformations. Moreover, the martial arts college entrance examination focuses on actual combat and there are too many variables. More means more protection. Then continue practicing and strive to practice, Ghost Instant, to the next level before the martial arts college entrance examination. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yi sat cross-legged on the futon, his body full of ghostly power. 4 days have passed. These 4 days, Chen Yi has been staying behind closed doors. He concentrates on practicing and nourishing secret techniques such as Ghost Shun and Suppression Tower. But fortunately, while using the power of the netherworld to polish these techniques, his own blood value is also rising. Test last night. Qi and blood have reached 251.3. The Qi and blood value of 250-1250 is the 3rd grade Qi and blood range. In other words, he has officially reached the realm of a 3rd grade warrior. If you include the Shira form and the power of the judge. Chen Yi is now a little curious about his true combat power. Tomorrow is the martial arts college entrance examination, which happens to be an excellent time to test. Well, just relax first. After practicing for a long time, my spirit is a little tired. Moreover, Lu Kong said that there was a strong man from the Junmo division who wanted to discuss some important matters with him today. He also said that even he did not know the specific situation. This actually made Chen Yi have a curious guess. Could it be the mobilization and motivation on the eve of the martial arts college entrance examination? It is very possible. After all, with his current strength, it is basically a certainty to win the first place in Nanzhong or even Donghua martial arts. This is tantamount to saying that he is also trying to earn face for Nanzhong. Forget it, never mind, we'll find out later. Chen Yi shook his head. Detected the presence of a demon in the vicinity. Detected the presence of a demon in the vicinity. The devil is approaching, you can check the information. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in Chen Yi's mind. But Chen Yi was taken aback by these words of prompting. Demon, what the hell is this? The only things I had encountered before were monsters and monster beasts contaminated with demonic energy, that is, half-demon creatures. Now a new category has appeared. However, since it can be called a demon, it must be an alien. Must be treated with caution. Check. Demon. Thousand-faced demon, subbody. Demon level. 3 stars. Evaluation. It has the ability to devour and transform, and can quietly turn into the people around you, but this one seems to be just a differentiated thousand-faced demon. Samsung monster. Chen Yi was shocked. This level is a bit too high. Have the ability to devour and transform. Can you quietly transform into the people around you? It sounds very difficult. However, the parentheses in the description of the monster types and the last sentence of the evaluation are a bit concerning. What does it mean to be a thousand-faced demon that is just differentiated? Child body, could it be said that there is a mother body behind this guy? In any case, since it has been detected by the system, this guy must not be allowed to cause trouble. Let's first see where it is. Dark eyes, activate. Kakaka. Soon, the whites of Chen Yi's eyes began to condense with dark horniness. The pupils also turned scarlet. This sight perception passed through the barrier of the house wall, followed the system's guidance, and looked at the lawn in front of the villa. Appeared. In Chen Yi's line of sight at this moment, a man wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppressing Division was slowly walking towards him. On its body, Chen Yi's perception exudes a strong dark demonic energy. The so-called highly concealed method, faced with underworld personnel like Shang Chen Yi who specialize in the power of the underworld, the demonic energy cannot cover it up at all. Members of the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Yi's pupils trembled. What is happening? Did this thousand-faced demon turn into a member of the Demon Suppression Division, or was it simply replaced? But, the direction he was walking in seemed to be Lu Kong's home. You won't be looking for your own powerful person from the Demon Suppression Division, right? Li Jianan walked on the path. His expression was calm, without any expression. It's like a robot. Well, it's right in front. Soon, he came to the folding door of the villa. Pressed the button. Ding dong. Within half a minute, Lu Kong walked out. Say hello quickly. Li Si, you're here. Quick, please come in. As the deputy director of the Nanzhong Town Magic Division, Li Jianan can be said to be Lu Kong's immediate boss. Kakaka. The folding door slowly opens. Hey, don't worry, let's call little friend Chen Yi over first. Li Jianan had put on a kind smile at this moment. Yes, I will send a message to Chen Yi right away. He should be at home today. Lu Kang also took out his mobile phone after hearing this. No need to send it, Army Corps. A crisp voice came. The two turned to look. It was discovered that the person coming was Chen Yi. Ha 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 ha, you are too fast. Li Si, this is the number one in this Spark training camp, Chen Yi, who has passed through 3 of Donghua's top geniuses. Chen Yi, this is our deputy director of Nanjing Town Magic Division, Li Jianan. Oh, he is indeed a talented person. To have such a genius born in our Nanjing city is really a blessing from God as a human being. Li Jianan squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Yi. He spared no effort in praising him. However, there was a viciousness in its eyes that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Yes, Nanjing is even the first genius of Donghua this term. If you convert it, that will be really useful for the next plan. However, upon hearing such praise, Chen Yi's expression did not change much. Even, sneering, yes, my existence is indeed a blessing to mankind. It's the disaster of those alien races. You don't need to remind me of this. Chen Yi spat out these words calmly, making Lu Kang a little confused. Ah, this, what happened to Chen Yi today? He took some medicine. Not to mention that the person in front of him is a senior from the Demon Suppression Division who has made great contributions to public security. Even if you are an ordinary person, if you praise you like this, you won't go crazy along with the words. In his impression, Chen Yi was not such a person. Could it be that Chen Yi finally realized how amazing his talent was and became arrogant? Li Jianan also twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard this. Why does it feel like it means something? Have you discovered my identity? No, not possible. Even if you are a master, you will never be able to find any clues just by standing in front of me. Boy, no matter how crazy you are now, you will become a weapon for us to attack humans later. A genius is nothing until he grows up. Then Li Jianan calmed down and said with a smile, that's right. A blessing to mankind indeed. Chen Yi, your talent really amazes me. Lu Kang also noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He quickly said something to smooth things over. Hey, don't freeze here. A hot meal has been prepared inside, let's go in and talk. Otherwise, if the neighbors see me later, they will tell me why Lu Kang let the guests stand at the door. It will damage my reputation, ha 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 ha. Yes, let's go in first and then talk. Li Jianan also echoed. What it wants most is to transform Chen Yi. Although with its strength, it shouldn't take much effort to kill the 2 people in front of it. But there are many people outside, so if you take action, you will basically be exposed, which is not okay. Wait a minute, can I ask Li Si why you came to me today? Chen Yi waved his hand and refused. Then he asked another question. Lu Kang scratched his head. Chen Yi, what's going on? It was all agreed upon in the morning. Why are you asking now? Can't we just go in and ask? Ahem, of course I have something important to do with you. Li Jianan's face was not red and his heart was not beating. Let me make it clear. As the face of our Nanjing class, your performance in the martial arts college entrance examination can be said to be related to all of us in Nanjing. I happen to have a natural treasure here that can improve the dark attribute talent, so I specially plan to give it to you. It can be regarded as a contribution to Nanjing. It's just that the method of use is a bit complicated, so let's go in and talk about it. Lu Kang nodded, so it turned out that the so-called important thing was to send a treasure. It seems that Li Si is so mysterious that he actually wants to come up with a surprise. Immediately he persuaded again, Chen Yi, this is a rare good thing. Chen Yi glanced at Lu Kang, wondering why this guy kept talking to Tianmo. If the system hadn't determined that he was a monster, Chen Yi and even Lu Kang would have been suspicious. But then I thought about it. Who could have imagined that a colleague whom he was familiar with in daily life could be transformed into a demon? It's really a bit subversive of perception. Chen Yi took a deep breath. Then he said coldly, really? I don't dare to take the treasure given to me by the demon. The sound echoed in the air. Li Jianan's pupils shrank instantly. Lu Kang scratched his head and showed a puzzled expression. Huh? Demon, Chen Yi, you mean Li Si? Ha 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 ha, stop joking. After Lu Kang reacted, he laughed. At this moment, Li Jian was roaring crazily in his heart. How is it possible that he really found out? Just a human warrior who has not yet mastered the power of heaven and earth, why would he find clues? No, 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 impossible. This kid must be insane. Don't panic, think about what the real Li Jianan would do. Immediately, Li Jian his expression suddenly dropped. Chen Yi, what on earth are you talking about? You are slandering a member of the Demon Suppression Division who has made outstanding contributions to mankind. What you just said alone is enough for you to be escorted to a military court for trial. A member of the Demon Suppressing Division, he has fought for Daxia through life and death. If you dare to frame or target them or their families, the consequences will be serious. However, Chen Yi did not speak. Extend your right hand. Chains of life and death. Kakaka. In an instant, a jade chain engraved with scarlet lines outlining simple Sanskrit words flew out from Chen Yi's palm. Chen Yi, you, so brave. Lu Kang and Li Jian were both shocked, and neither expected Chen Yi to take action. But the chain of life and death struck too quickly. Before he could even finish his words, it has already penetrated into the body of Li Jianan. Ah, Li Jian shouted in pain, with a ferocious face. From Chen Yi's sight, he could see that the chain of life and death had bound the demon's spirit body. Life and death are intertwined. Make it painful. Chen Yi, what are you doing? Not too soon. Lu Kang's anxious voice suddenly stopped. Because he saw that the skin on Li Jianan's face began to seep out of dark liquid. At the same time, the token around his waist also glowed red. It's really a monster, a sane monster. Could it be a demon? Aha! At this moment, Lu Kang drew out his long sword. Light attribute energy attached to the sword, blooming with a bright light. Without hesitation, he slashed directly with his sword. However, gulu gulu gulu, countless jet black mucus surged out from Li Jianan's body, covering the long sword. The huge force made it impossible for Lu Kang to move forward. And at this moment, Li Jianan's face finally collapsed. The whole body turned into flowing black liquid. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. Just kill him. The low and hoarse voice seemed to come from Juyu, coming from the liquid man. Today it came here with only one purpose, and that was to kill Chen Yi. To be honest, when the thousand-faced demon, which had used Zhang Cheng's identity to infiltrate the human race, got the specific information about Chen Yi's ability to penetrate the three Dongwu Tianzhao, it was shocked. It can be said that this level of talent is extremely dazzling even if you look at the entire Daxia kingdom. In a sense, killing Chen Yi would have a greater impact on humanity than killing all the martial arts college entrance examination students in Nanjing. Of course, if it can be converted, that would be even better. After that, Chen Yi was equivalent to dead. It can also provide a lot of help for the thousand-faced demon's next plan. In other words, Chen Yi had no second choice and had to face the pursuit of this thousand-faced demon body no matter what. Not good. Lu Kang's heart sank. This monster was so powerful. He definitely has the combat power of a 6th grade great martial artist. Such huge movement naturally attracted the attention of many other people in the community. Come out and look this way. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, what the hell is that? Monster. This is a monster. Hurry up and call the emergency hotline of the Demon Suppression Division. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Wait a minute, isn't that Captain Liu? Moreover, that demon is also wearing the clothes of the Demon Suppressing Department. Ah this. ... As a community, we don't see you when you lower your head and see you when you raise your head. They naturally knew Lu Kang's identity. But it's obvious that this monster wearing the official uniform of the Demon Suppressor is much stronger than Lu Kang. The problem is that Lu Kang's identity is that of a captain-level figure who controls the power of heaven and earth. So how exaggerated is the strength of this monster? The onlookers who figured this out immediately fled in all directions. Of course, while escaping, they also called the Suppression Division's emergency call for help. Die. Swish 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 swish. The next second. The body of this thousand-faced demon is like a hedgehog, with countless spikes growing out and growing continuously. It bombarded Chen Yi and Lu Kang. Of course, the target of most of the dark tentacles is Chen Yi. Only a few of them hit Lu Kang. After all, to the thousand-faced demon, the captain of the Nanjong Town Demon Division is less than 1% as important as Chen Yi. At this moment, the light element energy in Lu Kang's body surged wildly, and the veins on his arms were knotted. Then everything was poured into the long sword. The entire long sword emitted a dazzling light at this moment. The hot breath even made the surrounding space look a little distorted. Sizzle. Among the various paths, the path of light has some additional restraint effects on demonic energy. This tyrannical energy made the dark flowing liquid that was originally wrapped so hot that it retreated a little. Take advantage of this opportunity. Lu Kang suddenly pulled out the long sword. Hengjian blocked. Absorb the holy light. The light energy burst out with the power of swallowing, attracting several tentacles. Bang 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 bang. The black tentacles struck the blade of the long sword and struck it along. Lu Kang only felt a huge impact on his chest, many ribs were shattered, and a bloody aura instantly filled his mouth. Puff. Immediately afterwards, Lu Kang spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even though he tried his best, his body was still seriously injured. It's over. Lu Kang's heart sank. The strength of this monster is not weak even among great martial artists. There are only a handful of people in the entire Nanjong city who can handle such monsters. By the time they arrive, I am afraid that I and Chen Yi have turned into withered bones. What Lu Kang didn't know was, if it were not for the restriction of Chen Yi's life and death chain, the strength of this thousand-faced demon body would be even more terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Compared to the few black tentacles that hit the land and sky. Chen Yi's side, hundreds of them are densely packed, which looks scary. Although the standing distance is slightly farther than that of land and air. But the speed of this tentacle is simply not too fast. For a normal third-grade warrior, there is no room for reaction. However, at this critical juncture, Chen Yi's hand did not know when a square token with a majestic horse face pattern engraved on it appeared. It was the low-level horse-faced summoning order that was awarded after the Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 was fully functional during the first hunting competition. This is Chen Yi's life-saving trump card. You must know that this thing has a limit of 3 uses. Even if you can't beat one, I don't believe that 3 are still your opponent. After all, this is a creature from the underworld, and it should still have the ability to fight across levels. Whirring whirring. After injecting the power of the netherworld into it, wisps of deep dark aura escaped. It quickly condensed into a simple door. Bang 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 bang. Those flying black tentacles hit the door with a muffled sound. But not even a single crack was made. What's this? The thousand-faced demon was in disbelief. His all-out bombardment couldn't even shake the slightest bit. Even under the influence of the strange chain, its strength has dropped a lot, and it is unable to exert the attack power of a top-level 6th-grade martial artist. But he should be at the level of a normal grade martial artist. What is the origin of this ancient gate? And the most important thing is that the thousand-faced demon still feels that at this moment, it has a kind of fear coming from the soul that is spreading. It was a kind of bloodline suppression. When Lu Kang saw this, his eyes widened. Is this Chen Yi's special ability? He also heard that Chen Yi's supernatural defense power was terrifying, but now that he saw it, it was too outrageous. This is an impact at the level of a great martial artist. Kakaka. Then, the door slowly opened. Kong Ming's voice came out. I respectfully follow the judge's instructions. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.